and welcome to the top 16 of the Kissimmee Open 2025. I am, as ever, one of your casters, MBT. I have Kay Cray.
Hello.
And PK Sparks with me here today as well.
Yo!
Yesterday, we saw some incredible clashes from some of the best in show. The most exciting decks from the newest set, Divine Champions livestream. Today, we're happy to bring you the top 16 of this huge event. We've got some of the casters that you know, love, and have rooted for over the past couple of months, all duking it out for a chance to be not only your Kissimmee champion, but also to walk home with some unbelievable prizing. Okay, PK, are you excited to cast some Elestrals today?
I cannot wait. We know a little bit about the decks that we're going to be seeing today. And while, yes, there are some that we certainly expected, there are some that I think it's safe to say that no one expected.
That's very true. PK?
I always expected Sectoris to shine. Always believed in my boy. And I'm glad to see Sectoris in the top 16. But you're right. We've seen a little bit of the decks that we've seen, but we've also seen a lot. Most of the players in top 16, we had on-stream matches yesterday through a Swiss Rails. So we've seen Swole, Lax. We've seen Bean Soldier. We've seen Bo. We've seen... I forget the name, but Cinder Shade as well. Cinder Shade, we've seen so many lists, and yet the first match that we'll talk about later is one we have not seen. So much yet to be discovered. Livestream has only begun.
It's exciting. I think that the definite story of this event is the rise of Solar, a strategy that walking around and talking to some of the casters here was not even on their radar for this event. It turns out a particularly tuned Solar list that focuses on powerful Elestrals like Celeste Leo can absolutely clean house, and it's cleaned house in an amazing way. It has the most slots in the top 16, but that doesn't mean that it's totally dominant. Other strategies like Aphrodite, which we were able to cast yesterday as well, appear alongside maybe a new form of Morphros.
Oh, yeah. We heard a little secret about Morphos eking into the top 16. We know that Morphos Chimera form is a very powerful Elestral. I mean, it has the number 5 on it, so you have to be wary of it. But the fact that it can draw you cards and also further the engine of what Morphos wants to do, I mean, you have more value out of those extra Lycan forms in your hand, or get something back with Morphos Bat form while still keeping big Elestrals on the board. Morphos popping in, not too surprised, but I am happy to see it.
So on screen right now, we've got your top 16 rankings. These are the individuals who will be duking it out for a chance at not only the title of Kissimmee Champion, but also some incredible prizing courtesy of the fine folks at the Elestrals dev team. They look just absolutely unbelievable. The Locagon with the serialized 3 of 3 based on how you place in this event. Some of these names should not be particularly surprising. Swolax returning from finals of the Dallas Open. Bean Soldier, of course, probably one of the most hyped casters in the entire Elestrals field. And Bo, your Dallas Open 2025 champion, all make up the top 3 slots. But they are followed by other huge names from the community. Shouts out to Senseli, who is 7-1 at the 5 slot. Sunflower playing a deck that I don't think anyone expected to make it into top cut. And other individuals like Gatsby, who have done incredibly well during online tournaments, are making an appearance here as well. It's incredible to see consistent players able to capitalize on success both through online premieres, alternative online tournaments, and now in-person events, 3 for 3.
It's been I cannot wait to see what these casters are going to be doing for us. These top 16 have all also won their top 16 stellar frame break Saipong Champion of Dionysus. That is one of the most beautiful artworks Elestrals has ever produced. Next to the Kickstarter Cracking. I love that artwork. Not the big 8-bit one, but like the one attacking the ship. But it is still up there. Fantastic pull for them. So congratulations to these casters. Interested to know which of these 3 will be earning their stellar Locagon card and playmats to go along with it. We already know Bo has been utilizing the champion Astrabit to great effect. Had a really good showing during, I believe, round 6 of Swiss yesterday. So we're going to see them more later on. But the casters here, many of them are names that I'm not familiar with. Dr. Vilk is a newer name to me. Pope is a newer name to me. Gatsby, definitely familiar. But I cannot wait to see what these casters are going to be doing. We'll be talking about the bracket a little later on. So, we'll get to all of that when we can. But right now, we just worried about these top 16 players. So if you guys want to take a chance, put a pick in the chat or let us know via hashtag #PlayElestrals who you think is winning or what type of deck you think we're winning. Feel free to let us know. We'll talk about more of that a little later.
As the day goes on, we are going to be, of course, watching top 16. We are also going to, because top 3, because that Lockagon is on the line, we are going to be watching the match for the 3rd place winner as well. So we have a full day ahead of us, a full day of clashes, and we have our bracket here. This is the finalized bracket, and
these matchups.
Yeah, looking at these matchups, looking at what we could potentially be seeing in finals, I have to say I am so excited.
It's very funny to see that Swolax and Bean Soldier are on opposite sides of the bracket, theoretically could meet in finals. Bo on the opposite side of bracket as Swolax could repeat the Dallas Open 2025 final. See if we can't get a different result for our boy Swolax. There's also just so many powerful first round matches. This Gatsby match is, of course, incredible. I'm really interested in this Sunflower match as well. Akshar brought a really incredible brew that unfortunately did not stand up to Bean Soldier's list in the last round of Swiss yesterday. Sanseli versus Rylomon, both of them are playing incredibly innovative strategies, and I hope we get to take a look at that as well. And of course, Cindershade, who we saw using that the Lunar Splash in the Dionysus deck to access powerful cards like Pharaohgeist, gets a shot against Ash Winters as well. I mean, there's just so many incredible casters in this top 16 and so many incredible matchups as a result. For many of these casters, though, these are not matches they were unprepared to face. I spoke with Bean Soldier a little bit yesterday, and he revealed he's played about 6 people in this top 16 bracket already during the Swiss rounds of yesterday's event. So these casters are familiar with each other. Many of them are going to be familiar with the decks they are playing, and we'll see how their play tightens up accordingly.
But that's what's exciting about top 16 is that typically you have players who have already faced each other. So now, instead of going into a matchup with let's see what it is and adjust, it's I'm going into game 1 with much more knowledge than I did the last time we faced off. I know your key play will be getting to Celestial or a Lockagon. I know your key play or trick may be a Dionysus Madness to out my Strat. I'm going to play around all of that. We'll see what you adjust for plan B or C. So even though we may see a rematch from Swiss rounds, it's not going to be the same match. These are talented players with a lot of experience. I mean, look at the names we have here. We've seen a few of these names so many times already. The experience and the perspective is going to be brand new, and that's what's going to make this top 16 shine.
I cannot wait. I personally, around the lobby, around the room yesterday, heard these casters already talking about sighting patterns, already looking at strategies for these casters who, even if they haven't faced them, we've heard whispers of the lists and the decks. So as was mentioned, these aren't unfamiliar matchups. Our casters are going in with the knowledge and how to play against them. So what we are going to be seeing all day today is well thought out game plans and top tier gameplay.
I have a game for everybody. I want y'all to screenshot this top 16 right now, and I want y'all to make a fantasy bracket. Because I'm looking at this bracket, and there are so many matchups I would love to see 3 times over. I would simulate this bracket if I could and just run the decks. Because, I mean, look at the potential matchups. We could get Swolax versus Sansali in semifinals. I believe semifinals. We could be having Bean Soldier versus Bo in semifinals. Cindershade versus a Scary Dinosaur. We could be having Pope versus Rybai over there. Like, what matchups could you even want to see? We're going to be spoiled with gaming today.
Cindershade versus a Scary Dinosaur is an interesting one because the thing about a Scary Dinosaur is they have all those teeth, and you have to be very careful. I will say I am personally obviously pulling for the Solar strategy. It's my pick to win this event. I think it is definitely the standout deck of the event. A lot of individuals expected Aphrodite to be totally dominant just because of the ease of access, how obviously good the strategy was. But not only have we seen it fall repeatedly to powerful decks full of small synergies like Solar, we've also seen huge build deviation in how these Aphrodite decks are structured. Obviously, we have the Turbo Lockagon strategies that have made it into Top Cut, but we've also got decks like Bows, which I'm hearing affectionately referred to as Fish. that play base set Aphoros as a mechanism to just draw cards rather than Lockagon in order to swarm the field with the same guy over and over. Different ways to play the same strategy reward different types of players, and the types of players who can capitalize most effectively on their own strengths are going to be the ones who walk out of this one with that incredible prizing. The others may have to be satisfied with top 16 spoils.
I think solar is a particularly interesting case in this tournament. Solar is one of those elements that I think everyone's been waiting for it to be good, and everyone's been trying to crack it and trying to figure it out. And Livestream bringing in new tech cards, whether it be the new champion Corvishine, which allows you to foretell an additional few cards, reenchant to Apollo, sort of bolstering the effect of the foretell mechanic. Not only that, but also having Solar Burst as removal, which is one of the most valuable things in this game. And on top of that, I mean, we have, even look here, Royal Ottle, which has been one of those cards that if you're unprepared for it and you don't know how to play into a Royal Ottle, it could dog walk you the entire game. And of course, as we saw in our final match yesterday with Swolax, that Guardian of Light card can, I mean, bring you from the brink of death, truly, and get you a game win. Solar has gotten a lot of what I think, I mean, going into it personally, I was overlooking a lot of the support, and no longer am I doing that.
You would not be the only one. I mean, we're looking at the notable cards list, and obviously you see the Corvishine, you see the Royal Owl, and you see the Guardian of Light, but like you mentioned, we are missing Solar Burst. For a lot of casters, it just wasn't on their radar. I was talking a little bit to Akshar, and he confided that Solar just wasn't something that he was expected to play against. He was looking at the matches yesterday and thinking, I can't believe I missed a strategy this absolutely dominant. We got to see him play versus Swolax on camera yesterday, and there was a moment in which Swolax was down to 0 spirits with Guardian of Light in the back row, and Akshar just looked at the camera and was like, what do I do? There's no out from this position. Sans drawing Eruption. A really rough position to be in, but one that anti-solar casters found themselves in over and over again, expecting to play against cards like Cyanectar, Aviolith, Morolith, Ampup into Lycavolt instead of cards like Corvishine, Apollo, and of course Solar Burst.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that part of the match specifically, because in my chat with Swolax that we had afterwards, the new Poisoned Nectar card is something that he mentioned, saying, this would have been, I saw Dionysus on the field for a significant period of time. I thought it was game over for me. I thought that Poisoned Nectar was on the way. And Akshar then afterwards said, nope, that was in fact not a card that I was even considering. And it's one that we saw put in work yesterday. So these strategies, as we've mentioned, are all still developing. There are so many new cards, and it is easy to overlook things because there's only so much time in a day, and this is the first ever live stream tournament. And as we continue on, people are going to be looking at more cards, I think especially after Solar has shone so bright, and say, I think maybe I need to revisit some strategies that I may have thought didn't really have legs here.
I'll tell you.
I'm so glad you mentioned Dionysus' Chalice. Pope, the individual we saw cast 2 copies of it yesterday, did make top 16, so we will see it again for sure.
I'll tell you right now, I am a huge fan of anything that can circumvent direct damage. So having Poison Nectar, Dionysus Chalice there is such a good play. Not only are you taking a card out of the hand, but you're burning for 2. I mean, it's not eruption quality, but I mean, there are many games that can be won off under 4 or 3 spirit counts. Many people, if they don't think they're playing against burn, they're comfortable playing around 4 spirits, 3 spirits. They don't play Ambrosia until they're at 2 or 1. So you catch them off guard with that. Not only are you ripping their hand or something they may have searched from, say, a Hopperoo or something like that, or a Strabbit, but now they're just sitting there like, man, I just lost everything. I think Dionysus Chalice is a card that any player playing Dionysus should absolutely consider.
We said that Dionysus' Chalice was an all-right card, but deployed in the Pope games, it doesn't just represent 2 damage. Once you simplify the game state down, it represents 2 damage, plus if you're ahead on board, an additional series of damage as you continue to hit unimpeded because your opponent isn't able to draw an Elestral off the top of their deck by firing it in the draw phase. It's an incredibly powerful tool. I think we will see it deployed pretty expertly in top 16 by Pope, if not by multiple Dionysus or Latagon casters. And I'm excited to see the evolution of the format as well. There, of course, we talked about how Swolax couldn't lose from a position of Guardian of Light, but a Hopperoo or a Poison Nectar maybe would have done him in.
I would like to go back to our predictions real quick and talk about things that how things may have shaked out in the top 16 versus what we initially predicted. Shady had it completely wrong. Unfortunately, that prediction completely fizzled out as much as the fire element itself.
We
But
cannot keep dragging this man every single time we bring up these predictions.
listen, look at
I think we can. Leonite, champion of Hestia. Really? He thought, no,
Guardian of Light, though. Again, we saw that shine in the last round, and that was a big pop-up for Swole. Gigaflora didn't quite show up as much as I thought it would, but I think it's still just maybe underrepresented. Your pick, Joseph, Dionysus Madness, that card has showed up and showed out consistently. Kay, while Amp Up maybe not have had a lot of top up on screen, I think Thunder looks really good. It has a lot more to be explored going into the rest of Livestream. I mean, this is just release weekend. Rise from the Shadows, A-Drive's pick. I mean, I played this man for his Divine Rune yesterday. He played 3 Rise from the Shadows back to back to back and actually won him the game on 0 spares. It was actually a really crazy game. But otherwise, I think that we did okay for our opening weekend guesses.
Sounds like A-Drive just wanted it more. I do want to amend my my frustrations yesterday talking about Brontiglow Supercharged. Going back and watching the VOD of yesterday's event, I realized the match that Shady and A-Drive cast was completely determined by Brontiglow Supercharged. They showed up and cast a Supercell match in which one individual, I think Gatsby, was able to just absolutely take over the game in mere moments, thanks to Fun Glow in a match that otherwise seemed totally lost.
I need to watch that.
I do have a little bit of insight. At least one of the casters in top 16 is playing these cards, not as a dedicated strategy, but as a small splash in a larger deck. And it's not hard to see why. In a format dominated by Dionysus, Aphrodite, and the like, it really pays to be able to destroy runes unconditionally. And Thunderstorm is one of the very few invoke runes that enables you to do so. Any card that searches Thunderstorm, therefore, is suspect for playability. So Titano Strikes, Thunderstorms, Brontiglow Supercharged, Supercell, and Funglow all could show up in our top 16 depending on how these matches play out. So to A-Drive, I apologize. Brontiglow is broken.
This is actually, I think, such a good sign for the future of the live stream meta. There were so many exciting metas previously, like Moonrise is one that we still talk about because you never knew what was going to make it to finals. You never knew what you were going to see. And that's a format that many times people have said, you know, I don't think we ever really figured it out. And who knows, live stream might be the same. There are just so many strategies, so many options, all of which, when I see them in action, I say, oh, this is the best deck in the room. And then you see another one and you say, wait a minute, this might be the best deck in the room. And that just continues happening, it seems, with this format.
If we had spent 100 years in Like a Void ban Moonrise meta, I don't think we would have come close to solving the format.
No.
That was one of the most complex formats of all time.
We ended that format with no idea of what was great, and that's what makes it so good.
When they banned Like a Void, I was like, you know, I can't even tell if this card is good or not. It was, of course. It's very strong. And Like a Void Champion of Tartarus has been suspect for playability as well in the same decks that are playing cards like Rise from the Shadows and Posthumus. I don't know if we have any Lunar Casters in top 16. We, of course, will be able to know that momentarily as we get our deck checks finished. At present, we are just going through the last couple of minutes of behind-the-scenes work in order to get this bracket prepared for you. That work is being done by the incredible staff here at the Kissimmee event. I do want to give a quick shout-out to all of the individuals behind the scenes that have made this thing work. There are so many people that have put in so many hours in order to ensure that this has been a smooth event. And if it feels smooth from your position, that's all you need to know. I know that getting deck checks done this early in the morning also is very taxing. We showed up hours ago to find judging staff already thumbing through lists to make sure that everything was copacetic. I'm excited to watch some casters play very good, clean games, and I'm excited to crown a champion here at Kissimmee.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea who it could be. I do have my hopes, but I also just have my excitement. I don't know. Like, there are some cards I want to win. There are some players I want to win. There are matchups I want to see, which, you know, by the way, I have been making my fantasy bracket on the side. I will post it on socials later on, but I'm just kind of just guessing what this bracket will be. But if I am torn between finals featuring Swolax versus Bean Soldier and versus Bo. Because on one end, who doesn't want to run back? like 2 opens back to back of the same player, and then Bo making finals 3 in-person Elestrals events in a row, both would be incredible. Being Soldier, being a player who is so one of the most accomplished players in this entire game, but has not had an in-person event in that echelon right there. So we'd love to see him on the main stage. But then you have newcomers. Sin Sally, someone who showed up in top 16 at Dallas, fantastic player. What is it? Cinder Shade with the list that they're bringing. We get to see them pop up. Gatsby, a player who's always been around that echelon of the top brass and could be pushing through right now. I would love to see somebody new push through today. Like it's exciting. I cannot wait to see it happen.
One of the casters that I'm really excited to see, and I hope that we can see from in the bracket, is Sunflower.
Yes.
They're on a list that, again, I think you
I don't
mentioned
think we
this earlier.
can spoil it, but
Yeah,
it is
nobody
really
expected
something.
this, and I really, really hope that we can hear from them. I think that would be really great. But as you mentioned, there are so many possibilities, so many matchups, so many stories to be told today, and I really cannot wait to see which one we end up getting to see unfold.
I actually got to talk a little bit to Sunflower's testing circle, the Code Collective, and they spoke specifically about their experience testing with Sunflower. Said some of them did make top 16 on Solar, and they said, we learned pretty early that Solar is probably the best deck in the format, with the exception of Sunflower, who we couldn't seem to take games off of. Like we didn't get it. Like no one else could pilot their deck, no one else was seeing success with it, but we just couldn't crack it. So they played it, and obviously it's paid off. I hope we will see it.
Go on, Greg.
This feels a little bit like the conversation we were having around Bo in
Yeah,
Dallas.
no one
where
knows how to make this Heliolith Argo
No.
deck work except for Bo, who wins every event
It's
with
just
it. Yeah.
magic in her hands. And here we have Sunflower, who, again, just this deck that if you look at it, you are going to say, oh, live stream? This is in live stream top 16, one of the biggest events we've ever had. Okay. But I'm very excited about it.
We're going to have a good time.
That's what makes this game so great, is that everyone, and not just card games are amazing. Elestrals are fantastic because you can have an idea that works for you that no one else will ever understand. Of course, if you're building a deck and you're brand new to the game or you don't have that much experience, go on a nut deck, fill it out, try it out. But do not be afraid. As a matter of fact, I encourage you, I expect you to adjust the deck to your liking. Find out the ratios that work for you. Find out the cards or unique tech picks that people may be underestimating and try to get the most out of it. You could be the one to break through with a brand new strategy. You were talking just the other day about how on a whim you randomly came up with a Fire Werewolf.
Yeah, during a break on the Dallas Open, it was a Shuret innovation. We were like, I just don't want to play Equilinx. Kinleo is such a cool card. We have a nice
Exactly.
art. No, I'm very excited to see what comes, not only as a result of this top 16, but as a result of individuals brewing with the understanding of decks that we've garnered from this event. After this event, you'll have opportunities to play in future premieres, either through the Elestrals Play Network or in your local scenes. And how will you integrate the lessons learned from Kissimmee into your own deck building? I know I am leaving this event a lot of ideas brewing, and I will definitely be considering some of the stuff that we've seen today.
So you know what's messed up for me? I came here with ideas I couldn't quite cook through yet. So I have a lot more things I want to look through. But hey, October 11th, the upcoming Premier Tournament is the best play to get some in-person play in competition play testing action. So make sure you guys come through October 11th. Registration is available now and the QR code is on your screen. I want y'all to come through. I want to be watching and see what y'all are doing in this amazing game. I want to see what's going to be new between Kissimmee and the webcam premiere. And don't forget, that will be the first time y'all can start getting the Premier Pack 2 cards, which is a fantastic stellar chase for everybody.
Yeah, entering this event will get you entry, including these Premier Packs. Topping will get you more. These events are a lot of fun, and also they get you a shot at Worlds points for the World Tournament that's coming up. Winning one of these Premier events will let you punch your ticket right there, but even performing well will get you the necessary points to get closer to that ever more present World event. I am super excited for that. Obviously, it's a little far off in the future, but I just can't wait to see what players are able to go and what decks they expect to bring.
This is an exciting time because as we get later in the season, there are casters who, if they even so much as make top 32, even top 64, they're going to qualify for Worlds. And it's very exciting to see this list flush out and say, okay, these are the players that we're going to be seeing. This is what Worlds is going to look like. And as we continue going, more and more people are going to qualify. Hopefully after this event specifically, we're going to have a lot more. And I know that I am personally going to leave Kissimmee saying, I need more Elestrals action. Thank goodness October 11th is just around the corner. So I hope to see you all there. If you have been watching this weekend and having a great time and feeling inspired to cast, that could be a perfect time. We also have an Elestrals store locator if you are an in-person kind of player, or if you just want to find a local scene, grow a community. There's a QR code on screen right now there for you to help you locate your closest stores.
I am very privileged to be able to make content for a living, and as a result, I really prefer to play in person. When I'm at the computer, usually that's for work. And I'm blessed.
Agreed.
I'm blessed to have a local store near me, Comics to Astonish, which does incredible events. These local events are the lifeblood of any card game, and Elestrals is no different. It's a mechanism not only to play with the cardboard that you have sleeved up, but also to be a part of a community, to make friends, to meet individuals who also love playing this game that we all get to enjoy together. Admittedly, I get to play in so few online events because I cast so many that all of my Worlds points have been gotten through these local events, things like store regionals, and I'm just about halfway there. I haven't got to play in any of these, and I'm still about halfway there. I may or may not see you at the World Tournament, folks.
I would love to talk about the prizing, speaking of the qualifying for Worlds, the prizing of everybody is competing for today. We have so many, we already talked about the top 16 card. The Saipong looked absolutely beautiful. Cannot wait to see who I can get one off of. Let me talk to y'all. But the prizing page, we're going to be, what was it, the Lockagon as well. Everybody's going to be earning some qualifier points. We know Bean Soldier, how many qualifier points is he going to have by the end of this event? Already sitting at like 800.
I was going to say he's at about 800 right now.
So right now,
necessary to qualify.
He's at least at 50, up at 900 about now with getting at least 16th place. You go up from there, and of course you get 16 boosters, which I'm assuming is going to be of live stream. You win one round, you get 5th to 8th place. You're getting 75 qualifier points and a whole box of assuming live stream, 24 packs. 4th place goes to 150 points along with 3rd place. 4th place gets 48 packs, booster packs, and 3rd place gets 72. 2nd place goes to 200 qualifier points and 96 booster boxes along with the cards you see on your screen. Those spirit bundles are beautiful. I've been trying to get as many as I could. They are fantastic. And the champion world invite, 250 qualifier points, 6 boxes or 144 booster packs along with the 2 play mats, along with the champion Stellar Lockagon. Honestly, everyone should be on their toes because there's a lot on the line for these casters today.
One victory that we have already had, and I have to shout it out, thank goodness San Sally has gotten the full play set
It's so important.
of the Stellar Sundial.
So important.
I love that for her. It is so deserved. She is the #1 Sundial champion. And you know what? That is a victory that we've already had on this day.
So this is the global leaderboard for the World's points that have currently been collected. Any individual with a ticket next to them has won a premier event, which automatically nets them an invite to the World Tournament. For individuals like Bean Soldier, they didn't need it. Give it to someone else. We've got Bean Soldier, Trishula, Cobalt Sanderson, Perky Bow, Sir Tractor, Adam, Gatsby, Dimax, Julian Shirt, Weathercaster, Shadowstorm, Dooms, Distant Coder, and Rybot. Some of these individuals were here today. Dimax, of course, has advanced in the rankings after a pretty powerful finish. Adam, unfortunately, just bubbled this event. I think ended up 17th or 18th place, trading off with Ari, of all people. There's still a lot on the line for a lot of these players, and you'll notice a lot of the names on here are not the names that are represented in top 16. So for an individual like Sansali, you know, this is a mechanism by which she can get to Worlds without having to do this the premier event grind. There's a lot of opportunities here for a lot of casters.
I think it's going to be a really fun time to see what these casters are doing, and this global leaderboard will adjust very often. The top 5 casters also get a special prize of a travel stipend, so it's a reason to try to keep up your QP, which is why Bean Soldier is grinding out 950 plus QP,
I can't
930
believe
QP.
he's 300 above anyone else.
It's
Over
unreal.
Shouts out to Trishula, by the way, only member of the top 6 without a premier win.
Oh,
I feel so bad for the boy.
we got to bring him back. He's got to get that dub.
Yeah.
And hey, especially with Solar being the best it's ever been, although I guess he can't make use of all his reverse stellars. We'll figure it out later.
It is kind of a Faustian bargain. Solar is finally the best deck, and Trishula was unable to come to this event.
You hate to see it, but we can't wait to see Trishula pop up again here sooner or later. Gatsby, who's in our top 16, we already know like they're already qualified, so they're going for the prizing and all that, which absolutely makes sense.
Huge mistake here, actually, on the graphic. Gatsby should have a ticket as they won a Poison Nectar monthly. I mean, that's so much more important, right?
Oh, well, I mean, there's a qualifier. We can get you an icon for that.
Yeah.
Just put a P in them and
we'll write it. Yeah, we'll write it in MS Paint.
There you go. Well, yeah, absolutely. Just a fantastic list right here. So I cannot wait to see what these casters are doing. And speaking of the casters and see what they're doing, we're going to be watching our round 1 matchups very soon. They have just taken their seat on the stage.
I'm so excited to watch this match. I think we can confirm it is going to be Sanseli's match. These two casters are playing really exciting decks. If you've seen Sanseli at all this weekend, she's been doing the old Magic the Grinder standard where she'll show up to an event with no mat and then just play on an empty board, saucing her opponent the entire time. We watched her 8th round, which was just fantastic, was going to be against the undefeated player still in bracket. It was the pull down, high-low within brackets, and she cleaned his clock. It was incredible. Hopefully she'll be able to repeat that performance here, but her opponent is playing, I mean, we could probably reveal by now, a list that I did not think would make it into top 16.
Not only top 16, but I didn't think it was going to make it in top however many people entered this tournament.
I didn't think it was going to beat registration. Like, I thought it was going to be stonewalled by signing up on the application. It is, in fact, Morfrost.
Yeah.
And, shouts out to Elestriad Season 2, is playing the winning team's Imperawatts.
So that is actually factually inaccurate. I do want to go back and check and make sure that we are clear that Bean Soldier actually was the winner of Elestriad Season 2 and
I'm
actually
hearing
represented
Bean Soldier one. I'm not hearing the Cryo.
Cryo Scorch's PK Sparks' favorite Elestral and team.
He
Let's
actually
go
got up
Cryo
and left,
Scorch.
so we can't make fun of him for this.
Yeah, he was so upset about seeing Imperawat instead of Cryo Scorch on screen.
Do you want to give him one for the VOD? We'll do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Go Cryo Scorch!
Perfect.
Oh, man. All right, so Rylomon, I got a chance to talk to just a little bit. He was flabbergasted he made it into top 16. He came here to have fun and play a deck that he likes. And when it comes to decks that you one-trick, Morfrost is not a bad one. I got a chance to play a little bit of the Spirit Gunslinger, which is being offered today as well. You can just see them in the back of Sanseli's portrait there. They are running on-demand 1v1s to play for the Kissimmee Open exclusive Spirit lineup. The Frost Spirit is guarded behind an individual playing a Morfrost deck, and I lost that match because Chimeriform totally transforms the way this deck plays. It's a house. Courtesy of Terraform being able to prevent individually powerful targeting, Elestrals, and runes. Courtesy of Chimeriform being able to currently refill the hand, something you couldn't always do, translate the advantage from a card like Lycanform into something meaningful, drawing like back row runes that can contest the board. I love Imperawat as like a high end because this deck goes so wide. You can siphon all those spirits and just cast this guy for free. All that said, my money would be 100% on Sanseli. I think she has showed up to this event with the best deck in the room. Testing consistently with Swolax, with Bean Soldier. I was able to hop into a couple of those testing sessions, and she is just head and shoulders above almost every other caster in this room. My money would be on her for sure.
I cannot wait to see. But with that said, the Imperawat is the answer that a lot of people do not have to the Celestlio. Being able to get a full board wipe, which would be incredible to see on stream, admittedly, if we're clip farming here. But I think you're right in terms of just looking at the decks, looking at how they've performed. I mean, I think that everyone who was on this particular brew of solar, this could be incorrect, but I think they almost have a 100% conversion rate. It is
Yeah.
that strong and that potent.
Well,
And
solar was very popular
yeah.
in Swiss, but like you said, the build of solar that's become so popular as a result of Bean Soldier, Swolax, and Sansali's finish, I think all of them converted. I think all the people who
Yeah.
brought that, you are correct, have made it to top cut. It is cool that Celeste Leo is a board wipe and a Parawat is a board wipe, so it's going to be a race to who can blow up the board first.
And it looks like our casters are about to get started here.
Kind of a tough keep for Sansali. I'm checking this. There's a possibility she ships this back. It's got a Nebuleo, which is hard to say no to, but it's also got Temple. It's also got Celestleo in it. I think you can't keep this.
It
Yeah.
looks like we're going for the mulligan here. There are the two solar spirits, and in fact, we are going to be.
I'll be completely honest. I think this is what separates good players from bad players a lot of the time is the willingness to mulligan. It's hard to be like, I'm losing a tenth of my life right now, but it's so important to aggressively ship back these hands. That hand wasn't even bad. It had action turn one, but you want to be finding the Temple off the effect of your Elestrals. You want to be getting to the Celestleo off the Nebuleo, and if she is rewarded with a hand that's like Apollo Corvashine, I mean, it's all going to be worth it, right?
And like you said, this is the separating factor for a lot of players who are good but not great
Celestleo again.
versus fantastic. I mean,
This one's got removal. It looks like it's got Corvashine. I mean, you probably keep this one. It's tougher for sure. It's tougher.
if we can somehow get that Celestleo into the underworld, though, we know that this list plays Rise.
All right, yeah, this makes sense. First turn here, we're just going to draw Expend. We don't have anything to pair with the Corvashine. Sansali going to the Spirit Deck to see what she can do. We actually have the Earthquake as well. Looks like we're just going to set one and pass back. Rylamon, let's see if we can get a peek at his hand. It's going to begin with a Lichen form. This Morfrost deck can really mulligan aggressively, but the only thing you really care about finding is that Lichen form. If you can find it, your entire deck is online, and you get so many more draws courtesy of Chimera form that it doesn't really matter what your opener looks like.
And we are getting this Morfrost engine running here. This, of course, with Bat and everything, tends to be more of a reactive play, and considering Sansali was able to say, you know what, I need to just build up my hand a little bit, Rylamon is simply preparing for that. The second Lichen firing off here, we're going to be going and searching out more Morfrost forms, which means that no matter what San has, Rylamon is likely going to have a pretty decent answer for.
Yeah, this is a toughie. Getting that Bat here. Correct art of the Bat, by the way. I'm actually just now realizing we're playing 1-1 in terms of the Bat arts. That's obscene, honestly. So because we have a Chimera form and we have multiple copies of the Morfrosts, we're going to be able to go ahead and cast that Chimera form, start pitching bats in order to go very wide with these Lichen forms that are already in the underworld, and we're going to get to refill our hand as well. A Gorgon's Gaze here would be, it's kind of hard. Is it good? You know, not necessarily, because the bat's still going to trigger. All it's going to prevent is one draw, and you probably don't go all in for that reason. But it also is rough to see that you are probably going to take 2 to 3 points of damage here off the continued access of these individual cards.
Yeah, and Rylamon is simply going to continue building up this hand. We have the 2 back row set here, and we are going to just take these 2 spirits of damage. However, this solar deck can turn things around in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of games in which the solar player just passed a couple of turns in a row. They're like, I don't really want to do anything. And then absolutely walled an opponent off a Corvashine Apollo play. Looks like we are going to cast something here. It looks like that Corvashine. Yeah, we did find it. Great stuff. Corvashine's a fantastic blocker, especially against Morfrost. There aren't too many cards that beat it. Going to be eating a PTA here, unsurprisingly. Just like Astrap, a fantastic mechanism to deploy this PTA against a defensive threat like Corvashine, but it also does not solve the outstanding problem, which is we get to Solar Burst. Because the Corvashine remains on the field after PTA, we are going to get to foretell those extra cards. So there's the Apollo, there's the Temple, and there's the Glimbat. Okay, we did find what we were looking for here.
And
tough pick.
Okay, so we have an interesting run of cards coming down the pipeline here.
Going to go for the Glimbat. Down goes the Chimera form. Of course, we know that Rylamon has another Chimera form in hand, so they're going to try it again next turn. But the Glimbat means that we can keep a Nova Core live for the remainder of the game if we're able to find it. And since we revealed a Nova Core, we can stack it at the top if we so desire. We may be taking a lot of damage here because this Corvashine will go to the Underworld, and then Rylamon will be able to go wide with 3 more Frosts minimum. But on the crackback, we are going to be able to put up a pretty fantastic offense.
And with all of these Morphrost flooding the field, Sansally really does need to keep this under control, because the more Morphrost that flood the field, the more opportunity that Rylamon has to potentially siphon and ascend into an Imperilwatt. And as we said, this is kind of a race to see who gets to the board wipe first. And the way that we need to control the other opponent from getting there is making sure that the boards don't get out of hand by doing things like PTAing this Corvashine, by solar bursting the Chimera form. So hopefully we're able to keep those under control.
I'm interested to see how he deploys the Imperilwatt, because at present it seems like the game plan kind of eats itself. We're trying to tempo out an opponent by removing their individual cast every turn while going very wide with Morphrosts, but in that position, a card like Imperilwatt is never going to be particularly good. You don't expect yourself to be so behind that it'll be necessary. Inversely, Nebuleo into Celestleo is very powerful, largely because this solar deck takes hits early from decks like this, and then can convert a Celestleo into a board wipe that's game-winning instead of just pushing an advantage you already have. That'll all depend on how the next couple of turns shake out. Again, Senseily's not in a fantastic place here. Could very much lose this game. I think may actually be expecting to, but it'll all hinge on this turn. Here we get to go for the Morphrost Chimera form. If we have a Gorgons, we have to do it now. Yeah.
Yep, there is the Gorgons.
It's tough, too, because you still get to discard for cost. You don't perform the draw function, and then you can reanimate the other Chimera form and then use that Chimera form to draw cards. So all you're preserving here is a draw, and you're taking a damage too. And the Kione might actually be lights out, returning this copy of Bat in order to pitch off the Chimera form, draw, and then reanimate the last remaining Lichen form in Graveyard. We're going to fill up our Elestral row here.
This is one of the first times that we have actually seen Kione be implemented into a Frost list. Oftentimes it is overlooked, but this is exactly the kind of strategy that Kione really enables and is really good. And look at the state of this board right now.
Yeah, it's rough. It looks like we did not find any more back row runes, though, so we only have the one. It's probably got to be Gorgons if we want to stave off this Nova Core push. And importantly, we don't have access to Abominable. A-Bomb form is kind of the only way this deck has to beat the Temple of the Sun setup, which otherwise is really going to be a problem. I'm holding the Glimbat here because you don't want to commit to the Temple of the Sun. I'm going to go Winjin here. Oh, this might actually do something really fantastic. So, of course, we know the top of the deck here because we just foretold off that Corvashine. Senseily's going to be able to add whatever she wants to the deck. From the deck to her hand. I imagine she'll reveal a Glimbat here. Gorgons. Oh, or the removal spell. Wow, that's incredible.
That's exactly what it is.
Going to go ahead and grab that, the Solar Bomb. And then, of course, the Winjin's effect triggers, allowing her to ascend into a copy of Tornadin. Fantastic part about this deck is that it is so built that you can get a 3-spirit package for back row, healing, or removal. And here we are, I imagine, going to go for the healing, which usually looks like Ambrosia, Guardian, Kathmel.
And there comes the Tornadin. I love the little chibi Tornadin that we see here. And
I'm a full art sucker, but the chibi one is very cute.
Yeah, I think we will be seeing the expend for the effect of Tornadin. And like you said, it is likely that we're going to see some healing. And I mean, this is exactly what the Solar List does, where it seems like it's so over, then in fact we're so back. We have not only the Solar Burst.
That's the downside. We are at 5.
That is true. This has been a quick game. However, Rylamon is at 8, and as long as we can get this board under control through things like Solar Burst, we are going to get it back to a more serviceable position.
All right, revealing here, we're going to see no Corvashine, so we do have to naturally hit it. There's a Plucky. That's sufficient. Nebuleo, way better. We can go Plucky here in order to grab Apollo for future turns. Senseily just making a decision here. It's a tough one for sure. We are going to go for Plucky. What are we hitting? I imagine one of the Chimeras.
And that's exactly what we go for here. And we have not yet seen the effect of the Tornadin.
No.
So that is something that Senseily still has access to.
So the effect of the Tornadin is one of the very few effects in the Solar deck that can perform a shuffle function. There's actually not too many ways. Oh, and the shield here might actually just be lights out. Looks like we are going to scoop it up there. Just too much, too fast for Senseily. Wasn't even willing to go for the Tornadin there to keep her on a higher spirit count. Doing so might get you a Kathmel or a Guardian, but doesn't guarantee an out to the existing problem. Here we're just going to be able to cycle back the bat off the Kione for the Chimera form to draw a card to reanimate, and we're at 4 with 4 damage on board. That looks like it is going to be game.
I am thinking that I'm with you. There may have been too much value put on possibly that Gorgon's Gaze that was in the Foretell, and stacking that and hoping that we could get it into the next turn, but at this point with that shield, there is just nothing to defend Sansali from this incredibly wide board state. And game 1 goes to Rylomon.
That looked textbook. I mean, it really was a totally dominant performance from the Morfrost deck, but looking at the final life totals, you know, Rylomon was at 4 to Sansali's 0. Despite the fact that this Frost deck is so absolutely efficient, it's not free. You know, you do have to pay spirits to cast your Elestrals and their associated cards. So for that reason, I think Sansali is a lot less overwhelmed than she otherwise would be. There's a lot you can take out against this strategy as well. This deck is very in on Morfrost Terror form. For that reason, you probably can shave like Gorgon's Gaze. It seems weird, but this is one of the very few matchups in which I think it's actually not particularly good. We saw in that match that it was able to contest the draw of a Chimera, but Chimera could still activate its effect, which enabled the bat to bring back the other Chimera and go off even further. So if we board out of that, if we board out of some of the slower elements in this deck, and we prioritize healing, then maybe we can make it work.
Yeah, and even if we get something like Resting on Your Laurels in here that can take care of these wide boards without it being too much of an investment, I mean, we saw how quickly Rylomon was able to get ahead in terms of spirits represented on the board, and anything that can keep us from falling too far behind is absolutely paramount.
Actually, okay, now that she is boarding, I think we can probably safely say this. I was being a little facetious when it came to the activation of the Tornagent. So you would probably go for the Tornagent activation to try and spike an Ambrosia there so that you're not out of the game. Sansali is not playing Ambrosia main. The heal package in the main is Kaufmel, Drataya, and Guardian. Because Ambrosia isn't a solar Elestral. It makes your Foretells so much worse, your Solar Blasts so much worse. In matchups where you feel you may need an Ambrosia, she will board into it, and I think we just saw her throw a couple of copies in alongside Pandora's Box, a card that makes perfect sense against Lycan form.
That does make a lot of sense here, and with this next round, I mean, it just shows, I don't think that I have seen a Solar Burst be missed, and
No.
clearly it has, this deck has been built with that in mind and just has been performing fantastically. And as we talked about, these casters have been looking at siding patterns, have been looking at their opponents and saying, what do I need to do to adjust for these lists? And hopefully the strategy will see Sansali through to a game 3.
I mean, it's a tough one, of course. Depends on the open. This Morfrost deck kind of lives and dies by its opener. Ooh, I think she's picked up one too many cards there, perhaps? Yeah, she did. I'm sure they'll have to rectify that real quickly. She's like, how did I get to 6? Put this card on top of my deck. Check it with the judges real quick. Yeah. Thankfully, we have the footage so we can know what the 6th card was. That may influence mulligan decisioning, so I imagine she'll get a warning or something similar for that. Hopefully it's not a game loss, so we can still check this out.
Yep. Good thing we have a judge right there, always able to say, okay, what's the situation? I've been watching this entire time, and get us back to a good board state.
Shouts out to the judging staff as well. They've been working their hearts out all weekend. It's been really incredible as someone who knows Giant Skyhawk to see him fly to such incredible heights. He is one of the most reliable people I've ever met, and it's unsurprising to see that he has been able to so fluidly transition to a role in telling players that they're playing wrong.
And this particular event, I think the judge staff has really...
They've been so
yeah.
backs against the wall. First week of a new set, the cards are more powerful than they've ever been. They've been disseminating information, rulings, standardizing effects, and admitting to everyone like how stuff works when it works.
And they have been doing a fantastic job. And I mean, as we've seen, things appear to be running smoothly. And it was mentioned earlier in the stream, if that is the case, it is because there is a team of people behind the scenes making it so.
Mm.
So we're just deliberating over all of these cards and making sure that we can get back to a fair game state.
Yeah, real quick, going to look through the cards and the deck. One's being returned, and I think the 5 here. I think they are shuffling the deck once again because the Knowledge Plucky is on top. Can pretty radically transform your keep decision. You know, if you know you have access to Apollo, then maybe you keep a different grip. One that has a Core of a Shine, but nothing with which to pay it off, for instance. So it looks like it is going to be added back. I imagine she'll be receiving a warning for that, and it looks like play will resume momentarily. This keep decision is going to be very important for Rylomon. Anything, of course, with Lycan form, let alone multiples, as there were last time, is going to be an immediate snap pick. But this deck really can brick. You know, it's playing Bat, it's playing Scorpion, it's playing A-Bomb and Chimera. You can open a Chimera and 4 back row. That's nothing. You know, that's a neck rough pass.
It does. We haven't seen Rylomon's hand here. I am curious if we're going to have as explosive of a first turn as we did last time.
Well, as I said, this deck is very spirit efficient. You know, they mostly play 1 cast Elestrals. They mostly add to hand by virtue of expending exactly 1 Frost. And for that reason, you can be really aggressive with mulliganing. Playing more Frost, you can mull legitimately 3 or 4 times and still walk with it.
And it looks like we are just making sure that everything is settled here and that both of our casters are on the same page.
I imagine just checking to see if Sanseli has received any warnings like this in previous rounds, which would influence if it's upgraded to a major.
And we are just going to be resolving this here and possibly going to be getting a time extension, which we will be able to relay to you all watching at home as soon as we know. And
ooh, I'm happy to announce we have an extension button down there. If you check in the bottom right that says round timer, if an extension is added, you will know because it will show up. Exciting. New technology. All right,
Always
we're taking a look at this
innovative.
grip. It's a hard keep for Sanseli. That Celestleo has shown up once again, this time paired with a Rise. So if we can figure out a way to get that Celestleo into the graveyard, we can win on like turn 2. She looks like she has kept, so we may have one. And we're going to expend to draw first turn, probably. Usually the play in these solar decks, so much of their deck is 2-card combos. Nebuleo, the hit there. We're going to set 1 and pass. All right, let's see how many Lycan form are in the grip. That was a snap pick. I do see at least one. Going for the Nog first and foremost, trying to find enablers. Lycan form's a card that you're always going to be adding, but you don't want to deck thin because you actually do want additional Morphrosts in hand to influence how you wield the Lycan form. As opposed to a deck like Bears, where you would just fire the Lycan form before you use your draw spells.
And there goes the Lycan form. We're going to be going in and searching out 2 other Morphrosts, likely the Chimera that we saw so much from, and possibly Bat.
Yeah, there's Bat. There's Chimera.
Yep.
You hit it on the nose. Rylomon kind of chuckling to himself. Any hand that includes a Lycan form, of course, is incredibly good, but it's not too difficult to find, courtesy of cards like Narpoon, which I think we actually also saw in Rylomon's hand.
This is such a small thing, but I am always astounded by people who can do the bridge shuffle with these cards when they're sleeved. It is
freaky. I don't like it.
It's beyond me and my ability to even comprehend how to go about doing. But Rylomon, that was I'm impressed. So.
All right, we are going for the Lycan form here. We're going to draw a card.
Okay, and casting back from the underworld. This is looking like a complete one-for-one replay of the last game, even down to the 2 set cards.
And Sanseli's thinking about the set card. I wonder what the set card would have to be.
I think exactly Tsunami
Yeah.
would be what would bring value in this situation, which, I mean, against this kind of board, I could see if that was a sideboard option bringing it in, but I'm not quite sure if that fits in a solar list like this.
Going for Nebuleo here. This is a foretell without the added Corvishine benefit. Hard one from Rylomon. You want to Poison Tipped Arrow this, which I think Rylomon is thinking about, but it's a tough PTA because if it sticks and then hits, you feel like an idiot. So instead, we're just going to deploy a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent that foretell. That Gorgon's Gaze being used defensively is actually really good news for Sanseli because the Nebuleo's attack modulates based on how many solar spirits are on the field. So if we can follow it up with something like an Apollo or a Temple of the Sun, we can put Rylamon in a position where they actually have to have a second Gorgons to out it. They are just going to pass back, go for the Cryoblast here, really elegant out to this card. And we may not have another Chimera form at present, but we do have more Morphrost. Oh, we do have another Chimera form, actually. Forget that.
And I believe an Earthquake was deployed to take care of that Chimera form there.
Yeah.
It was a very swift deployment of the Earthquake. I don't think it even touched the board. But
an A-bomb here. Thankfully not the bat, which means we don't get another Chimera, but probably expecting to see one momentarily. This is where this Morphrost deck can kind of stall. Like, this is a powerful attack and an impressive board state. Sanseli is at 12 to Rylamon's 11 and is currently facing down a 5. You know, that is not impossible to beat, and certainly less impossible to beat when we have a card like Plucky to deploy. Do we have the second Gorgons? This is a really fortuitous Plucky.
And it does look like the Plucky is coming out here. Going to be going...
The PTA is not the out you want. Rylamon is really forcing the issue here and saying, I have to aggro you down. Telegraphing maybe like an Ambrosia in hand. Like, I am going to win a Spirit Race because I have healing. I think if you're Sanseli, you're totally fine with that. Maybe that set card is like a Guardian of Light is why it hasn't been deployed yet. And for that reason, you know, you would say, sure, fine, whatever. Do what you want to do with respect to PTA. Are we even firing the Apollo here? I think we might.
I mean, this is really the problem in the debate with PTA. Of course, removal is good, but Plucky was able to get its effect off. We have Apollo on board. And Sanseli got all the value that she wanted out of that. And seeing the Nebuleo. See the Solar Burst
Nebuleo
and Shield coming
Solar
down.
Burst. That's quite good.
Yeah, this is exactly the answer that San wanted to see. And exactly why, again, PTA, not a perfect answer.
He is going to pay it out. Down to 9 for Rylamon. We'll go down to 6 on Sanseli's side. And we do see a peek at that Ambrosia in hand. Looks like we have one other back row rune as well. Maybe another PTA. But everything else in the hand looks kind of stinky. I'm seeing an A-bomb. I'm seeing a Scorpion form. Yeah, I think Expend a Draw is the right move here.
Looks like Cryoblast as well.
Nog. Are we really going down to 6 to draw more Frosts? If we find a bat, we're endlessly rewarded, but who knows?
We are simply going to be healing up there. I don't know if that's to justify using the Nectar of the Gods, or...
Well, I wasn't gonna, but I'm at 10 again.
Yeah, so now it feels a little bit better. It seems like we are simply just going to swing for damage here. Or no, we're checking the spirit counts. Yep, there is the Nectar of the Gods.
And in this Morphrost deck, you just drown your opponent in advantage. This is not a position Sanseli's particularly afraid of, I'd imagine. If they find a couple of relevant back row runes, it could matter. I am seeing a shield.
And it looks like Scorpio was also one of the draws.
Frostrix? Oh, this could be a really big turn. It's hard to say for sure. Going for the Chimera form here, Sanseli goes sure. Pitching the Scorpion, we will draw a card. It is a Lycan. That is a really good one. So now we're going to go Lycan, go down to 7. We will grab a Bat and one other Elestral. Maybe Bat A-Bomb. I think he's just thumbing through to see what he still has. Bat for sure.
Oh, and another Chimera form.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then we will deploy from the hand this Frostrix to get back the Chimera form, which we can use to pitch the Bat and get all 4 of our Elestral Zone slots online. That's all well and good, right? Like a very powerful play for sure. And Sanseli will take 4 and go down to 5. To do this play, Rylamon has to go down to 4.
And we do know, based on that foretell from the Apollo, that Sanseli not only has removal, but also Nebuleo, so possibly some...
Just got to get a little lucky.
Yeah, some real forward momentum here.
Looks like we found a Kione there. That's good, but like you only have 4 slots. Rylamon down to 3 off this push. It's a shield set.
You can afford to shield exactly one thing.
Yeah.
And hope that the Elestrals that have been established on the board stay established.
Yeah.
But that is about all that's left to do, of course, unless we see an Imperilot at some point. which I
Even
do-
something like shielding an A-bomb puts Rylomon in a really tough spot. Looks like she's taking them all. It's got to be Guardian. I legitimately can't imagine it's anything but Guardian.
So we see the expends here. Wind
Giving
Spirit's
up on
going.
the Windjin Dream.
Which Windjin is one of those engines that, of course, it's so helpful, but it also is just kind of there to eat back.
Oh wow, I did not realize we had Corvishine. So we're in a position now where we can deploy the Corvishine, get the Solar Burst, the A-bomb form guaranteed, then sit behind a 5 defense Elestral permanently. It's a really tough position to say I'm going to be defensive here. Going PTA here is like really bad too. It puts Rylomon at 1.
And that is exactly what we see deployed here. And again, it really comes down to Rylomon saying,
Pulling off the Lycan form makes sense. Yeah, that's good.
okay.
Okay, now what do? We get Apollo for 6 here. Do we have heal? If we have any Ambro or something, Sensei probably walks with it, but if we don't, we are in a tough spot. All right, we are going to go for the Solar Burst.
Okay.
I imagine the A-bomb.
This is going to be a foretell of 7 because of the effect of
There's
Corvishine.
one.
There's Plucky. We have
There's
hit
Guardian,
1
Leo Bright, Novacore, Windjin.
and Windjin. Okay. So
Tuffy, the Windjin could be a great way to get back into the game, but we just don't have the spirits to justify it. Looks like we are taking the Leo Bright here. Stacking the Leo Bright means we can kind of win on the crackback with Nebuleo, but I mean, this game is going to be determined by the 2 remaining spirits on Rylomon's side regardless. And Sensei taking pretty copious notes here as well. You are allowed, of course, to note take in Elestrals, and makes sense in a deck that includes a ton of foretells.
yeah, that is one that I personally know that I would not be able to sit and remember every single card that I have foretold. And that is, of course, critical information.
Oh, you know what I just realized? There is another line. So Sensei is at 3 here. If we... Oh, this is tough. If we cast Rise off of the Corvishine and the Apollo, we can reanimate the Leonite and get to... Oh,
I think
we are
that
doing
might
this?
be exactly what is happening
Oh,
here.
no.
Yep.
I did look at the Rylomon's face. What?
See, this is why I love
checking this.
having
It's-
the reaction cameras for our players.
Here's the scary part, though, is we know the set card is Shield, and Shield here does win the game for Rylomon.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, it
at
had
Shield.
to be Shield,
Sand
but it
says
was.
you got it.
Sand goes down, and Rylomon head on the hand says,
Oh
no
my
way. I am
goodness.
similarly shocked. That's unbelievable. Took it in 2 decisive games with 2 incredible hands. He can't believe that he's done it either. Oh my goodness. That's all the spirits remaining in order to pay out that Shield of Achilles.
Mhm.
And the 2 Morphrosts will get in for lethal. Rylomon is your first top 8 and is literally shaking at the
Literally,
possibility of this
hands
win.
are shaking. And as we saw, held on to that Thunder Spirit until
Yeah.
the very end, hoping for, I imagine, a top deck of the Imperilot.
Yeah, that's so funny. Oh my goodness. Sensei just 2 games in a row, a couple of spirits behind, an Ambro or something would have totally changed the game here, but not enough. Morphrost got off to too fast of a start, and as a result, she will go down in top 16. Still a huge finish for her, even if it wasn't, I imagine, the finish that she wanted.
And on top of that, I mean, both games came down to a final shield and
Yeah.
whether or not Rylomon had it. Both times that was the case.
Mhm.
Huge congratulations to both of our casters, and of course to Rylomon moving on to top 8.
Morphrost in top 8. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined it. That deck looked pretty powerful. I mean, we will see how it fares in the rest of Top Cut. Certainly, it wins games not because its matchup spread is particularly good, but because every deck has the potential to stumble. A deck like Lakagon, a deck like Solar, I mean, in the matches that we watched, yes, those decks are incredibly powerful and don't brick often, but even a couple of turns back, maybe deploying a Corvishine on 3 instead of 2, maybe rising late game instead of early game, can put you in a position where you've just taken 8 damage from 4 Morfrosts 2 turns in a row.
And really what that came down to in that last game was the decision to deploy that Nog, which of course in that game state felt a little bit bad, but
Did
with the
draw
Ambrosia,
into the shield.
It drew into not only the shield, but I believe also getting us back into the Morfrost package, being able to flood the board and having all of those Elestrals represented there and that much damage each game or each turn really did cinch that. So, I mean, clearly this is something that Rylamon has been doing both days here, knowing exactly when to be aggressive. I mean, we were talking about that at the beginning of the last game where it's like, oh my goodness, we see PTA after gaze, after every single answer here. And Rylamon clearly just knowing against a deck like this, I need to answer everything and answer it quickly and make sure that I can back it up with a board presence.
I mean, we obviously are a little biased in favor of Sanseli, but I don't think we can really discount that Rylamon played exceptionally well and was rewarded for it, definitely. They'll be moving on to top 8, still in contention for those incredible prizing that Ladagon, or the Locagon serialized. I mean, I'm super excited to see if they're able to go all the way. It would be amazing if the story of this event was everyone brought their cool new decks and then lost to Morfrost.
Yeah, it feels very similar to the story of Dallas, where it's like, what do you mean it's Heliolith?
I mean, I hate to say it. The first event of the Firestorm season was the Poison Nectar Monthly, and it was won by Bean Soldier playing Morfrost. First week, Morfrost feels unbeatable.
And maybe this is something that Rylamon looked at and said,
yeah, I could do that.
With new Morfrost support? Absolutely.
I mean, we saw the way Chimera works lines up so beautifully against the suite of back row runes that are just everywhere. The counter runes like Poison Tipped Arrow and Gorgon's Gaze do next to nothing against this strategy, just by virtue of the fact that all of the powerful Elestrals in that deck activate their effects in the graveyard. The Lycan form, the Bat, those are underworld Elestrals, and as a result, there's not a lot that deals with them elegantly. We are going to grab you a winner's interview with Rylamon momentarily, where we will probably ask him to to see how hype he could get about his finish. But until then, anything you want to say?
Chimera form is insane.
Chimera form forever.
Yes.
We'll see you in just a sec.
And I am here with Rylamon, our newest winner, and the only confirmed so far on stream member of the top 8 of the Kissimmee Open. You got to tell me how you're feeling right now. I mean, we got to see that reaction on stage.
Handshaking a little bit. I was like, okay, we'll just X3 and then we'll just get to face A drive, and I ended up winning and I only lost to only my team members, and it was like, okay, so I guess my local guys are good, and then I just get top 16. I'm like, what? Top 16? And then I'm like, okay, well, I will lose the first game, and then we get to enjoy the rest of the day. And then I just drew double like in game 1, and then I drew everything I needed, and just Morfrost goes so wide and so fast. Like, I'm playing it, it's like, I know this type of stuff. 20 years of card games? Like, makes sense. I just had it, and I'm just like, I don't know how. If I lose, I'll go how Swolax had said. I've done good. If I lose, then I did great. But if I keep going, who knows? But, man, I'm just shocked.
Well, even more impressive, we were just talking before we went on camera here, and you said this is your third
ever premiere. Just because I couldn't do work and such, but I'm like, you know what? I guess I'm goated.
And not only that, but remind me of your 2 previous experiences.
It was a digital premiere in Frostfall where I just joined the game, terrible deck, did terribly, and then it was in Daybreak, I made top 8, beating you, and then Bean Soldier knocks me out top 8, and I'm like, you know what? If it's going to be anyone, it had to be Bean Soldier, and then now this.
And here you are, and I have to ask, because at the end we saw the flash of the Thunder Spirit being saved until the end. Were you looking for an Imperawatt Siphon Ascension?
So Imperawatt is really good in Morphos because they go so wide, and it just blows up the board. It's I don't know how. Chorus Scorch had his time. It's Imperawatt's time, and it works. I don't know how, but it just works.
Was it in hand?
It was in hand game 2, and I was like, I could, but then they just went all in. I'm like, well, I have a shield. I think I win this. What the heck?
You had the exact number of spirits that you needed for that shield, no matter what the answer was. I mean, expertly played the entire time. The deployment of the Nog when you chose to do it, we could tell there was maybe a bit of deliberation of maybe later in the game, Nectar of the Gods, not so great, but of course you were rewarded with that exact shield that won you the game.
Yeah.
And now you're in top 8. I really hope that we hear from you again. Morfrost has been going crazy for you, which, I mean, incredible performance all day today. Thank you so much for talking with me, and best of luck in the rest of your run.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, let's do this.
My bracket has been busted. Round 1 is already gone. Y'all do not understand the matchups and knockouts that have happened in this top 16 already. Sin Sally, y'all watched on stream, and that was insane. But the matches I got to watch off screen, the amount of 2-0s in this top 16 cut, absolute cutthroat, MBT.
It's actually shocking. We were finished in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Very, very fast top 16 for sure. And that speaks a lot to the skill of the players involved. Not a lot of decisions having to be made on the fly. Everyone knew what their opponent was up to. But it also speaks to the strength of some of the strategies that we saw. Incredibly fast decks like Morfrost that we were very privileged to watch in the last match, but also duelists who were playing cards like Corvishine, which take a long time to resolve, but don't take particularly long to win. We have our top 8 from this position, and let me tell you, it's a pretty diverse top cut.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait to go into this breakdown for you guys. This top 8 is so spread out, and you cannot pick a winner. We have Swolax going over Rybot 2-1 to meet Axure in top 8. We have Evo Ramp winning over Pope 2-1 to meet Rylomon, who won 2-0. Bean Soldier 1-2-1 over Gatsby to meet Care, who went 2-0 over Scary Dinosaur. Bo 2-0 over Vilk will meet Ash Winters, who defeated Cindershade 2-0. So besides Swollen Rybot and Bean Soldier and Gatsby, who are absolutely fighting for their lives right now, this top 8 has been a slaughter.
I'm really excited to Scary Dinosaur lost. That was really freaking me out. I'll be honest, a lot of these are to be expected. Swolex versus Akshar is actually really rough for Akshar. They played yesterday in the last round of Swiss, and unfortunately, Akshar spoke about how he thought he really had a 0% win rate versus Swolax's Brew, so he'll get to test that right now. Similarly, Bean Soldier and Kier played in the 6th round of Swiss. Bean Soldier and Kier are playing again, which has got to be nerve-wracking for Bean Soldier because he's confided that all of his in-person events have been stopped by a Blizz player high-rolling. That's exactly what Kier's on. Bo advancing is not particularly surprising. Ash advancing is not particularly surprising. But Swolax's top cut opponent, Rybot, was on the exact same list as Bo. So if the two of them keep advancing and maybe a little preparation for a final, Swolax is very excited to play. Shouts out to Rylomon, by the way, holding down the fort with Morfrost. If they go all the way, I will be so excited.
Yeah, Morfrost is a really cool list, can build very wide, very fast. The first deck to even do so, and then they incorporated Cryoling, and then that just kind of snowballed into a whole thing. No pun intended, but absolutely really fun to watch. I'm excited to see what they do in their top 8 matchup versus Evo Vamp, and if they'll be meeting Akshar or Swolax. 2 repeat matches from our Swiss rounds yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal. But our stream matchup will be Bean Soldier and Kier. But right now, I want to talk about the breakdown of our top 8 decks. Look at this spread of lists here that we'll be talking to in just a little bit. We have Josh and his opponent Kier ready to go already. So we'll probably go into that one later. But
you're smiling.
But you remember the breakdown. Talk about our top 8 decks.
Yeah, so in this top 8, we have 3 copies of decks playing Lakagon. Now, I don't feel comfortable calling them Aphrodite decks because the Bo list is almost entirely focused around casting base set Aphoros and performing a draw function, outvaluing an opponent rather than killing them outright, courtesy of Lakagon summoning base set Lakagon. For that reason, I'm going to call that deck Fish, and I know at least one person is on Fish. That's Bo, of course. There are 2 solar casters still remaining, Bean Soldier and Swolax, who believe they have the best deck in the room, and based on what we've seen today, I kind of have to agree with them. And then everything else is a one-of. There is one Dionysus deck playing a Lotagon, there is one Morfrost deck, and there's what you see in front of you, Kier on Iwilly BlueStacks. This deck is horrifying.
Yeah, this list is, it's a high vote, which is exactly what Bean Soldier is worried about. You cannot plan for someone having amazing luck. If BlueStacks rolls phenomenally, if you get Snowlit into Aspral, into BlueStacks, if you reset us Aspral and with a Sisyphus Boulder into a BlueStacks, like what can you really do? But it looks like our casters are ready to go. They are shuffled up and ready to go. They have already drawn their cards, so I think it's time to get into the game. We're going to find out who exactly is going first and go from here. And is that a mulligan to start off? There's a mulligan from Josh and Kier starting off. Makes a lot of sense from Kier. Josh getting a mulligan, you got to be wondering how bad is that for him.
We were able to talk about this a little bit in the Sansela game, but this solar deck can produce hands that are not particularly good. You have to be really aggressive with mulliganing. Bean Soldier's willing to be really aggressive with mulliganing, and the upside of not only playing against Kier yesterday, but knowing Kier personally is Bean Soldier is intimately familiar with this deck and the strategy, and as a result, can mull specifically to cards that are good against BlueStacks. Those cards aren't good against everything. You don't want to be going, PTA for 9. You don't want to be Gorgonsing too often in a deck that can win without it. So based on the results of the draw, based on the results of the hand, I mean, that one looks a lot more keepable from Bean Soldier. And Kier, of course, it could theoretically mulligan 4 or 5 times before it really matters.
I see Apollo, and that's definitely a tablet one. So I'm not sure what that could be.
That's tough.
So Nebulio is okay. So Apollo and Nebulio is not bad for Josh.
No, it's not.
Starting with Apollo from Bean Soldier.
What you really want to open, of course, is Apollo Corvishine. And it looks like we are Apolloing first. You're trying to set up a pretty nice Celestial.
Oh.
Devastating.
Atrocious. You can pull the Celestial with the Nebulio, but double Apollo at the top. That is absolutely rough.
Now, it's not the end of the world. There are a couple of Elestrals in this deck that can perform a shuffle function. Here, the Nebulio can at least keep the Apollos from the top of the deck, which means we can potentially hit something better. Oh,
Solar Burst.
Okay, that's exactly where we want to be. Glimbat can perform that function, performing a shuffle by searching a copy of Temple of the Sun and then shuffling afterwards. And Solar Burst is a card we want to draw. So I imagine what we're going to do here is order the deck in such a way that we're able to do both those things. Now, this is tough for Bean Soldier. Obviously, Nebulio doesn't do the same thing as Apollo. It only gets Leo Bright, Celestleo, and First Light. So for that reason, he's going to have to make a decision between Glimbat and Solar Burst. But, I mean, not too tough of a decision when you're against a deck that really does not resist removal spells well, like BlueStacks. A lot can happen on Kier's first turn, so let's take a quick look at the grip. I believe I see Catarant Morfrost.
I sort of saw an Infrost.
Ooh, new Brummelinx is a really scary beginning.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful card. Marble Frame Brummelinx available in the first Premier pack. Have you picked up your playset of this card yet?
Absolutely did. It was my priority.
Oh,
That artwork is so amazing. And now that Josh sees the Mountains of Boreas, he knows that if I get out my temple, it has one shot. Novacord has to drop as much as possible. So that's a emergency button you need to keep in the back pocket for the last minute. Unless Kier gets a little bit more presumptuous, which I can't see him doing, but maybe he wants the value to try to crash into this Nebulio with it being a 5 attacker right now.
I guess we are.
Wow.
If you're Bean Soldier, you're definitely happy about this. You're going to lose the Nebulio, which is rough, but you do get to trade for a card from your opponents, the Mountains of Boreas for the Glimbat, for the Temple of the Sun. And, oh my god, also gets to exalt us out as well, potentially winning the game on the spot if we're able to find our way to one additional Spirit. And just one back row with a 5-card hand. I mean, that is not the explosive start you want to see from Morfrost. Beginning with that Foretell, there's the Glimbat, of course. We're going to be able to add that. The 2 Apollos staring back at Bean Soldier like the eyes of God. We'll be able to shuffle those by using the Glimbat, and a perfect time to do so because we also contest the Boreas.
The body language from Kier after that exalted, you can just show like, oh, I'm not prepared for this. I am not ready. Bean Soldier is down to 12 spirits to Kier 16, something you got to be aware of. But BlueStacks, just like Solar, is another element that can be really explosive with its spirit usage. So we can see that drop very quickly as Temple of the Sun is pulled into Bean Soldier's hand, letting him know if Novacore is in hand, I can destroy any of your Illustrials with a 6/8 body immediately.
Oh, no.
But a second Nebulio comes through, so now we get to see what the new cards at the top are. Celeste,
Celeste,
Shield,
we get a Leobrite?
Torrigen,
We
and
can't.
Apollo again. No Leonite.
That's 4 kind of tough picks. We, of course, take the Celeste Leo.
That's 2 in hand now, right?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, we want those in the yard so that we can bring them back with a Rise from the Ashes. But right now, the Underworld looks woefully understocked. I wonder if we hold the Temple just to enable a Novacore later. It's not particularly pressing to contest the Mountains of Boreas right now. We do get in for 2. As you said, Kier is feeling a little strange about this opener. Josh's deck can explode at any moment, and Kier is trying to play cognizant of that. You can fall into this trap. Oh, wow. Bouncing the Nebulio. I don't know about that. You can fall into this trap if you are watching endless matches of Dionysus mirrors, right? Frequently, those games come down to a matter of inches, but this is a matchup, Kier versus Bean Soldier, where it will be a matter of miles. One player will explode, and the other one will be exploded upon. And so the spirit math doesn't matter too much, actually. Brummelinks here being brought back. Do we trigger the Brummelinks? This is kind of rough for Josh because it means
Second, Mountains? No, Blizzard Whiteout.
Blizzard, that we're going to have to be able to play through that. And Whiteout is a really fantastic way to beat back the Solar Burst that we know Josh has.
Whiteout being a card that can only be played when an opponent activates an effect that targets a Frost Enchanted Elestral, negates the effect. It's really solid as a way of just counterplaying. But instead, we're sending over the Enfrostics, going to an Eye-Woolly.
All right, let's get the train rolling.
All right, so here we go. Oh, and there's a Cedar Soar under a Mountains of Boreas. Cedar Soar does get the cast that with Double Frost, means that it itself is a 6/4 attacker under a Stadium Rune. And now the Celestial, I mean, do you have a Tsunami set? Likely not.
Yeah, this is tough for sure. Bean Soldier thinking, I don't think you can be too upset about hitting a Cedar Soar off of the mill. I mean, we've seen a lot of cards. You imagine that you would keep a hand that doesn't have Cedar Soars in it, so the percent chance is pretty high. Here we're going to take 3 from Bean Soldier's side. That brings him down to 8 to Kier's 7, but obviously the momentum is in Kier's favor. We have another shot at Nebuleo, which means another shot at Leo Bright, which would almost immediately win the game. And we have one unknown that's just been chilling the entire time. The Blizzard wasn't set here, so I think you have to imagine the set card is also Blizzard.
Solar Burst right now with 2 Celestial in hand. We do have the Tornadin, so we can't send that.
2. Ugh, but that 4 looks miserable. Going for the Eye-Woolly, unsurprisingly. The Cedar Soar's a 4, which means once we cast the Temple of the Sun, the Nebuleo will pressure it. Going for the Nebuleo first so that we get the Foretell.
Trying to get another dude into our hand. Leo Bright would be incredible here.
I mean, it has to be the 4th card. We already know the other 3.
Oh, no. That is not what you want to see.
Miserable reveals.
That's just 4 counter runes. 2, I mean, they're amazing on their own, but 2 Shield, Apollo, and Gaze in your next 4. So you got to find a way to shuffle. If not, just make your hand work right now. You got to protect the Nebuleo with everything that you have because that's all you're going to have for the next 4 turns.
We haven't given him a good shield yet, and thankfully this isn't a shield. That would put Bean Soldier in a really rough position. Kier is now in a rough position. Once this deck, Eye-Woolly BlizzTrix, gets to a low spirit count, it's really hard to do it a second time. Here we're going to go for the Narpoon, and oh no, do we even have? We do have a Leviathan left. I wonder what we're going to get off of it. If you're Bean Soldier, you definitely let this resolve. You're not particularly concerned about it. And one downside to seeing all of the counter runes on top of your deck is your Nebuleo isn't going to resolve, but one upside is you're going to have a check for every single play your opponent makes for the next several turns.
Yeah, we know it's Shield, Gaze, and Apollo. So I imagine, depending on the other 2 back row, you want to stack the Gorgon's Gaze at the top. But pulling out the snow list, so you got to be, so yeah.
Really optimistic. I'm going to say that.
If the Gorgon's Gaze is on top for Bean Soldier, then you're pretty able to just lock that down and give yourself another turn. Here is banking on just a high roll right now, literally.
Asprowl maybe gets them out of it.
Yeah. So we got to see what it is. But man, knowing the top of these 2 decks is really does change the perspective of this entire matchup. There we go. Shield. Gorgon's Gaze is not, so Gorgon's Gaze is his hand, and we have Guardian of Light being revealed. So again, more defensive pieces that we're not getting nowhere, but man, it's going to be costing Bean Soldier Spirit Count, which only has 6 of right now.
That's actually pretty interesting. It means that Bean added the Gorgon's Gaze here instead of one of the shields into a deck that likes to make Cedar Soar a card that is uniquely weak to shield. I think understanding that his Spirit Count's low enough that he just needs to stop Kier from milling rather than dealing with the threats after they're already deployed. The 2 shields on the top of the deck probably won't make an appearance. I bet that was Guardian of Light shuffled to the top.
It has to be because you got to worry about your Spirit Count now. So you get to you're going to activate one of these to snow that you use it to. You set Guardian of Light. Now you
here we go.
2 more.
Nightmare scenario. So Rise here with 3 spirits remaining means we can target a BlizzTrix, and we'll do just that. Kier has kept all of their spirits in rotation. Because we have no spirits enchanting anything else, no Ambro is going to be able to get them back into the game. It's just BlizzTrix says, if you have an out of the BlizzTrix, I lose. If you don't, I win. And that's a hard call to make.
Well, we know Celestial is in hand, but you only have 1 spirit on field and no other way. I mean, you can enchant to the Nebuleo, which I guess is an argument that you should have did that last turn.
I mean, I don't think you expect to
deal with the 1 of Rise.
Yeah, have to cast onto a Celestial on a future turn. Here we're targeting the Nebuleo. We will destroy it. And oh my goodness, are we walking in with a BlizzTrix? If we have a shield, the game ends right now. Kier knows that Bean has not revealed a shield yet.
And
No,
there it is.
one is
Yeah.
in the back, and he shuffles it up. I think correct move from Kier. I like that play for sure, seeing the other 2 shields on top of the deck. But Bean Soldier revealing he wasn't picking the other 2 shields, not because he valued the Gorgons more than it, but because he already had a shield.
Yeah.
So,
Choosing what you needed for the situation versus what you don't.
yeah. Everything kind of going Bean Soldier's way in the back half of that game, even though the front half looked really explosive. And I mean, that's the thing when you let this Solar deck have any time to build. They will establish defensive threats like the Corvishine. They will get more foretells. They will be able to sculpt a hand that wins the game from a base of almost nothing. I mean, that was a game in which Bean Soldier's deck almost betrayed him. Like, we saw no good Nebuleo hits, no good Apollo hits, and he still was able to walk with it just by virtue of seeing deeper in his deck than Kier did.
You can argue the same thing for Kira, though. I mean, we had the BlueStacks mill, the Iwilly mill, and milled for the Cetasaur, and what? There was nothing that could really secure a play style. But the thing is, Bean Soldier has so much knowledge of what his next 4 cards, he was able to continuously choose the best card for the upcoming situation. Kier was on hope. A whimsy of a prey right there, and just not able to find any sort of major play. The Mountains of Boreas was correct, but I mean, again, Glenbat was able to answer that immediately. So what exactly do you do? I think it was just a situation where the cards that came up top just put Kier in the worst position in the long run.
It's a tough call to be making. When you're playing against this Solar deck, it is, of course, a very skill-testing deck to play. It's also an incredibly skill-testing deck to play against, because if you're its opponent, you're playing with more information than you have against probably any other strategy, like complete knowledge of their hand and field after they start foretelling. That's really hard for a lot of players. It's hard to keep that in mind when making your own decisions, and Kier's definitely trying very difficult math here. I imagine what's going on is Josh is heading to the board to grab another copy of Temple of Light, which I know he is boarding against specifically decks that play Mountains of Boreas. You can get into Stadium Wars versus this deck, and your Elestrals do outclass theirs if they're not hitting Blizz, if they've got the Mountains play up, but Temple is also a 2-card combo with Nova Core, so you need to be able to deploy it from your hand from a position that it can't be contested by the Mountains of Boreas. It's a push-pull that both of these players are very aware of and are definitely boarding respective of.
Both of these decks are so incredibly similar, and both of these decks have been piloted by Bean Soldier to victorious effect, winning with Blistrix and having extreme success with Celestial as well. Very similar. Foretelling is just a bit more controlled than anything else because again, you're just rolling the dice. You hear the jackpot rolling every time you say, all right, let's go gambling with Mill, but foretelling, you know what's coming up. You can pick your adventure at that point. That's what's really giving Solar the advantage right now, along with the new suite of counter runes introduced in Livestream for Solar being Guardian of Light. I mean, again, we saw the Gorgon's Gaze, and then we just pulled the Guardian of Light. My 4 is actually a 5 right now.
Yeah.
And I'm stopping your upcoming attack. So my Lion will continue roaring until you fall into obscurity.
Kier's kind of smiling at this one. It's a tough position to be in for sure. I think that you're right, that the Blistrix deck is a little more high roll focused than the Solar one, but you can see that there's a reason Kier is the only Blistrix player in Top Cut. They have accounted for this. Their deck is built in such a way that they gamble as infrequently as possible. It's a lot of Brummelink set, Mountains of Boreas, just perform an attack function rather than like milling. And thinking about this keep, this is a toughie.
I see a Blizz in here. I'm pretty sure that's a Blizz in the middle.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's Rise to the left, and maybe that's why Kier's like, maybe I can keep this.
I mean, you really can't ship a hand that has Rise in it. Like, it's just such an impactful card that it feels so bad to ship back. But if the rest of the hand sucks, I mean, you have to do what you have to do. You can see Kier, like, really agonizing over this. Like, finding the one of and electing to ship it back. But it's a trap that I fall for all the time, finding like a 1-card combo and thinking, oh my goodness, I have to play this just to walk into like a Gorgons or a counter rune and immediately lose. Bean Soldier's grip looks good.
Royal Lotto, we got a Gorgon's Gaze in there. I got the peek off as well, and I'm sure we'll get more of it. But just Royal Lotto and Gaze is such a good way to set up your game for the rest of the turn. We have Corvishine in there as well. Then you have options going in there.
Yeah, I'm not a huge oh, that's a much better hand. I'm not a huge Royal Lotto fan, but it does shine in this matchup in particular, just because the only removal that this deck is playing is, of course, the Blistrix. So they have to get pretty far before they can really start contesting it. You basically get to hide it behind it forever. A lot of these other decks, that's not really the case. Going for the Mountains of Boreas, I wonder if we hold it this time with the understanding that it's more effectively used as a way to win a Stadium War against the Temple of the Sun. But we actually do have one card that does E-Royal Otto alive. That is a result of Kier having experienced this sideboard plan from being in a previous game.
What was that?
Cryoblast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it only works to stop
The
attacks,
Royal
but
Otto.
Cryoblast will actually go in. So if Bean Sorter is not aware of Cryoblast, and this one is going to be rough because we are going for the defensive play. Although Gorgon's Gate and set 2 others as well, well insulated to try to get the game plan started next turn, but immediately just drops the Cryoblast and lets
There
it
was
go.
pretty subtle nonverbals there. Bean Soldier kind of gassing himself up on casting Royal Otto, looked very confident, and Kier trying very hard not to smirk, feeling like this is exactly what I prepared for.
And now we got the Champ Catarant coming down. That's
What are
going to
we
get the
looking at?
foretelling. There's the Rise as well as well.
That's
This
as bad as it gets.
terrifying.
Yeah, that's as bad as it gets for Bean. You probably stack the Rise here, right? We don't really have a way to enable it yet. We do have a Snowlet, so what we'd want to do
Ooh, the one of Morlith going to the Underworld.
is, I mean, rising the Morolith is even pretty good. We probably want to draw the Rise, Morolith afterwards, mill 4, and then reanimate whatever we think is the best. Here we're
Agreed.
just expending to draw for Bean. I mean, clearly banking on this Royal Otto to stick on the field, and it's not working out. We are gonna go for the expend to draw.
No Apollo, no Nebulio, no other Illustrious in hand.
We do have another Royal Otto now, but I mean, that takes 2 turns to develop. And you're about to get rised for your life savings. Let's see that Blizztrix and end this game momentarily.
Yeah, this is the worst of
Great
what
Gorgons.
we expect. Yeah, absolutely
Great
right now.
Blizz. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Blizzard, of course, negating the targeted rune. Let's hit 4. Asprowl is as good as it gets.
This is, you can kind of see the writing on the wall here. Being so
He says
deciding.
we will go for the Asprowl. We'll mill another 4. See if we can't hit a Blizztrix. Even if we don't, we will rise back the Morolith and hit something crazy. Going for the Asprowl.
Cedar Sword. Yeah, and Blizztrix.
Look at Bean Soldier. Wide. There's an argument that you don't even rise this turn. You just hit the Cedar Soar, enchant the Cedar Soar, enchant the Blizztrix over the Asprowl, and get in for like 12 while retaining the ability to reanimate the Blizztrix if Bean Soldier is able to find an out. He's looking at the back row. I really can't think of what it would be that would beat this.
This built way too big, way too wide, way too quickly. Another Blizztrix there, the Eye Woolly as well. What in the world is happening?
We're going for another mill here. We do hit the Blizz off the Asprowl, reanimate over top of it.
Oh, wait, was the mill from the Catarant?
It was, yeah.
Oh, man. So now we got the Blizztrix, even more damage. What do we represent? That's 3, 5, 6, 8, 7 damage on board.
Blizztrix start sniping that back row. Let's see what we get.
As we should. Yeah, you can kind of see the writing on the wall. What can you really do with you already not having enough Lestrals?
Checking Spirit count real quick. He's at 8 to Bean Soldier's 14, but Bean Soldier's about to take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go to 7 here, and a board of nothing versus this. I will say the only really scary Elestral on board is the Blizz, and that would have dealt with it.
Is there a second shield?
I mean, we got to hope that there is if you're Bean. If not, you're about to take half your life.
I think Blizztrix declared the first attack.
It's weird. Even if you out the Blizztrix, Kier can deploy the Rise to play the Blizztrix that is in the Underworld already. Looks like it is another shield. It's a really rough shield, though. We take 4 off this, go to 10. Then we take 4 more, go to 6. It's got to be like the Nebuleo Dream.
A complete field wipe for Bean Soldier in that one turn, and a complete board build-up for Kier. That is the high roll that Bean Soldier is terrified of. As we are expending our spirits, we have 3 solar, 2 wind going to the underworld, or 1 wind going to the underworld, and now we're drawing our cards. 6 spirits in the spirit deck, a lot of cards in hand, not many spirits to play them. And now we're just kind of thinking, it has to be solar burst, right? Oh, EQ, that works.
It doesn't really. We go to 4 to beat the Cedar
It
Soar.
gets you something, and now we got Nebuleo.
As we said, it has to be the Nebuleo Dream here.
Into Leo Bright. Do you know if Leo Bright?
Okay, hold up. Wait. Yeah, he kept that, yeah. Gorgon's Gaze here for 2 puts Kier at 6, which means he'd have to pay all the way out for the Blizztrix, but you're fine doing that.
Yeah, and now that's one's pretty much gone. Was not able to stop everything.
That explains the counting of the spirits there close to the end, was just making sure you had the Gorgon's play and the Blizztrix live as well. I mean, this is what happens in this matchup. One player has the potential to high roll, and to be clear, a Royal Otto there could have really prevented a significant amount of that from happening, but definitely not all of it. Kier was able to get to Blizztrix on turn 2, right?
Yeah, I mean that turn two was the biggest snowball I've seen at Kissimmee Open. Kissimmee, excuse me. So far it's been an unreal play, and that's exactly what Beanstalk is worried about. Like, what can you do when a board builds that big, that tall, that fast? You can't not keep. I don't think there's any deck that can really keep up with that much aggroness from that much high rolling.
It was like he did what he had to too. He had the Gorgon's Gaze for the Snowlet on the turn that the Rise was live and was met with Blizzard. I mean, bad Snowlet mills maybe could have saved him, but even then we're milling Morlith and hitting an Asprow there functionally wins you the game. It's really rough.
Yeah, I don't know what to really do here, and it's just a situation where, I mean, you just have to try your best. You do have the opportunity to go first in this game 3. You know that you have the tools to do it. You won on just the back of Nebulio first. It's more so, does your deck build outplay the luck of BlueStacks?
Yeah,
There's
Luck's
nothing you
a part
can
of
really
skill.
do otherwise. So now, I mean, and they're talking about this is talking how the game may have went, saying it is what it is, but these two, I know they're going to be up for it in BlueStacks. Not saying that Kier doesn't know what he's doing. Absolutely skilled player. But the essence of BlueStacks is more so just, you hear that roll go, and Nebulio is the opening cost. Yeah, two keys in both of them. Gorgon's Gauge, Royal Lotto, Resting on Your Laurels, and Apollo.
So that's 4 really good cards, but that's not a Leo Bright, which means we don't get to add anything here, but we do get to stack. One card that we haven't seen from Bean Soldier yet is Winjin, and this would really precipitate a powerful play here, like getting access to the Apollo. Kier taking a moment to note down what those individual cards are before Bean gets shuffling. I say this all the time, but what separates good from great players a lot of the time is their ability to bounce back. I mean, Bean Soldier just experienced an incredibly debilitating defeat, an embarrassing game against a deck that he has a history with. He has lost these crazy runs to just a high roll BlizzStrix. So can he keep his mental at a necessary level to prevent the horrifying reality of the BlizzStrix blowout? He looks calm, he looks collected. Getting him Frostix here makes sense. It's setting up for a Snowlet play on a future turn. And activating the Poison-Tipped Arrow enables Bean Soldier to keep the Nebuleo on field and potentially hard ascend into a Leo Bright. If we've stacked an Apollo, we maybe can get to a position where Celestleo will actually work. I think Kier probably is just going to pass turn here. You can see a Gorgon's Gaze being set alongside one other card. And Bean Soldier will pay out at end phase, I imagine.
If it's remembered, I have to see what goes on there.
Yeah, he's making the decision.
Oh, he probably already prepaid out.
No. Kier made the attack.
Did he?
Yeah, he said, and I'll attack Nebuleo. Bean Soldier said, sure, it's a 2. Kier said, I'll take it back, and Bean Soldier said, oh.
Yeah, no, not in top cut, buddy.
Not in top 8.
We're not allowing that. But this is going to be an amazing stack
That's important, though. If you're Kier, you have to be able to bounce back from a misplay like that. Like, you have to be able to remind yourself, no, I'm really good. I deserve to be here. It's just early, and I played a little silly.
Yeah, it is what it is. You just got to roll the punches. We have Royal Lotto being added to the hand from Apollo, Resting on Your Laurels, and I believe Gorgon's Gaze are at the top now, but we get to dig 2 deeper thanks to Nebulio.
I love this.
And goes for the expend to draw. Love that. We're committing to the Nebulio, dig deeper, and we might get a Celestleo and handle whatever. Unless we Gorgon's Gaze it from here.
That was not a Gorgon's Gaze, but it was a little bit of a bleed. Oh, wow. Stinky cards.
Winjin's not terrible.
Totally flips the Winjin to the top there. Sorry, stinky cards for Kieran.
Oh, okay.
Bean Soldier's next turn, he'll be able to deploy the Winjin, get it with 100% consistency, immediately find a removal spell, and threaten the Tornadin. This game is about to turn on its head. Kier's next turn is going to be mission critical. If it's a Blizzard set,
Was that Cedar Sword?
Then Kier might have a chance. It looks like he did draw Cedar Sword for turn. That's really rough.
Yeah, not what you want to see in your hand at all, unless you're playing Golden Apple.
And we ain't.
No, not in this list. So now we got to try and adjust from here. Snowlet comes out. If we have a Gorgon's Gate, that's getting fired now.
Yeah. But again, could be met with a Blizzard.
We have seen that before.
Fire
Gorgon's Gate is going to pay out. And do we have a flip from Kier?
We do not.
The face does not reveal any confidence, no.
So the Gorgon's Gaze means the Snowlet can't contest the Nebuleo this turn either, which means that Bean Soldier has the potential to get really big really quick.
Yeah, that Nebulio sitting there, a 5 attacker now, thanks to Apollo, and now we're just kind of banking on whatever's going to be happening going forward. Kieran just mulling over the decisions makes you wonder what the 2 face down are. If one of them is at least a bluff.
Yeah.
Not really. You have no cryo blast to take out the Nebulio right now. know ways to roll your top deck. You have no knowledge of the top of your deck. Meanwhile, Bean Soldier, we know when Jin is in hand now. But we saw that just shuffle straight to the top. We have Apollo. We have Nebulio. It's dealer's choice. You play what you want.
This is great. The Winjin activates here. We get to activate the Gorgon's Gaze here, and that means we can Nebulio, dig one deeper. Then we'll get an Apollo that's able to find potentially a different card, going for the Nebulio first, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still nothing, but
Nope.
you can see that we stacked that solar to the top. If we put the Plucky second from the top, we can then Apollo in order to add it to hand. We'll see if that's something Bean Soldier even wants to do. Like, do you care too much about having a Plucky? Maybe just to get it out of rotation. But, like you said, because the Apollo is at 2, the Nebulio is currently at 5, which means it walks over the Snowlet,
Right.
and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if we have any other back where we can set, so we're just going to go for the attack and just save the Apollo, which makes complete sense. You do have your choice of the top 4 cards, so you can just roll this entire thing next time, re-enchant the Winjin, and go from there. But in Frost,
Right,
it
big
is going to
turn.
bring back the
Here
Snow.
we
You were
go.
talking about this earlier.
And Frostix for Snowlet, we're going to mill 3. We have another Snowlet in hand, so we can mill another 3. The way these go will determine the outcome of the game.
Oh,
Bad hits if you're looking for Asprowl, but good hits if you have a Rise. A Blizzstrix in Underworld is pretty good, and you can see a little head nod there, understanding that that is the win condition. Finding the Rise off of something like an Iwilly or a Catarant, getting it to the top of the deck, recasting the Blizzstrix here.
Hard Ascension.
Hard Ascend into a
Asprowl?
copy of Iwilly.
There we go.
And we'll start milling. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Snowlet,
Complete
Brummelinks there.
wave.
Wow, unbelievable hits.
Oh, right,
Here
yeah.
we can go Snowlet and Brummelinks. The Brummelinks here can grab a copy of the Mountains of Boreas, and we're going to go Snowlet as the second link on that chain, enabling a better mill than what we just saw. This is the turn that will determine the outcome of the game, and Kier is playing it completely textbook, bounced back entirely from the misplay earlier in the game, understands, regardless of what's occurred in previous turns, this is the one that matters. Here's the mills off Snowlet, probably going to be game determinative. Is there an Asprowl? Beans cut the deck. All that's left to see is what the top 3 cards of the deck hold. A quick check of the Spirit deck.
We haven't seen a single Asprowl this entire time.
1, 2, 3. No Asprowl, but a second Blizzstrix.
All right, so board is kind of big. I
And
will.
Rise activated here. Bean Soldier's face falls in his hands and his
Oh.
head. He knows that it might be over momentarily. This Blizzstrix can contest to the last piece of back row, which means that it's safe to attack. Kier going down to 3 spirits in deck. It could all be over for him momentarily. From a board of nothing, he has built multiple Elestrals, a 3 Ascension, a 2 Ascension, plus 2 individual 1 casts. We're going to hit like a truck, and we're going to do so courtesy of Blizzstrix shuffling back 3 Elestrals from the Underworld back into the deck, targeting that back row and popping Bean Soldier's last line of defense. Shaking his head, he knows the writing is on the wall. Down goes the Shield of Achilles that could have contested the Blizzstrix. Kier thumbs over their Spirit deck. They've got more in the tank. The Mountains of Boreas coming down to enable better attacks onto Bean Soldier's Elestrals. We will go to the battle phase.
This feels
and
like
hit
salt in the wound.
like a truck.
This is unreal. Look at this board that was built. There was nothing on board. Bean Soldier had so much control, and not being able to stop the Iwilly caused this entire board to happen. Not a single Aspire was built. The one of Rise was already in hand. Blizzstrix taking out the shield. It will never resolve when it needs to. And now we're just running over everything. We're losing the entire board, bar the Apollo. We're taking so much damage. What was that?
Saltus.
That was that
Oh,
2,
man.
1, 4.
We took
2,
5
3,
this
4,
attack.
5. Still 7 spirits in Spirit deck. Not impossible to break this board, but man, is that a blow to the psychic with psychic damage to
Yeah.
Bean Soldier.
You can see his mental shaking. I mean, he's doing his best to keep his composure, but there's only so much you can do. If he's got a Solar Burst, he can target the Blizzstrix and hope to spike a Celestleo, but I really doubt it.
Thanks, resting in your
We know
laurels.
that he
in
has a
hand.
resting, but Heliod's in the draw phase, the last card for Kier. I can't believe it. It'll lock Bean Soldier out of their turn. Unfortunately, cannot cast any of those removal spells that would otherwise give Blizzstrix pause. Bean Soldier, head in the hands, understands it is absolutely over. Nothing in his deck can beat this board, and Kier doing their best to maintain composure as they prepare to move on to top 4. Looking at a hand
See that fist
includes-
bump.
Oh my goodness.
He was about to put his hand out, just like I accepted this. I have never seen a player be so locked out of everything. I mean, you have Apollo, but what do you do?
Look, Kira's on the edge of their seat. They're like, is there anything you can do from this position? And I think the answer is no. We're going to go for the Apollo reveal off.
Royal Lotto?
1,
Royal
2,
Lotto.
3. Even Royal Lotto doesn't do it. We'll take the Plucky, of course. We'll shuffle those 2 back, get them on top of the deck in any order we choose. But, of course, we can't even cast that card, even if we get to it, because we're under the Chariot ride.
unreal. Like just having so much of your game locked
Yeah,
out,
spirit
your
deck.
board removed from your spirits, dwindling within just
Royal Lottle doesn't
hits.
do it. We're
Royal
going
Lotto's
for it.
there.
It's just fodder for the BlueStacks.
Can we? I mean, do we have a Gorgon's Gaze?
Setting 3 says
Let's see what happens.
I might have a shield. I might have a shield. You have to make the decision.
Cryoblast!
Blast the Royal Lottle, and that'll do it. I can't believe it. Nothing in Bean Soldier's deck can possibly beat Kier from this position, and it looks like Kier is going to be Chariot riding their way into top 4, courtesy of this BlueStacks strategy that just couldn't miss in this Game 3. Bean Soldier reveals the bluffed set copy of Resting on Your Laurels. Kier takes a quick look at their hand, 0 spirits in deck, goes to the battle phase, the handshake comes out, and Kier will be your first semi-finalist at the Kissimmee Open.
The crowd is in an uproar. Everyone is stunned by this outcome. What an incredible, amazing last 2 games as our casters hug it out to each other.
I can't see off stream. It's Bean Soldier and Swolax who won their round, embracing right off stage.
It is unreal what we just witnessed. I don't have any words. I've never witnessed that. 2 explosive decks, but just the high roll on high roll for Kier, taking them into the top 4 on the back of Blizz. Even K comes back here aghast by what we just witnessed. Absolutely astonishing.
Gun to my head, if you had asked me who was going to win this event, I would have told you Bean Soldier 100 times out of 100. His deck building and ability to play in games where he's behind are unmatched. One of the greatest players Elestrals has ever seen, and unfortunately has a history of losing in Top Cut to exactly a BlueStacks player with the mandate of heaven.
The prophecy is absolutely real. It unfolded beneath us. That scroll is getting longer and longer for Bean Soldier. There is a crux for him in Top Cut, and it is a BlueStacks.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But I got to say, here's final turn from a board of literally nothing. And Frostix for the...
It's incredible to watch happen.
Frostix for the Snowlet, into iWoolly, into all of that off of an absolutely blank board. Oh,
like, think about how many times things had to go right. The iWoolly had to be able to come out after the Snowlet miss. The Snowlet had to be hit from the iWoolly. The iWoolly had to have Rise in hand.
Yeah.
Like there were so many things that had to go right, and there's only 3 to 4 cards being milled. Unreal. But even more unreal, you guys think this outcome may have been completely shocking with the number 2 seed being knocked out? The results I have from the rest of top 8 will blow your mind.
It's crazy. This was actually the last round of top 8 to finish.
As fast as it was, this is the last one. Now, hear me out. One you may have expected, number 1 seed, Swolax. They do defeat Axure after defeating them in Swiss round 8, again 2-0. You may have expected some of that coming. Did you see Evo Vamp taking out Rylomon 2-0?
Yeah. I mean, I love Rylomon. I think their deck is incredible. Did not believe in the Morfrost stream.
No, well, I from how we saw on the stream last time, I believe there was a solid chance, but being over that quick 2-0, I mean, there was, in reports to me, there was a 10-minute difference between those two. But even more, I don't even have a timestamp for this next one. Bo, 2-1, loses to Ash Winters. The number 3 seed. I did not see that one coming. I thought my bracket was busted from top 16. It is wiped and obliterated now. The only thing I have left now is Swolax somehow getting the finals. Everything else, I have no results, no belief. What an unbelievable game we just witnessed. An unbelievable top 8, and top 4 is not too far away.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can't say more than has already been said. I mean, Rise into Chariot Ride is just one of the most powerful plays in Elestrals, and definitely the most powerful play I've ever casted, personally. Yeah. It was really, really something. The good news with the round being over so quickly is that we are going to have a winner interview for you momentarily. After that, we're going to be immediately back with our semifinal round. I will be taking my leave and replaced by K-Cray for that round, but I'll see you all again for finals. The finals, I hope, includes Swolax. My pick to win the event, now that my other pick to win the event is gone.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to have a Soul Bean Soldier final, but goes to show you, you can never know what to really expect from Elestral. So we have our winner getting set up. That's literally relaxing in the chair, just trying to let go of all that stress. So we'll give him a quick minute. We'll be right back here with this winner interview, and right after that, top 4 begins.
I'm here with the winner of top 8 round, Kier.
Hey.
I know the pair of us are seconds away from hyperventilating.
Yeah.
First off, congratulations on probably the most explosive win I have ever cast in Elestrals.
Yeah. No, it was insane. And I knew it the whole way through that was going to be an explosive match. Me and Josh played it yesterday on stream as well. Wasn't able to clear it that time, but I'm glad that I was able to bring it back this time.
Yeah, I have to say, I did want to mention, this is a rematch for you.
Yes.
The two of you played in Swiss. It did not go your way that time, on the back of some pretty frustrating mills, I would say.
Yeah, it was bad mills, and then game 2, I got a little bit more lucky, but Josh got even more lucky than I did. So
I was going to say, you've got to do it twice in order to win a match.
Yeah.
You are the only BlueStacks player that made top 16.
Yeah.
You are the only BlueStacks player in top 4, obviously.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
It's okay. So it is kind of obviously a little bit of a gambly deck, but I think my list in particular is very consistent. It kind of makes up for a lot of that. Obviously, it has its misses, but the deck feels crazy when it goes off. It really does just win the game on the spot. I had some games yesterday where I landed iWooly on like turn 2 or 3, and my opponent's like, okay, I think I lose here. That card is ridiculous.
It's quite good. I do want to ask you about your build in particular, because we spoke a lot about it on the actual stream. You're playing the Brummelinxes, the Mountains of Boreases.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that your deck can be so explosive, how many games reduced down to just checking stats and attacking with, well, monsters?
There was definitely a few of them, especially like if I'm able to grab the Boreas and like land just Snowlit Brummelinx and just kind of swing in. It does happen. I think at the end of the day, it usually ends though with, it gets to a simplified game state. I go Narpoon, grab him Frostrix, and Frostrix back something. And that's usually how I win, because that ends up hitting something 99% of the time. That or Rise. It's literally those late game plays that seal up the whole deck. Yeah, it's just insane.
Speaking of Rise, it was instrumental to your win game 3 and your loss game 1.
Yes.
How do you feel about the card?
It should go. It's not an okay card. I saw it, I think, like every round yesterday.
Wow.
And now today as well. Deck thinning allows me to see it a lot easier, but it wins me games. Milling BlizzTricks and bringing it back, milling iWooly and bringing it back. I just keeps me in the game every single time.
Excellent. Well, you've got only 2 more rounds to win if you want to take the entire event. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to see which casters are still in. Are there any you do not want to play against?
Swole, because it's the same deck. I think Swole. I don't know what the other decks are. Bo is always scary. I did beat Bo in Swiss yesterday.
Bo is out, actually.
Oh, okay. So that's a little bit of a relief.
Swole is not, so good luck.
Okay. Cool.
Did you play any strategies over the course of yesterday's Swiss rounds that you were frightened of or shocked by?
Frightened of? I mean, obviously I played 4 Solar yesterday, so it was that which was the most frightening because it's the most explosive against my deck.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I was shocked of last rounds, to get into Top Cut, was Morfrost Chivalror.
Oh.
Maining Ice Age, which is a cool strategy. Unfortunately, it loses instantly to exactly my deck.
Yeah.
They go mountains, I go cool. Anyways, so that was a great break for round 8, but that was a very interesting strategy because it did beat me a game. It did take a game off me, and that was kind of frightening.
Well, huge congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Best of luck locking it up.
Yeah.
How are you feeling as we go into semis?
We always hit, baby. We always hit those mills. So.
All right, keep it up.
Yeah.
And I hope we'll get to cast you again for finals.
Yes, thank you.
What a high to come back from, or a low, depending on your point of view.
Mm-hmm.
That matchup was an unbelievable ending that I had to talk to everyone about. You guys got to hear from Kier on commentary, but Josh, happy for his opponent, downtrodden for his own outcome. You want to know why? We got to find out what the last cards in his hand were. We saw some of them that were set, but let me recount the entire hand. Resting on your laurels, Earthquake, Temple of the Sun, and Novacore. You Temple of the Sun, cast Novacore, kill the BlueStacks. You play off of Temple of the Sun, resting your laurels, take out, you play the Earthquake, take out the BlueStacks, the Iwoolly. Then you play resting your laurels, take out the Snowlet, and Novacore can run over the Catarant for 2.
Honestly, I loved watching that as a spectator. It was a really fun match, and I was on the edge of my seat. I cannot imagine how Bean Soldier is feeling right now, and honestly, I can't imagine how Kier is feeling moving into top 4, which our top 4 is established right now.
Yeah.
And kind of a cool fact for you guys, not only is our top 4 established, but each deck in our top 4 is unique. We have, of course, Swolex, Evo Vamp, Kier, and Ash Winters. And each of their decks represents something completely different in terms of strategy. We have Lockagon, Solar, Blistrix, and Latagon all represented. And there is no telling which one is going to rise to the top.
Live, or from the ashes, as it were.
Well,
The live stream is on full effect here with Lockagon, and Solar. All elements who got extreme power buffs in live stream represented in the top 4. Blistrix being the pervasive thorn in everyone's side, but getting a lot more tools in live stream as well. The Iwoolly was pretty much the MVP for Kier in the top 8 matchup, opening that entire board to be possible, bringing back both Boomerlinks and the Snowlet, which snowballed into everything else. So do not rest on the support that Frost got from live stream. But man, what an incredible stat that we have here as we go into our top 4 matchup, Swolex versus Evo Vamp. Now, this matchup is interesting because Evo, we have not seen them yet on stream, and they were undefeated until round 8. So they're currently, well, they were 7-1 at the end of this one, and they will be piloting Aphrodite Lockagon going up against the deck that just got decidedly defeated from Bean Soldier with Swolex here, using Apollo and Celestio as well. Oh my.
the smize into the camera. He cannot keep getting away with this.
I felt that.
I felt that down to my bones. But it is interesting for Evo, of course, the first time on stream, but also the only person who was able to make it to round 8 undefeated. So this should be very interesting. We've seen Aphrodite represented a lot throughout both days, but I don't know that we've seen it perform to this caliber. So I cannot wait to see how Evo plays, what this list looks like. And of course, Swolex, someone we saw yesterday on stream as our final caster who was able to win and secure a place in top 16 and the #1 seed going into the top 16, and is going to be starting us off here immediately with a Winjin, going for a blind call here. Probably going to be calling either Gorgon's Gaze.
Tornigen, maybe? No, not no. It was like that was a whiff there, but yeah, no big play from Apollo. Winjin is being played by Swolex there. We only saw it once from Bean Soldier. If you guys did not know, the list that they are playing between Bean Soldier and Swolex, basically 99.999% the same thing. I'll explain why later on in case you guys don't know. But Swolex here just doing what they can, try to dig in. And because you're going for Winjin without Apollo, Connor already says, I don't have much, and you just do nothing but Winjin.
And immediately a Galaxy coming out, and that is base Galaxy. And that's one that we haven't seen too often here in the Aphrodite deck. I'll be interested to see how it harmonizes with the rest of the cards in that. Going to be running over the Winjin uncontested. However, a Solar Burst coming out. Let's foretell already a plucky, as we know from the foretell of the Winjin, which Winjin, honestly, Swolex might not have even needed to hit something, might just needed to gain information on what those next few cards coming down the line were. That looks like an Earthquake that is in that lineup. which is of course a one of. Interested to see which Swolax decides to stack on top there. Galaxy going to be very quickly defeated by this solar burst. And actually, the Tornigen was what was sent to the underworld for that effect.
Yes, Tornigen, I guess he discovered in this matchup, I don't really need that. I already lost by one of Wenjin, so I may not need to go any further with that one because I probably am only playing 2 in this list, so opting to just let it go. Nebulio does get Gorgon's Gaze after the Solar Burst takes out the base set Galaxy. So now we're just going to be sitting here. You have to ask the question, does Swolax have any back where he can set, or is it just going to be a pass? Because if so, I feel confident that this Nebulio is not long for this game right now.
Only a 2 attack is not much. There is very little that it can not die to, actually. Evo Vamp going to be drawing for turn here, looking at our options. With the Lockagon list, I've often seen it played with the Aetheros Magneros package, which, by the way, Bestie, we were able to reveal.
Oh, yes, that's our twin plays there.
However, it looks like Peliquarius is coming out, so we're going to be going in and searching out a Water Elestral, possibly something to start off that Aetheros Magneros. However, it's a foamy Champion of Aphrodite, and it looks like we are going to be activating the effect, which we are going to go in and search out a 2-drop Water Elestral, and it is, in fact, that Champ Lockagon.
Yeah, this is scary because now it's letting you know that you're moving into your mid to late game scenario. That Champion Lockagon can really facilitate everything else that Swolax does not want to deal with. And seeing as how the plays have been so minute every single turn, Evo Vamp is poised to make a huge play that Swolax may just not be able to get over. We do have the water going to the underworld, straight in the underworld, and likely going to attack into the Nebulia. Wait a minute. So going for the craft. Okay, so then I wanted to let that, and I understand that. Making sure that your opponent is staying off of a lesser as much as possible counts, but having another Nebulio in hand does help out as we see Earthquake, Plucky, Gaze, and Temple once
Did not
again.
hit the card that we needed to see there. However, with that knowledge, again, you don't always need to hit in this deck. You just need the information.
Yes, we saw that with Bean Soldier in Game 1 last round.
However, I think that it probably would have been nice to hit something there. We finally have back row on Swolax's side, so that's good news.
Yeah, that means you have a little bit of defense for this second Nebulio, but have to wonder just what exactly is in the hand of Swolax here. We're on Evo Vamp's turn, and we all know that Lockagon is in hand. Foamy has been expended, but a second Gorgon's Gaze. Now, if we can battle step this Galaxy with Gorgon's Gaze, then that does give us an advantage to try to push up and over what our opponent is doing. So we have to see what that face down is set and how real it actually is. It is a Shield of Achilles, so still trying to build wide, definitely valuable, and keeping the Celestial off of field so that way Lockagon cannot come down next turn. We still don't know if there is enough Aphrodite in hand, but if there is an Aphrodite, you have to imagine you want to pull a Galaxy out sooner than later.
So there is the effect of the Nebulio going off again, and we just cannot hit what we need to hit, unfortunately. And the cards are really just, they're not signifying a solid turn anytime soon for Swolax.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Gorgon's Gauge we can set up. So if there, I was not keeping track of the cards that was chosen, unfortunately. But if we have another way to protect the Nebulio, then we can play another game of Protect the Tower. Again, similar to what we saw in the last round. So, I mean, it's not impossible to win and continue this game off with this much aggression, but you have to wonder just what plays are available and how Evo Vamp will be able to adjust, as we do have a re-enchant onto Nebulio, so we are going for the potential Celestial added to hand off of Nebulio, which is very powerful because then you have to deal with a 13-10 that can destroy anything on the field. So really good play there, Foresight for Swole, and starting to build up his advantage. But Evo Vamp, we know they've been building this entire time. What kind of combos do we have that's going to be beyond the Galaxy?
Well, we know that Lockagon is in hand. We know that some of these run the Aetheros Magneros package, which there's the Aetheros. It is able to then special cast another Aetheros. We see Aphrodite coming out, which means we're going to be going in and searching out another Aetheros.
Yeah, this is
or possibly Magneros.
Well, Magneros is only Aetheros on the field with this effect. So it will be an Aetheros, but it is going to be able to special cast, making it 2/5 attackers. Likely, Swolax's face down is only there to deal with 1 point of damage. Casting out 2 is going to be a really rough and likely allow Evo Vamp to build up the wide board he wants so he can go to his end game on the next play with the Champ Lockagon in hand from the toggle 2 turns ago. Aphrodite was also just sitting in hand. You see that the resources are starting to be expended by EvoVamp as the attack is declared from one of the 8th rows. We're considering our options, but I don't think there's much you can really do beyond this. You might just need to accept this and try to break the board with other cards in your hand. We could have a Solar Burst or anything like that, but instead the damage is going to be dealt. Unfortunately, the second Spirit is lost and 1 point of damage is dealt to Swolax. So the board is now on you, EvoVamp. Built wider real quick. Swolax has to have an answer or this might get out of control really quickly.
Yeah, Swolax needs an answer this turn. We know that Locagon is in hand. If that back row had been a Gorgon's Gaze, then that's exactly what would have happened. However, a Rise from the Ashes is coming out. We're going to be targeting that Tornadron that we saw being pitched from that Solar Burst a few turns ago. It looks like that is not properly enchanted. We are simply going to hard ascend into the Celestlio.
Celestial getting the 4
Oh, and there's one hit, 2 hits.
And a Glimback to get a shuffle of the top. That Earthquake has been pervasive, not wanting to add that to the hand. And now we get to destroy whatever we want in the field. It has to be the Aphrodite and one of the 8th rows, and you run over the other one right now. You add the 2 to the hand. Earthquake and Temple of the Sun go to the hand, and we're destroying both of the Apheroses.
This is exactly what Swolax needed to do. We have a clear board. We now have a 13-10 body on field. Finally, some motion. There is, in fact, a back row. And this must be what Swolax knew he was playing to.
Yeah, I still question leaving the the Aphrodite on the field, because now if there's something on the field, they can get a search off and do something. So I'm a little wary of that play, but we will just let it rock, as it were.
Well, we couldn't allow the Ascension over one of I think that it was way too difficult. However, yes, the Tad Puff is going to allow us, if you pitch a water to the underworld, you can special cast the Tad Puff, which means that you still have your normal cast for the turn. It has been enabling this Locagon strategy, and as we know, it is in hand, so that is probably what we are about to see happen right now in defense.
Yeah, and that makes total sense. You want to try to insulate in case that face down is very real. It is a Gorgon's Gaze, so not even able to get the heal off, and this will probably secure the game. 1 Spirit left for EvoVamp. Can search out another Locagon with the Aphrodite, but you're not able to advance your game state. Your normal action for the turn has been spent with the Ascension to Locagon, so unless you have a face down, which I don't think we've seen a single one from EvoVamp this entire game, maybe one, this may be all she wrote as Celeste. Oh, maybe she's considering some. Ambro off of Aphrodite to insulate the plays, I guess hoping that we don't see something like something to add off of the Celestial. But
I think that this is just
Yeah.
stalling, honestly. But
playing to your outs.
exactly, if there's a will, there's a way, and Ambro is definitely a way. I love this timing on the Gorgon's Gaze. I even said probably not a Gorgon's Gaze if it hadn't been activated that turn before. However, Swolax, knowing what was in his hand, knowing that he's playing a list that you can kind of allow your opponent to do what they want until you're ready to go for a big push, played it perfectly. Plucky coming out and going to be able to go and search Apollo.
And shuffling the top 2 from the deck, so now we get to have a better chance of rolling something new, because before we already knew that that Shield was up there, and I think Earthquake was up there, and I think Temple of the Sun. So now we get to shuffle it out, we get to roll with Celestial, and if we just hit 1 Solar Elestral, that will end the game right there. We'll put EvoVamp on 0 spirits, effectively being unable to finish the game. And now we're just going to confirm that we have something we can pull. So let's see. Well, actually, maybe not, because now you got to add something to hand. I think Apollo isn't must add. Nova Core would have been added. And is that a second Elestral? I think that was a second lesson. If so, we're going to reveal it. Apollo, Nova Core. We didn't.
And that was the Champ Exaltus. And
Champ
then
Exaltus,
the Plucky there, which means that that is all she wrote. That is game 1 to Swolax, despite EvoVamp having all of the momentum for the majority of this game. Again, this Solar list, which has been so amazing. We were able to see that with Sans Sally. Obviously, it went a little bit different in the top 16 match. However, Swolax was able to say, I know that eventually I'll draw into my outs. Unfortunately, I know the things that are coming down the pipeline here. It is kind of an interesting observation that Earthquake was a plague, seemingly. It was not one that was ever added to hand. And I, without giving too much away, can say that there are specific reasons for that.
Yeah. It's something we'll disclose later. I don't want to give too much information right now, but there's a reason why Earthquake is not a priority for Swolax right now. But still, that was a fantastic game, and I'm looking forward to seeing these catchers' side patterns and looking what they value versus they won't. Like, hey, you watch Swole, I'm gonna watch his opponent. We're going to get that figured out. We'll see what these players are two doing.
Yeah, we are locked in here, or at least you are. I'm Celeste Leodin.
I'm tired of your wit. These plays though, just go. Oh, I saw Veritaqua in the side as well.
You know what? I peeked and I did see that the beautiful moon art.
The tricky part with the Elestrals is trying to figure out what all the cards are with all of the artwork.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of what makes collecting so fun in this game, but it also makes our job a little harder. So, I mean, a very niche complaint from us here. There are too many good options for arts in this game.
Yeah. Oh no, we're spoiled.
Yeah, exactly.
How terrible. But man, this entire matchup is going to be really dependent. They had two very similar games that time as well. There's similar hands where like we have an explosive play we're going to go for. It was the Magneros and the Aethros to wipe the Nebulio, but then answer right back with the Tornigen. Misenchanted to go to the Celestial in hand from Rise from the Ashes. Like Rise from the Ashes it's already at 1, and it's been such a pervasive good. It's what's helping these top 4 decks to even be in the top 4. It's a card that's at 1. It's a card you can't search. How are you seeing it so consistently and being able to play for it so much that it is a win condition, Kay?
I think that with this solar list, it makes a lot of sense because you are seeing so many cards and you're able to set up your draws. A little bit of a oopsie, but we did know that that card was being played.
Yeah, right now, I think it's the Tornigen at the very top for Swole. I guess just looking to make sure the deck is what they want it to be. And, is that a card upside down? It is. That was Guardian of Light. Sometimes
I think that was the one that fell out of the hand there. But
hey, better to be upside down than a Spirit in the main deck.
see, and that is why you have distinct sleeves or in
No sleeves.
Or in Solex's case, no.
But you know
sleeves
what?
at
I
all.
shuffled my deck yesterday and somehow drew a card that had no card in it. Like, I didn't realize that I had like 5 empty sleeves in my deck and just didn't do it. So, I mean, Swole did it right. Look at your cards. And now we're doing a pile shuffle. Ooh.
I love a pile shuffle. I really do. And I was actually in between games talking about the art of shuffling and my personal evolution as someone who used to have to shuffle against my tummy because I have little hands. But hey, listen, you can get better. You just have to practice.
No, I agree. I used to pile shuffle, but I've been enlightened that just hand shuffling is the way to go. It gets everything done. It gets everything done that you need done. And so I have changed my ways. There's a good pile shuffle, a riffle shuffle as a word. Of course, be careful to your sleeves. But yes, I think a riffle shuffle does everything that you need. But what needs to be done are these top 5 cards for these casters. Game 2 is lined up, loaded, and ready to go. Likely Kiva will be on the play, and we will be seeing if either of these casters will be going for a mulligan into these game 2.
Mulligan is always a good option, especially at this high tier of a game. It sometimes can come down to whether or not you keep a hand that you shouldn't have kept. But we see Foamy coming out actually using the effect that I don't see as often, which is to go in and search Aphrodite. The other effect being you can pitch it and go in and search a 2-drop water Elestral, often for Lockagon. But oh, and there we go. There is the effect because we see a second Foamy going to the underworld, and there is the Lockagon.
So we've yet to put the spirits on the field, but what essentially was that the Toggle searched the Aphrodite. Aphrodite searched the Elder Toggle. The Toggle search is the Lockagon from the deck, and now you're set up for your play on game 2. This isn't a play that people like to do, but it's an option because you can see how consistent it is, but it's just a turn slow. It's powerful, but just, especially on a 1/3 body, not exactly what you want to have to do. But it's lucky to have the option than anything else because a Strabbit would not do that same thing. And we have the spirits going on the Aphrodite. It's 3, Disenchant 2, and another one.
That was the payment for the Foamy effect going into
Right.
the underworld. I have to say, it's nice to see a Foamy getting its effects off after so
Right.
much of Elestral's history, Foamy being honestly just a temporary.
I will no longer be reactive. I am proactive. I am taking my control in my hand. We love a glow up.
Yeah, she partnered with the goddess of love and beauty herself and now is out here. Okay, so we have Winjin coming out with the Winjin hand effect that you have to use every time you play it. However, a Pandora's box coming in, which means we are milling. But you know what?
The Leo Bright is not what you want to see go to the underworld. Not like that. Hey,
Possibly. However,
I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
rise that one.
well, if you have the Celestleo in hand, it does give you the option. There are certainly
good.
things that could happen. No, it's not necessarily what you want to see, but we're being positive, right?
That's an option. You're absolutely right. Options are always good. So now it's a way. I mean, we saw the Tornado come back and Misenchanted. So why isn't Celio Bright the same thing? You're absolutely right. It's just maybe not be in your control, but at the same time, Pandora's box is played. Give me my flowers.
It's more like Pandora's K Sparks. There we go. Listen, we're working on the rebrand. We'll get it.
Pandora's box PK's card. There we go. We'll figure out the title version later on. But right now, Locagon is coming out. We all saw this coming. Aphrodite will likely search out the second Locagon, and there's no Gorgon's Gaze. So this is already getting out of hand really fast.
You see Swolex just kind of shaking his head like, yep, yep.
Now, we already know that, if they're playing similar lists, that the options are available for Swolex, resting on your laurels. Solar Burst, Earthquake is in the deck. As an option. So, you don't know. It could be a board that's broken, but one card we have not seen, one card I think is underrated right now, is Aphrodite Soulmates. It's very similar to Rise from the Shadows, not as easy to set up, but if you can get two same named Elestrals on the field and they pop one, because that's their big play, Nova Core, whatever it may be, you Aphrodite Soulmates, I am back to step one, and I've expended one of my removal options.
I'm very interested in us going and getting the second champ Locagon. I often see this paired with normal base Locagon and Locagon Champion of Aphrodite and base Locagon working in tandem with each other and their effects complementing each other. However, the second champion of Aphrodite Locagon was the one that was added.
I will likely assume that to be base Locagon is in hand and I am deck fitting. It's also been interesting to see the ratios people have been playing with Locagon in this tournament so far, because we saw base Locagon and champ Locagon at 1-1, 2-1, 1-2, whatever it may be. We even saw 2-2 one time. So I feel like that refinement of the Locagon list is still yet to be refined, and people will eventually find out what is best prioritized. But it looks like Gorgon's Gaze did come out later on.
Yeah, so we stopped the effect. Well, we didn't special cast. Interesting that we did get the heal off.
Yeah.
It was... I wonder if there's a specific reason for that.
No one knows the mind of Swole but Swole, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, only a Winge on the field, and not really confident going for it. No, a new cat, probably Nebulio. Plucky. Okay, Plucky's not bad.
Yeah.
Plucky gets you Apollo. Apollo can get you your top three, unless you get Gorgon's Gaze, and then you just kind of look at your hand and say, go next.
And yeah, in which case Plucky is just sitting there, and that's fine. Nebulio is such a risky choice right now because, as we know, that Leo Bright is in the underworld, and it is a little bit more difficult to get it to work. However, with two Elestrals on board, a back row set, if Swolex is able to protect the castle here somehow against what is about to be a pretty big turn, I imagine, from Evo Vamp.
Deeply thinking about Swolex right now, hands crossed, leaning forward, mulling the issues as Evo Vamp calls for the effect of Locagon to special cast a Locagon, which would heal one and destroy one card on Swole's field. So wondering, do I need to stop this now? Do I have an option to stop it? What's my plays beyond it and more? Looks like we're still deliberating, or maybe Evo Vamp. Yeah, I think this is still deliberation by Swolex. Evo Vamp is incredibly antsy to play his cards. So now we're just trying to figure out what is Swolex valuing here and what that face down may be. What other cards can be cast out? We have not seen base Galaxy yet at all from in this game. Evo Vamp has been playing purely Locagon, but it is allowed to be played out. We're playing the second champ Locagon as well. So that's a heal 2, correct?
I believe so, because both of the effects trigger from the cast of the one Locagon.
Yeah, this is going to snowball really quickly, and now it kind of makes me think, like, maybe I wasn't valuing the destruction. Maybe I just want to keep my health up as much as possible. Because now, when you get out base set Locagon, you go...
Especially when you can simply just cast out Aphoros, and now you've flooded the board, and we are searching out the other Aphoros here with the Aphrodite effect.
And that's going to be able to special cast the Aphrodite. So this board has built so wide, so fast. We have a 5 attacker, 2 5 attackers. No, I'm sorry. 4 5 attackers, 2 defensive bodies. Just what do? You need a massive explosive. You need Celestio.
You need Celestio. We're looking at
Hero. So let's play this somewhere. I messed up.
We are looking at if Swolex has his board cleared and is unable to do anything. We're looking at 6 damage represented on board from Evo Vamp right now, which is that is a big number And while Swolex is at 16 spirits, that can go down very quickly. However, right now we have enough to be able to play around if we have answers, like you were saying. We could have a resting on your laurels, could have other removal. Solar Burst is there as well, but we do need to start seeing some motion. However, with that said, this is what we were saying game 1, and then all of a sudden we had Rise from the Ashes, Celestlio,
Right.
pop everything, and then that was all she wrote.
Right, but we're not seeing the same situation here. Like the hands, what's that? Like maybe 4 cards in Swolax's hand, but otherwise, like we're not seeing the same sort of advantage. It's just trying to figure it out. Now we're going to be taking all this damage.
Champ Exaltus is going to be special cast out after the destruction of that
Okay.
Windjin in defense here, which is going to at least prevent a little bit of damage here. The Locagon is only going to be able to knock out that Exaltus, and Swolax is only going to be taking the 1 spirit it took to cast it. And
A
the second
second
champ,
one.
Exaltus, coming out here, really just minimizing the
Oh.
bleeding, which maybe we are looking at a possible ascension this next turn.
We could see
from that
Tornigen,
Exaltus.
yeah. Tornigen could come out next turn, and that would allow it to get over the Locagon and get a wish from any cards. We have 2 cards in hand, and we're going for the Ascension.
That is exactly
It
what's
is going to
happening.
be the Leo Bright.
Okay,
Can we find
And-
Celestlio?
let's see.
No
We don't hit it.
Celestlio.
But we do see that Corvashine, which is such a huge card. If Swolax is able to keep this Leo Bright on the field, that Corvashine next turn could change everything.
This is terrifying. If base Locagon is in hand, you will lose as Leo Bright. Like, that will be done. And if that's the case, then this game may be over because you have a lot of damage going to be threatening you. So let's see what happens. Swole's trying to figure it out, actually blurring the field. But just reading it and going over it. And I think we're just waiting on Evil Vamp to make the play. And just a confident laugh kind of says, like, I know this game is over. And I'm assuming it's going to be an activation from base Locagon here.
Well, we haven't searched it out yet, so we will see how this goes.
There's about 3 cards in hand right now.
All of this is going to be depending on this cast. If we see another Foamy, we did see the 2 in that first turn. A Hurricane, which, okay, so this is going to be a big push turn because
Yeah.
these are the last few spirits that Evo Vamp has to his name.
We're going for in-game here. That is a wild play to have happened right there. A one-of Hurricane, a lot of one-ofs in this tournament, making huge differences as we now go for
There goes the
champ.
Foamy.
Champ
There's the Foamy
Foamy.
searching out the Locagon. Swolax says, yep, I know what's about to happen. This is...
Just scoops it up. You get the 2 casts, you cast it out, you hit for, 6 damage on field. And, there's also a big board. You needed to find a Celestlio. You needed to at least clear out 3 of those Elestrals. You weren't able to find it, and we're going to game 3.
Yep, I do love to see games, especially this late in the tournament, go to game 3. I love to see both casters shine, both of their decks be able to show why they made it to this point. And we will see how Swolax decides to side to counter this.
It's been interesting to note that we have not seen a single Corvashine from these 2 solar decks this entire time. I'm beginning to wonder if it's even in the deck.
Well, we did see the Corvashine from that last Foretell on the Leo Bright.
To be clear, it's like play an active role. Because normally, Foretell has been so great because Corvashine allows you to dig 3 cards deeper. So instead of foretelling 3 with Windjin, you're foretelling 6. Instead of 4 with Solar Burst, you're foretelling 7.
Well, I think that was probably, if Swolax could have survived into the next turn, I think that might have been the game
play.
plan.
Yeah.
Was to put down Corvashine and then have a better foretell with the Leo Bright. And hopefully hit the Celestlio, be able to destroy some of the cards on board. But of course, the Hurricane coming in at the last minute saying, no matter what, I'm making this effect happen. It being a Guardian of Light means that destruction effect would have happened regardless.
Yeah.
So there was nothing that Swolax could have done in that situation to prevent that from happening.
And the crazy thing is, it would have been a situation of I have to destroy the Leo Bright and hope your face down's not real. That would have at least bought a turn because you would have healed up to negate an attack, etc., etc. But I mean, instead it was just Hurricane, Hurricane and Rise. These limited cards are unreal. But it looks like we are ready for Game 3. Swolax will be on the play, most likely. Will we see a mulligan from either of these casters? We did not get to see major siding patterns from either one of these, and we are making a play right now. Swolax is starting to play out another win gen. 3 games in a row, 3 starting win gen. Will we hit blind this time? No Apollo in the start as we go for... I don't hope we didn't miss that. We were in a transition. I think we
Nope,
missed
here we
it.
go. Nope, we see
Okay.
the Champ Exaltus, another Winjin, and Guardian of Light.
No
Doesn't seem
Apollo.
like any of those were the predicted card from the Winjin, but Swolax able to look at these mull over the next few turns, and a second Winjin in hand tells me, hey, you know what? We could go second Winjin, already know what the stacked cards are, get Tornadron.
Yeah, but now you had to put a situation where you got to hope your opponent doesn't have Aphros. Because if I have Aphros Aphrodite, I am building wide ASAP. Every time, this is what we're noticing. Every time a deck is built wide very quickly, that's Tadpuff. It's built wide very quickly versus Solar, Solar loses. So that tempo needs to be at least 1-2 for Solar to have the advantage. Going 3-4 wide is way too much for Solar to reasonably deal with outside of Celestio. And
So,
Aphrodite, wait,
We're getting a second Tadpuff. Is there a 3-drop that EvoVamp is playing in this list? Because special casting to Tadpuff would allow you to siphon into a big 3-drop.
Yes.
However, if we are simply just trying to build a wide board here, I'm not sure why we're building it with Tadpuffs.
yeah, not 1-1, not a 1-1 unless what you want to do, but it's interesting to see where EvoVamp's mind is. You also played it in attack, shows that we are making an offensive push here. So I guess the question here is just what exactly is the game plan? Are we building wide and then going for Locagon? Or I think EvoVamp even shaking his head like maybe I shouldn't have done that. Really curious, but I've never seen this one before.
Yeah, I would
That
like...
Pandora's Box, I think I see.
I think you're right. I think I saw that corner there, which makes sense with this
Mm-hmm.
particular set. And as we know, that second Winjin, however,
Ah.
foaming coming out, we're going to be going and searching out the Locagon. Tadpuff, the effect must have been just to thin a little bit, going in for the Locagon. We still have the second Aphrodite option.
Do we have base Locagon or a second Locagon in hand? Because if so, then it's probably like, I don't need the other one. I have everything I need. I'm just going to threaten your entire field right here, right now.
It is possible. And
Right.
EvoFam is really thinking through these next few moves. We see the Champ Locagon ascending over the Tadpuff. And let's see, we have a second Aphrodite going in.
What is this hand?
Okay, a second Aphrodite. We're going to go in and search for the other Locagon. Let's see if it's going to be the base or the regular. The base one coming out when you need the destruction effect makes a lot of sense. After seeing that first game, I understand. However, that is, in fact, base Locagon.
Yes, it is. We did not see it last game, but it is here arrived. And now the second tap up makes sense because now we're insulating, not only planning on building wide this turn, but going wider the next turn. We are insulating in case you have a Gorgon's Gaze. I'm going to get this out again the next turn. Like, you're not going to stop me. So the second Aphrodite makes sense now for the Tadpuff, but it's just, I feel like there's not going to be any back row. If there's a back row with all this as well, man, what a start for EvoVamp.
Maybe Pandora's Box. However, there goes the Gorgon's Gaze. Okay, so this was a situation where we could have seen fully 3 Locagon on board, which is terrifying. Fortunately, Gorgon's Gaze is able to come out and say,
Winjin.
no, Winjin coming out. There goes the Pandora's Box on the effect. There's the Champ Exaltus, the Guardian of Light. Those are going to be milled.
That is a rough spot. Like, your opponent was able to do everything, and you can't do, and you just pass. These Winjin are a pervasive thorn, a brick for these solar decks right now.
And unfortunately, it's interesting that Swolax didn't move the second Winjin, the originally cast Winjin, into defense, possibly to prevent some damage. No back row either.
Probably didn't even think about it.
Swolax has really struggled to find back row. All 3 of these games, even in the first one. Champ Galaxy coming out, we're going to be swapping these stats, which means now Locagon can contest most things that Swolax wants to cast, including that Leo Bright.
Yeah, Leo Bright will be a 7 attacker when it's without a water spirit on it right now, but just a strong board. We're constantly healing, we're constantly destroying. We can search out another Lockdown with the Aphrodite, which I think was done. Oh no, we're pulling out another Galaxy champion.
It's just base
Poseidon.
Galaxy. Oh no, was
Yeah.
that? Oh,
Yep.
you're so right.
Mm-hmm.
What was your theme about the shrimp? that was your trick to identifying them, is they were
yeah.
shrimp shaped.
It's to the left. Yeah, base is to the right, top is to the left.
Ah.
So I mean, it's a whole thing. But yeah, they're destroying the field, dealing the damage, and I mean, this is the turn right here. If Swole does not have anything to break this board, Evo Vamp will move on to finals. And we're going to Corvushan. You are way too late.
Well, there goes
Solar Burst. We're
Solar
digging.
Burst.
There's another Solar Burst, a Guardian of
Okay,
Light,
there's a
Nebulio.
Nebulio.
Are you
And a
serious?
Castmel.
Nova Core. Nova Core next to Glenbat. We had to dig 6 and 7 cards deep to find an answer.
Thank you, Corvushan.
But I mean, what do you destroy? You have to destroy the Galaxy. That way, the Corvushan just can stand up to everything else. But you want
Well,
to destroy the Champ Locagon.
Even though we know that the Champ Galaxy is in hand, so
Yes.
we might just need to get rid of
yeah.
the Champ Locagon just to get that menace off of the field. There we go. We see the Glimbat being pitched.
On the Galaxy there. So, I mean, yeah, so you just
Okay,
got to hope your
makes
opponent
sense.
somehow misplays or something. What do you do? What is the hand? This has been rough. This has not been the solo list we've been seeing this entire time. Both of our solo casters in top 4 just have had besides their game 1, has had a really lackluster showing.
Well, hopefully Swillax can find an answer here. We have seen this deck come back from worse. However, this is a very scary position. Corvushan going to be immediately contested. However, no, instead we're going to be bringing
Casting.
out a second base Locagon. Or I guess this is the first base Locagon. The other one is still the champ.
I mean, it might be after this game.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. This one is going to be swinging and doing a lot of damage. Now we're just going to hit for 4 right now.
Well, that was the did we see the
Oh,
destruction?
yeah, destruction.
effect?
So that was
Yep.
6.
So we are simply going to swing for 6 damage.
And a face down. I think that might be all she wrote.
Depends on if this is real. It might. I mean, we'll see if Swillax thinks that this is worth continuing to play out. If Swillax has an answer to this board, and there is
More
the
damage.
Tad Puff.
Going for the more damage. We're hitting for 7 now, leaving him on 4. So what 4 do you keep? You just keep solar, right?
I think you have to.
I think that is just all solar.
Yep. Okay, there
What
goes
a
the
hit.
damage with only 3 spirits left. There aren't a
Oh,
lot of.
come
Oh my gosh! And we see a replay of the last game, a Helios Chariot Ride on the opponent's turn, preventing any possible answers. I would be curious to know what the hand was for Swolax there. And, I mean, if he didn't scoop, because we know that he's a caster who will scoop if there's no hope, I wonder what that answer was. Congratulations to Evo Vamp, who is now moving on to the finals.
I am stunned. I am speechless. And it does a lot for me to lack words. I really don't know what to say, Kay. I really don't.
This new way of playing Helios' Chariot Ride, which I have never seen before, and now we've seen back-to-back in not just top 16, but semifinals for one of the biggest Elestrals events of all time, is wild. I don't know if these casters are in the same testing groups and they've found this new tech, but unfortunately, when there's a card that says, actually, you can't answer anything that I'm about to do with any runes, not just counter runes, not just invoke runes, any runes, that makes it pretty impossible to engage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you want to win, you take out resources from your opponent. It's a concept that's been utilized often, whether it's for, stopping Ascension with the Gorgon's Gaze, or, stopping attacks with Shield of Achilles. You have Chains of Prometheus, which can stop counter moves. Like, they exist in the game. But to watch 2 back-to-back top 8 finals be lost to a last-minute Helios Chariot ride, to build so wide and to take out research from your opponent. I have to break this game down for myself so I can find some solace for myself.
Mhm.
Because if I am in Swole's position, I don't have the poise to be like, yeah, no, this is fine. It's part of the game. It's all legal. There was nothing inappropriate done.
I would be curious. I'm interested to talk to Evo. I'm going to be interviewing him here in a little bit. I want to know what went into the testing. Like I said, I want to know if this was a testing group that discovered this, hey, build the biggest board imaginable, and then once you do that, hold on to this card, and that's the time to say, I'm not going to let you answer it. And at that point, I mean, it almost feels like burn to a degree because you're just doing so much damage and not allowing it to be answered. So we will be here in a little bit talking to Evo. Huge congratulations to Swolax. And next game, actually, before we get into the finals, we are going to be playing for the top 3 because, of course, speaking of Champ Locagon, the second, first, and third, I did that in the least intuitive order imaginable, casters, they are all going to be getting the Locagon Champ cards and playmats. So next game, we're going to be playing that out, seeing who is placing third, and that means I believe we'll be hearing from Swolax again next game.
Yeah, we're not far going to go and play for that top 3 Locagon, but it is incredible that the final stretch we lost the ability to get the rematch of Dallas Open. We are going to have some form of a brand new champion today.
This was a huge shakeup, I have to say. We went into today looking at the top 16 saying, there are a lot of these names that we know. Look at all of these. We could have a rematch of Dallas, like you said. We could have Swolax versus Bean Soldier or San Sally, who are all on the same brew. It would be interesting to see that. And then now where we are in this tournament is we have these casters who haven't necessarily, we haven't seen too much from them. And it has been a bit of a shakeup.
My bracket is so busted.
Yeah, I would be curious to know. You made that fantasy bracket at the beginning.
I did. I'll check it for you real quick. I did post it on socials. Let me find it real quick, and I'll let you know exactly where that bracket was. I believe Swole was my last hope to get anything right, and we are Swolax. Nope, lost that. Bean Soldier lost that. Was it Sunflop? Nope. Didn't even get that matchup at all. We just had Swole. That wasn't even a matchup. So I am done. I have
a lot of bracket busters is what we are saying here.
We have a lot of bracket busters today, or maybe a bracket busting chariot.
And here in just a minute, I'm going to be speaking with the one finalist who we know for sure we are going to see, and that is Evo. And I will be asking some questions, figuring out what happened in those games, what happened in the testing, and we will be back after that with the third place game. So we'll be back with Evo in just a sec. I am here with Evo, the first confirmed finalist of the Elestrals Kissimmee Open. Evo, how are you feeling after that game?
I'm so happy I managed to win that game because Solar is one of the hardest matchups I could possibly go against. I needed him to whiff or not get Apollo, so it worked out for me very well. And fortunately, we played each other in the Swiss, so I knew his deck as well, so it helped out.
Did that Swiss round go any different?
It actually went pretty much the same. I lost game 1 and I won game 2 and 3. That is literally how it worked.
So this was a direct rematch.
Yes,
direct
rematch
of that Swiss round. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I know that one thing a lot of our viewers are wanting to know.
Yeah.
Because of the last game and the use of Helios's chariot ride on the opponent's turn, is there a similar testing circle that's going on? Or is this something that you happen to stumble upon at the same time unconnectedly?
I'll be honest with you. Because I'm from the UK, we got cards really late, and we didn't have a lot of time ourselves because we have a busy life.
Sure.
I only tested about 8 hours in total for this tournament, so we didn't even know about Solar.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't know about Solar at all. We went in without Solar. Somehow I managed to get to this Aphros list, and I was happy with it. And yeah, the Helios was one of my friend's idea, and it basically, what we really used it for is to make sure the Locagon play goes through.
Sure.
Because that's the most important thing. Now, if I've already got the board set, it's just logical to use it on your opponent's turn. If they need runes to out you, and you stop them for a whole turn, you pretty much won the game.
And that's exactly what we've seen a couple times. Now, how are you feeling about finals? Do you think that you could take this whole thing?
Yeah, I think honestly, the worst match I thought was going to be Solar. I thought I was probably going to get overrun, but I think I've got a good shot for the finals, and I'm ready for it.
Well, good luck to you. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you here at this desk again as the champion. And with that, we're going to be getting into the top 3, and we will be seeing you back on stream for the finals match. Thank you so much for talking with me.
Thank you very much.
And we are back for our third place match. I am once again joined by MBT. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, but also conflicted. Obviously, I wanted to see Solar in finals. We will not be doing so, but we will be casting it right now in our third and fourth place match. Now, a lot is on the line here because remember, only the top 3 casters walk out of here with the serialized Lakagon.
That is going to be the card and the mat. So whichever caster takes this, takes that home as well. And we are going to be hearing from both Swolex, who was just on stream, and a caster who we haven't seen at all on stream yet, and that is Ash Winters. Now, there are things that are new, but there are things that are going to be very much the same because the matchup is the exact same as the previous match that we watched, that being Solar versus Lakagon.
Yeah, if you're Swolex, you probably have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder about this one. You both have to prove that you can beat this matchup, and you're very practiced against this matchup because you just walked out of it. If Swolex is able to win this one, they can then, in their tournament report afterwards, say that the semifinal match was a fluke. If not, maybe the Solar deck isn't as comprehensively built as we expected.
I do think that a lot of it came down to the foretells that we saw last game, and unfortunately just not hitting things turn after turn after turn, and just not being able to turn that around.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. Certainly it has been a rough couple of hours for Solar, from Bean Soldier getting walked out of the game by an unbelievably explosive turn I think will go down in history, to Swolex unfortunately unable to find action off the top of his own deck. Hopefully he won't suffer the same fate in this matchup, but if there's any deck that can punish it, it is Lakagon.
Lakagon has been one of those decks that we've been talking about all weekend long. It is, as we have seen just in this last game, so powerful. You can get this 5/7 body out on the board, and then a second one, and then if it's not contested, then the next turn it can get a third one, even with the access to base Lakagon as well, and with the ability to pop Elestrals and simply just walk over boards. It has been a strategy that I know a lot of casters have been looking at or fearing.
I believe these are actually 2 different cups we see on stream. It's not the same cup from different angles, looking at the handles, which means that this is also the protein shake mirror. Ash Winters and Swolex both coming out, built and prepped to touring their way through this third and fourth place match.
And it looks like we are going to go ahead and get started. I don't know who's starting us out here.
Looks like
Possibly,
Swole.
yep, Swolex coming out with
Man,
Plucky.
Plucky's a great turn 1 play. You really want to hit that Plucky or that Corvishine and get that Apollo so your 2-card combos get a lot better. This turns on Winjin, it turns on Leo Bright. There's just so much you can manage as a result of finding this card.
And of course, with Apollo coming out, we are going to start getting an idea of what this game is going to look like. Of course, foretelling our next few turns. And Swolex going to be adding that to hand there. Ash Winters going for a little shuffle of the deck. And Swolex going to be deploying that Apollo here, only enchanting it. Nope. In fact, for 3.
Going for the 3. Swolex, a student of the, you know what we should do is we should play unsleeved series of cards. And this is a tough one. Taking the Leo Knight here makes sense, but it also puts you in a position where following it up with a Nebula Leo isn't going to be as explosive. Kind of thinking on this send, I imagine it would always be Winjin on top unless you've already got one in grip. So Ash, I think understanding that as well, passes back to them. Now, one thing that probably didn't come up in testing for Swolex and Josh's list is that while Solar is definitely an extremely powerful pantheon, it also puts you at a disadvantage against really good players because they can play with perfect information courtesy of your foretells. So against the top level talent, it's a little more of a liability than it would be just testing against randos. Ash with a powerful play of their own, starting with the Peliquarius and grabbing, wait a minute, is that Joseph Rothschild revealed champion of Aphrodite Foamy?
We do have the Foamy coming out, and Swolex probably feeling good about this turn because that Plucky was able to survive a turn. You predicted correctly. You have the Power Winjin on your side yourself. That Winjin coming out, immediately getting Pandora's boxed. This is a 1-for-1 of the last game. Seeing Apollo and Guardian of Light getting milled into the underworld. Those are 2 big hits. However, Apollo going for the Foretell here, and there is the Celeste Leo.
Really hard here. Probably keeping the Celeste Leo in the deck so you can potentially reveal it off of a Solar, then afterwards reanimate it courtesy of Rise. One thing that Ash Winters is playing that I really love is this main deck Pandora's Box. Relegated to the side deck for the entirety of its lifespan, people are now feeling a little more comfortable playing it because the bevy of decks in the metagame that fall to this card is getting wider and wider every day.
The Foamy Champion of Aphrodite going to be using its secondary effect there, getting pitched into the underworld. We went and grabbed the 2-drop Water Elestral, being the Lockagon. Tadpuff coming out, special casting. We are going to be now ascending into the Lockagon. Swolax really needs to be able to keep maybe this Plucky safe, because an Ascension into the Leo Bright this next turn would go crazy with Celeste Leo in the deck.
I have to imagine that you have to have some defensive rune in the back row. This is still horrifying, of course.
Swolax is saying, no way, you win and got
looked
the Lockagon.
directly at the camera to do that face, by the way. Yeah, no, it's just staggering how consistent this Lockagon list is. It takes a lot of spirits to get going, but if it has them at its disposal, if it's early enough in the game, there's not too much you can do. Here, the Gorgons on the Lockagon makes a lot of sense, enables that other Lockagon to stick in the hand, but of course, having the Lockagon at all is a huge liability. Going Pelliquarius to attack here means that we can eat one of either the Plucky or the Windjin. Have to hit the Windjin here, losing the Pelliquarius in the process, because otherwise, Swole will just get to ascend into Tornagin without committing to their
But here comes
summon.
that Leo
Here
Bright.
comes the Leo Bright.
Yep.
Show me the Gorgon's Gaze. Ash thinking here, I think probably telegraphing a PTA, but Ash knows the top of the deck, so would be saving it for the Celeste Leo regardless. Ooh, a dense fog
coming
here.
out. Okay.
Way, way better for these effects that don't happen on cast, but instead happen at the discretion of the player who's played them. While they can't negate an effect that has already been activated, they can prevent that Leo Bright from getting to its activated effect here.
Unfortunately, unless Swolax is able to stave off this second Lockagon, we did see that it was a base Lockagon added this previous turn. This Leo Bright is going to be not long for this world. However, we are going to be getting the effect of Apollo off. We see Tornagin there, as well as the Celestleo that was foretold last.
This is really bad, too. I mean, you don't want to draw either of those cards. They're going to screw up your next two draws. Leo Bright doesn't do anything. We're attacking here, and it's going to eat a Madness to be suppressed. You're happy that it got to trade for 2 cards, but sad because the opportunity cost means you're about to lose your whole board. Second Gorgons or bust here, Swole.
Well, with 2 back row set, one can hope.
Even with a Gorgon's Gaze, which it looks like we do have,
Okay,
we
that's
know that
exactly
Ash
what
has
it
a
is.
copy of Tadpuff in hand. So they can go Tadpuff, then cast the Lockagon. That requires an enabler for them to be able to perform the pop function, because obviously the Lockagon Champion of Aphrodite is under Gorgon's Gaze, but anything from Ambrosia on would really ruin Swole's day.
So here comes that Tadpuff. Special casting out.
What a weekend for Tadpuff, by the way.
Yeah, we really, really love to see it. I mean, Tadpuff is a cute little guy, and I am a big fan of the Cute Little Guys Club. That base Lockagon coming out, unless Swolax
like
has an
8.
answer.
Wow, that's the perfect number of spirits necessary to walk over the Leo Bright.
Yep.
And Swole looking at their spirit deck, maybe telegraphing a shield, I think probably. Yeah.
That is exactly what we see. Fortunately, we didn't see that destruction effect because Ash was not able to heal a water spirit back. So at least there's that. And that was quite an expensive turn for Ash as well. So Swolax.
Kept the Celestleo on top. Good,
Yep.
good on you. All right, we're going to be able to ascend into the Celestleo here, and after 3 turns, the Leo Bright has finally got there. The Celestleo effect is so powerful and one of the very few ways in the format to actually effectively deal with the Lockagon, that huge defense stat of 7. Whether it's 6 or 7, Leo Bright into Celestleo is going to deal with it, and for that reason, Swole has totally turned the tide of this game without even performing their normal cast. Any individual Elestral here puts Ash on 2 spirits, which is just unthinkable. And here we'll be able to grab 2 of those to hand, including a Glimbat and a Novacore. That's the end of the game. Just because Novacore can be cast, that's 5 into Ash Winters' 6 spirit count. Put them at 1. Swole is just deciding if he wants to commit.
Looking at this spirit deck here,
Mismatched spirits, too. How
there's
do
a
you
lot
keep
of
track of
chaos
this?
going on in this spirit deck. Unfortunately, I cannot look at it too hard.
Let me ask you, what is your preferred spirit?
It's gotta be the Sugimos be.
Yeah, they're nice. They are
Yeah,
quite nice.
the celebration spirits, they are so beautiful. And here we see that Celestlio swinging in for 3. We didn't go for the second cast.
I like this. Because it wouldn't have beaten Ash Winters, then as a result, there's no reason to absolutely commit. Instead, using an expend to draw to get a Gorgon's Gaze set off the top of the deck.
Being able to see the 3 Gorgons this game is
And Ash says that's enough.
massive. So we are going to be moving into a game 3 for this contest for 3rd place, which feels very fitting.
That was actually game 1.
There's no way.
Yeah. I know we're used to
What a
casting
2
these
days
incredibly
this has
fast
been.
games. Yeah.
Okay, game 1 goes to Swole.
Okay, so now I got to ask you, after that workout of a match, do you think either of them are going to reach over to their protein shake?
You know what? Let's
Chat,
see who
sound
does it
off.
first.
Oh,
I thought that was
thought
it.
it was it.
There was a bit of a fake out there. We did see Swolax going for it in the last match, so we might be, proteined up,
Yeah.
ready to go. But for now, we are focused on side decking. And Swolax, having just gone against this matchup, is probably intimately familiar with the exact cards to go in or side out. There's one that I know for sure is being sided out. And I think that at this point, because we are at the end of the line, do you think that we can reveal the trick about Swolax's deck?
I think we can, yeah.
So we saw this last match. There is an Earthquake in Swolax's deck.
That is correct. You need that hard
However,
removal.
You do need it. It is a great card. However, it costs 2 Earth Spirits.
That's not so bad. The solar deck has really great spirit mana bases, so I'm sure that it's fine, right?
Unfortunately, Swolax did not add any Earth Spirits to the Spirit deck and has been rocking all the way
He's
to
at the match for third.
yeah, for possibly 3rd place in this with a completely dead card.
And
With-
you can
with a-
cast it. It doesn't
I mean,
do
you
anything.
can absolutely cast it. And I can't believe that Swolax made it to possibly 3rd place with 39 cards in deck.
That's unbelievable. I will say it looks like neither of them are reaching for the protein. I think the only team that Swolax is worried about is 13, the attack points on Celestlio, and Ash just isn't interested in the cup. I think that he's locked in.
So that was
That was a twofer. I've been saving these. I just sat in the crowd and I was like, okay, Lockagon, locked in.
There is a piece of paper in front of me right now that
I'm like, I'm
that
doing
he has
math
been
on it.
taking notes. Yeah. Okay, so I both respect it and don't respect you quite as much after
That's
that.
fair. I think I
know.
probably deserve that.
Yeah. However, it looks like our casters are getting ready. We are going in to this second game. I really thought that there had been a first game. I swear it happened.
Well, we've seen Swolax play against Lockagon 4 times in a row now. So
And you were there, and you were there, and you, Foamy, Lockagon? Yeah,
Gorgons, you were there 3 times.
surely. But instead, we are in fact just going into game 2. And Ash Winters is going to be starting us off.
All right, thumbing through that hand, kind of gives it a smirk. It looks like we have a Pandora's box, but I don't see a lot of action. Swole very comfortable mulliganing. I mean, I've said this every single time we've watched Solar, but this deck really has the capacity to produce unplayable hands. You have to be super aggressive with your mulligans. And of course, you have the opportunity to recur some of those spirits, courtesy of Guardian of Light, but it means that sometimes this phase of the game takes a little longer than you would expect.
And we are going to be looking at that second hand and saying, yep, okay, that one is much more reasonable. And we go. Ash Winter is going to be starting us off with a Peliquarius here, going in, searching out possibly that Foamy, which is what we saw last game.
Peliquarius, a big weekend for this card as well. Totally unplayable for multiple sets, and all of a sudden it's a 3-of staple in arguably the best deck of the format. I mean, we're about to find out if it is or is not. Now we're going to go ahead and set 2 cards here, one of which we know is a P-Box, back to Swolax. Now, there's so many 2-card combos that automatically win you the game in Solar, Winjin plus Apollo, for instance, but almost all of them are uniquely stopped by Pandora's Box, you know?
If I had a nickel for every time that Swolax's Winjin got Pandora's Box. However,
Here's
with
another
Temple
2-carder.
of the Sun, we are going to see Nova Core coming out. And Ash Winter's looking at these back row, immediately getting hit with the poison-tipped arrow.
PTA feels bad for sure. If you're Swolax and that was the hit, then that's really frustrating. You do get to walk over the Peliquarius, you hit for 1, and then it takes another 2 to pay out for the Novacore, which is great spirit efficiency, but Novacore is also kind of the reason to play this deck. So for that reason, maybe there is an argument that could have held a little longer.
Yeah, unfortunately, not being able to stop that destruct effect and then
See a Gorgons.
two, and then having to pay 2, yeah, that is not great. Foamy coming out and actually going to be using the effect to search out Aphrodite. And there she is.
Ooh, the pack art. Big fan of this Aphrodite. When are we getting the... we have the full Aphrodite, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm holding out for the Stellar. Stellar Poseidon was a game changer.
Yeah, he's my beloved.
He's a little ripped.
You're telling me.
Do you think it's rough to be Poseidon right now and see another water divine living your dream?
I think he's probably having a great time.
Yeah.
Just relaxing.
Yeah.
However, I think that who is a little bit upset is Foamy Champion of Poseidon. Seeing
Yeah, could you imagine? It's like, I made the wrong choice. I should not have. It's like a college major. It's like, oh my god, they told me to major with Poseidon, but unfortunately,
yeah,
there's just no
Aphrodite
jobs.
is the way to go.
Yeah.
And we are going to be just, it seems, passing back to Swolax here.
Yeah, no need to go in too hard just yet. Swol's now in a tough position because every single Elestral that Ash casts for the rest of the game represents a Locagon if it sticks. So any back row like Shield or Gorgon's Gaze has the potential to totally flip the game on its head. We need to do everything we can to keep these Elestrals off field, and Solar Bomb is a way to do it, but it looks like we don't have it here. Ash is going to be able to ascend into Locagon if they so desire, but instead they're going to go for Magnaros in order to go wide. It says, listen, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. Let's start by getting so many eggs you can't possibly remove all of them from the basket.
And there is the Aphoros coming out, which is going to be able to special cast. And
Going Aphrodite next. Are we getting old
Yeah.
Aphoros? No, new one again. Rest in peace, Bo. That deck was so cool.
I wish that I could have seen it on stream. It was one that I just kept missing. I just kept dodging it. But Swolax here, that last turn having to expend and simply pass does not feel great, especially when you're looking at this about to happen. Foamy moving to attack, why not? Get an extra point of damage.
Yeah, this is a 4 here, which is a ton. The rough part of Swolax's deck, again, is that all of these ways to get back into the game feel like 2-card combos, and for that reason, they are hard to find. Additionally, so many of them are stonewalled by the Pandora's Box we know is there. A Winge in here would do less than nothing. Really, what we want is a follow-up Novacore, but nothing on the board is really worth popping just yet. Oh no, a Magnaros. Oh no, an Aphoros. You're scared of the Locagon that's coming afterwards.
Yeah, Swolax really, really mulling over the options here, which tells me that there probably aren't that many.
Yeah. All right, we've seen this play a number of times. Nebuleo, we just got to hit a Leo Bright. 1, 2, 3, 4. The deck said, no, you're playing Winjin.
Yep, double Winjin, Champion Exaltus.
Winjin,
And the
Winjin, Tornajin, Champion of Exaltus. That's a really rough foretell. Champion's a way by which we could theoretically set up for a Leonite that might be in hand, but pretty unlikely in a world where Magnaros and Aphoros are on field. This Nebuleo is easy pickings for a Gorgon's Gaze in the back row, but at present, I believe it said 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't even effectively contest the Aphoros thanks to the effect of Champion of Aphrodite.
With the Temple of the Sun, does that...
Ooh, Dense Fog, just as bad. And that
Oh.
main deck Dense Fog is making its second incredible play. I gotta say, Ash's deck plays a totally different suite of counter runes than we are used to, and it's been paying off.
Yeah, this Nebuleo, I imagine that was a battle step.
I think you have to do it on attack deck.
Do you?
Yeah. And Swole was thinking not about if he wanted to flip the back row, but if he wanted to just go to the next game.
Yeah, so we are going to be taking it to Game 3, which I thought is where we were before, but in fact is where we are now. So I
You
feel like...
just add a little bit of prescience. You could see a little bit into the future.
Yeah, and Swolax immediately going into the side deck, clearly saying there are some things in here that I am going to need to go in and get. That Dense Fog has absolutely been a problem.
Swole, there's one item that can help you, and it's directly to your left. Just reach out your hand and grab it.
You got to protein up, bro.
He rolled his eyes like he heard me.
I they might have our mic feed just for fun.
Ash, if you can hear me, blink really hard directly at the camera.
And then reach for the protein shake. Oh.
I saw the arm. I thought it was happening. So the thing about Swole's deck is that I am pretty sure in Game 3, they are massively favored. Just like a lot of these decks in which like you just need to land an Elestral without fear of it getting Gorgons or PTA'd, cards like Corvishine sticking to the field are really hard for Ash to actually get over. We were talking specifically with Bo about it, and Bo's build of the Lockagon deck has an almost 0% win rate versus Swolax's because it's not as explosive. It just swarms the field with 5s. We saw the Magnaros and the Aphoros, whereas Swolax can just set up a temple and sit behind a Corvishine until the sun explodes.
And I just want to say the conversation that is happening right now is Swolax is saying, wow, in Game 1, I tried to take a drink of water and I hit my microphone. And just now I tried to scratch my eye and I hit my glasses. What's going on today? And I do appreciate that just based on the body language, I know that that is exactly the conversation that was happening there.
Ash is doing the polite laugh like, yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Whoa, no way. The mic, then the eye? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Me personally, I haven't made any of those mistakes, but you do you.
Well, he's probably had more protein.
Yeah, exactly. Someone check the water levels.
Yeah, we are going to be going into Game 3. This is going to decide who our third place caster is and who's going to be walking home with
Ash.
that Lockagon. That is not good when you're on Lockagon.
Oh, and a snap keep from Swole, too. Going to go for the Nebuleo in a position where it can't be stopped.
Surely
One,
we get the
two.
Leo right.
There's a Celeste Leo. We can at least take that if we want, but if we don't take it, it probably telegraphs we have a Leo Bright already.
Oh, we see the protein drink that you
did it.
have been waiting for this entire time.
Let's go.
Although based on this, I think they are in fact the same one.
No, did it move?
It did.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What a disappointing conclusion.
That's like so disappointing. I hate seeing
this,
that.
This
Yeah.
really has ruined your day a little bit,
Oh,
hasn't
no.
it?
Well, only one bulked up caster here today. Let's see if they're going to begin with something powerful. Now, the thing about this Lockagon deck is, I mean, we just saw them win a game Peliquarius 3 games in a row. We just saw them win a game in which they didn't find Lockagon. Like, they were able to get it to hand, and they were threatening it, of course, but the number one Lockagon in this strategy is the one that never comes.
And Swolax saying, I don't even want to let you go and get that foamy, get Gorgon's gazed, and I am going to do something this next turn, which who knows, it might be Winjin, which we already know because of that Nebuleo exactly what is coming down the pipeline.
This is disastrous for Ash. We need 2 Gorgons here if we don't want to lose. Here's the first Gorgons, I believe, on the Winjin. Now we can Nebuleo and check again. If we find a Leo Bright as 4th card, we do just win the game because we know the Celeste Leo is 3rd.
Mm-hmm. We have 2 back row set. I love to see Swolax finally getting to the
Lex
back
not
row.
to even attack. Says, if you have another Gorgons, it absolutely beats me. So, why not? Oh, here come the 5s.
Okay, Magneros casting out. We are going to be going in and getting the Aphoros. There she is.
These are scary cards, but not nearly as bad without access to Aphrodite. Giving it another shuffle real quick. And, of course, Swolax has to have final cut, but there is a possibility they go back in. The thing about the solar list that doesn't really come up as often as you would expect is what we're seeing right now. There's just so many Elestrals that demand an immediate response, or else you are going to try their Foretell effect again the next turn. And that means that Ash has to keep this entire field clear every single turn if they want a shot at this. Swole's thinking on this Aphoros, going to go for the shield on the attack. That's going to boost the Magnaros down to 3 and means none of them can effectively trade with the Winjin. Going to try and crash the Peliquarius. Swolax says, that's fine. And a quick check, like, yep, that's also a 3.
Mm-hmm. And now Magneros.
We are probably going to have to keep the Magneros. We want the ability to special cast the Aphoros on the next turn. So Swolax here is going to be able to cast the other Winjin we know is in the top 4, right? If he so desires. Question of if he thinks that's productive.
He's really thinking about it here, and we do know Pandora's Box is lurking in this list somewhere. And again, if I had a nickel for every time Swolax's Winjin was Pandora's Boxed.
As expected, here comes the Leonite. We're going to try it.
And that Celestleo is
We know it's there.
in the list, so if Ash
Fog
cannot
again?
answer this.
Dense Fog here would go absolutely nutty. Potentially Brick Swolax on a Celestlio draw next turn. Just a question of how you're even going to out the Leo Bright afterwards, because 7 is such a hard attack stat for this deck to get over early game when the base set Locagon isn't big enough.
Oh, a poison-tipped arrow.
Whoa,
but
that seems so incorrect.
with that,
We must have another PTA.
maybe.
Yeah, he said, of course. Well, we knew that there was a Celestlio
Yeah.
coming.
So there goes the ascension into the Celestlio.
And now things are going to get really hairy. We saw there was at least a Novacore. Tsunami here. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is not enough.
Yeah.
Novacore, Gorgon's Gaze, Glimbat. Oh, no.
Okay, and there
He
goes
took
the
Glimbat
destruction.
Novacore. He said, I'll eat the entire board.
Yep.
Oh, no.
That poison-tipped arrow, I don't know if that was just a misplay in the moment
Yeah.
or a
There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, Ash could have possibly forgotten that the Celestlio was already lined up in the list. Any number of explanations.
So we can see the entire hand here. It's Tadpuff, Aphros, Poison Tipped Arrow. That is not enough. The Celestlio can trigger every single turn, pop everything that Ash sets. I imagine Swolax is going to lead with it. Then we can go Novacore, Glimbat if we so desire.
Yep.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
and
we
the
can grab the
Tornagem.
Tornagem.
And the Exaltus champion of Apollo.
He's checking actually if he can take the Tornagem. I think he can. Yeah.
And we are in fact going to
Eat
take
the
that.
board, set the shield. We're having a quick discussion about how this works.
Yep, we're getting that all figured out. Even with that, though, this Celestlio, I think...
We're getting a judge call real quick.
Okay.
So, I have to imagine that maybe we're having a discussion about like when the Celestlio is being activated, what was taken on a previous turn, how the Foretell worked out on a different activation. I mean, these are all things that are hard to keep track of if you are Ash, or even if you are Swole. I mean, we saw in the Sanseli game that Sanseli was just writing down her own Foretells.
Probably for exactly these types of situations.
Yeah, I mean,
and-
you see 7 cards, you're not going to remember them all.
Yeah, absolutely not. There we go. We see...
Oh, I think the issue here is that we foretelled one too few.
Oh.
And so we're adding an additional to the foretell and determining if it has to be added to the hand.
Okay, and the Nebuleo going back, that shield possibly going on top here, or at least this being a conversation.
Yeah.
But we haven't even seen the destruction effect from the Celestlio. This is one of those cards that if you see the effect go off once, it's usually game ending, let alone it twice, and hitting multiple targets.
All right. Looks like Nebuleo is also going to be added to hand here. We're going to put the Shield of Achilles back on top. And then, of course, Nebuleo gets to pop up to the number of cards, not the number of cards, which means you do get the opportunity to pop the Aphros, the back row, and then stop. All right, I imagine what's happening now is an explanation of the additional time being added, as well as probably a warning given a Swolax. These solar decks, man, they are difficult to keep track of, and the cards that modulate how much you foretell really impact how you play the game, and as a result, it's tough to know.
And it's also tough to know because some of them foretell 3, some foretell 4.
Yeah.
And again, like you said, with the added Corvishine, then you're foretelling 7, sometimes
Yeah.
you're foretelling 6, and then you have Apollo on top of that, and it's just, there is a lot going on, and there is probably a lot of merit to the method of simply writing it down. But we are getting that all resolved so we can move forward, figuring out the game state here, and the shield is going to go on top.
I think that was the Pandora's box in the back row. And I mean, if you're Ash, you just feel miserable about this. It's a situation where you have, unfortunately, no recourse. You can set 2 cards, hoping that one of them survives off the Celestlio, but there's just such a low chance of doing so. We always spoke about how the thing that was going to break Solar wide open is when they hit a critical mass of good Solar Elestrals, and we're there, baby.
Yep, and we see the Nebuleo effect happening, and, you know, I
It's a
don't know.
whiff, but we'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Nebuleo hit Leo Bright once in my life, but that's okay. We've
Theoretically, it
made
must have
do.
happened.
Yeah. And taking the 4 spirits of damage here.
Backs against the wall for Ash. There are draws that do it. Peliquarius is not bad. We can use Peliquarius to get the Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, and then after we get Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, we can grab Locagon, then use the Tadpuff to get it out. It just seems like we have misenchanted the Peliquarius because we're out of Wind Spirits. So this might be a capital O over.
That is exactly what's happening. And just for those at home to be updated, what happened with the judge is that there was just a missed required ad with the Celestlio.
Yeah.
We simply repaired the game state and all was good. And now we are here and we are casting Corvashine.
And Swolax is just one turn away from walking out of here with that serialized Locagon. Beautiful card. As a result, Ash has got to draw something crazy off the top. Looks like an Ambrosia, not enough.
Yep, and that
Swolax is going to walk.
Swolax is the third place caster for the Elestrals Kissimmee Open. Congratulations, Swolax.
Wow. You know, if you're Swolax, you have to be thinking to yourself, why couldn't my last game have gone like this? But put on an absolute clinic when it comes to this strategy. I mean, the solar deck seems so powerful, so explosive. Not that Locagon doesn't, but it does have those choke points. The Foamies, of course. Occasionally the Peliquariuses. You know, if you just don't get to Aphrodite, your entire strategy falls apart. And we saw it happen just perfectly in that third game.
Yeah, both of these lists are ones that get out of control really fast. And yeah, that is absolutely what happened multiple times. And you can see all of our casters who have been here just glued to the screen watching these games happen. And of course, now we're going to be going into finals. You can feel the energy in here. Everything that happens, there's a crowd reaction. Everything that occurs, there's clapping. There's an, oh, it is electric in here right now.
One more match. We are about to move into finals. That's going to determine who is your Kissimmee 2025 Elestrals champion. I'm super excited to be watching Locagon and that BlueStacks deck. Oh my goodness.
BlueStacks in finals of an event this size.
Did you get to see the top 8 match?
Yes, I did.
It was unthinkable. And if he can make the magic work one more time, I think they will be able to take it. We actually got to speak to both of our finalists. Our BlueStacks pilot said, Locagon is my best matchup, so I'm super excited about this final.
That is insane, and I cannot wait to see this. I don't know, are we going to be interviewing Swolax here coming up? Because I definitely want to hear from him.
Yeah, I could take it or leave it. We are going to be hearing from our top 3 winner, Swolax, probably about how excited they are to win that Stellar Locagon, but also maybe about how frustrated they are that this match against Locke went so their way and the other didn't. Either way, we'll be back with that very shortly. Then we'll have a short reprieve before the final match of your Kissimmee 2025 Open. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my god.
We are here with your top 3 casters, Swoleax. First off, congratulations about the victory.
Thank you.
Second off, Lakagon, huh?
Yeah, apparently this deck does have Kryptonite, and it's water, surprisingly. But it's good. Lockout's very scary. Yeah.
So you put on a textbook example of playing that deck. I didn't realize how much it hinged on Nebuleo turning into Leonite. Can you walk us through in Game 3 your through line for the game?
Yeah, so this one is really strange because I had to, compared to Game 2, right, kind of going more, I'm trying to do the Winjin plays or trying to establish a board at all. This deck really does rely on its foretells. And so if you can establish Nebuleo early and protect that Nebuleo, you see Leo Bright, Nebuleo, in the foretell Celestio, your game plan's already established, and now you just have to hope that and pray that they do not have all the answers. And luckily my opponent had some of them, but the other back row were not chainable to protect the Ascension and to the Rise and to everything else. So I definitely would say that the putting my opponent on having that Gorgon's Gaze, the key card to stop that Ascension, would have definitely put me in a big disadvantage. So taking a risk there in that Game 3, I just need to put it all out there. Yeah.
So over the course of today, we've seen a lot of your games.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of this solar deck. The solar deck seems to have been discovered by a great number of people, but the list that you and Josh were playing seemed fundamentally different from them. No main deck Royal Lottle, for instance, less of the cards like First Light that guarantee your foretells hit. Can you walk us a little through the theory on this strategy?
For sure. It's actually a lot of theory goes to Josh and Sansley, who also played this deck as well. And,
and made Top Cut.
And made Top Cut too. And that's kind of a testament to the deck's strength and the caster's strength. Both of them spent countless hours, 3 AM Discord calls, theorizing. And one of the big things is, of course, combining the Winjin portion of it, right? Having extra starters, having extra high-end cards that bait out Gorgon's Gaze so that your Rise and your Nebuleos, your Leo Brights also go through. The big difference between a lot of our decks versus the other solar decks we were seeing throughout the event is that they were playing more low-to-the-ground options. They were playing maybe Lumaroos, or I know I saw Sundial for one of them, the new Sundial. And while that's great, taking a note out of Lakagon's book, kind of like taking that deck-building theory, the higher-end explosive play is, I think, right at home in Livestream. So that's kind of the main difference for me. And one Armadon on the side, Josh cannot tell me differently.
You're really playing one Armadon on the side.
Yeah, it's my emotional support Armadon. Thank
Did
you.
it come in over the Earthquake?
Actually, that was the Laurels. That one's a really cool one, actually. My Earthquake, it didn't really come up ever, like, what are you going to do? Target a lock, destroy it? The Aphrodite Soulmates, you're losing that point. It's a bad card. You shouldn't be playing it. Don't even need the spirits for it, really.
You heard it here first, folks. Well, congratulations on your incredible finish.
Thanks so much.
You're going to be taking home that Stellar Lakagon. Will you deign yourself to actually play the Lakagon strategy?
I think I have to now. Yeah, I know that Julian and the Atlantic contingency kind of like match with this deck too. So I think from what I've seen and got my butt kicked by Lakagon, I kind of have to.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, we will see you momentarily for finals. Huge congratulations to Swoleax on the finish, and don't go anywhere.
171 casters bring us down to the final two. Welcome to Kissimmee Open's Grand Finals. Your commentators today will be myself, PK Sparks, along with MBT. We have been here for so much Elestrals. We opened the tournament and now we get to close it. Before we talk about our finalists, any specific moment you're just like, yeah, that was some good Elestrals?
Oh, there's so much to talk about this weekend, but obviously the standouts for me are the greatest turn in Elestrals history that we watched one of our finalists do in their top 8 match. Bo's incredible deck playing Aphros and drawing upwards of 8 cards when he could have just otherwise won the game. And unfortunately, watching back the VOD, the Brontaglow match, I missed that Shady and A-Drive were able to cast round 4. Really incredible Elestrals has been played all weekend, and I hope that finals will be no different.
I was actively going to say Bo's strategy with the Aphros list as well. The Aphros parade was so much fun to watch and kind of disrespectful in the best ways possible. But one of my other favorite matches would definitely be the second one that Kay and I casted with the Commentators facing each other. Already having to take down essentially his key boss Elestral in order to move on to the tournament in a positive record. So just, again, so much good Elestrals have been played. This has been an amazing tournament, an amazing top cut. And that brings us to our final two. We are guaranteed a brand new champion in Elestrals Open Tournament. We have Evo Vamp facing off against Kier. These two casters, these two decks, what do you make of it on paper?
Kier's deck absolutely befuddles me. They are playing I Willy BlueStacks, a deck that has been good in the past, but inconsistent in such a way that it's avoided doing particularly well at a premiere. Unfortunately for Kier's opponents, that is no longer a problem, courtesy of some new cards in Divine Champion's livestream, Iwilly and Catarant, that really boost this deck to the next level. Kier has decided to remove as much of the gambling as possible from this strategy, replacing it with Brummelinxes, Mountains of Boreas, and occasionally just playing good old-fashioned beatdown. Evo Vamp's list, inversely, is as high-rolly as it gets, a Lockagon strategy that aims to go wide early, courtesy of powerful Elestrals like Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, Magnaros, and Aphoros Champion of Aphrodite. All of these cards coalesce into a build that cannot be stopped once it gets rolling. So realistically, I think this is going to be a 5-minute final.
I agree. I don't expect much time for this. We're going to have 60 minutes on the clock, and I'd love to know your predictions about how long it'll take us to reach our conclusion. I will say under 20 minutes.
I think that they will give the match the time it deserves, and for that reason, I'm going to say 21 minutes. No, I think that these two casters are incredibly storied, incredibly powerful. We watched Kier end Bean Soldier's career on stream just a couple of rounds ago with just the most explosive turn in Elestrals history. Evo Vamp beating Swolax on a solar list that I think several of us, including myself, expected to win the event outright. It's not surprising that Lockagon and Aphrodite are making an appearance in the finals. This deck has been everywhere all weekend and is definitely one of the more powerful things available out of the new Divine Champions livestream pack. It is a little shocking just how Evo Vamp got there through some of the best casters in the game.
And likewise, we have BlueStacks on the heels of Livestream finding brand new life in its own strategy. But BlueStacks is more so just a supplementary way to put a stick in your opponent's crawl. Just more so say, hey, I got everything else. I got my Cetasaurs out, but here's a BlueStacks for good measure. 12-6 body, returning cards to my deck in order to destroy something on the field. Very similar to a playstyle of Celestial and just as destructive. Building wide suddenly versus a slow build that you're going to see from the Lockagon list. So it comes down to, well, the dive roll is going to be essentially match determinative in this matchup, I think.
It's certainly the ability to resolve an Elestral without fear of a Gorgon's Gaze is going to matter a great deal. Getting like a Peliquarius to resolve, grab a Foamy, and get you the missing piece of your Lockagon combo is definitely necessary. But we've seen Kier play through a lot of back row over the course of their game, and just a quick second before we get started, determining if the two of them are or are not going to actually mulligan. Here, unsurprisingly, we are going to lead with a Peliquarius. That's a beautiful copy of it, by the way. We'll probably be grabbing Foamy here, but we have a ton of options when it comes to individual targets for this card.
Yeah, Peliquarius can insert any one-cost water card from the deck, and Jotagua is going to be a great way, if Aphrodite is already in hand, to get that 2-cost Celestial. When you discard it and expend the water, you can search your deck for a 2-cost Celestial and add it to your hand. Typically, that will be the Lakagon. There are other options introduced on live stream, but right now, Lakagon is the key piece. Not even going to launch it, though, it looks like. We're setting a card face down, and would that be a pass turn or just mulling over an extra back?
That's a pass turn. You don't want to deploy the Foamy a little too early. It can, of course, get you to the Aphrodite. It can get you to the Lakagon. You want to give yourself more draw steps in order to find the piece that you're missing. Peliquarius is a card that's really not seen much play over the course of Elestral's history. It's a very old card, now finding new purchase because not only does it search a 1-Spirit Water Elestral, by virtue of Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, it can search a 2. Being met with a Brummelinx here, which can grab a Blizzard Whiteout or a Mountains of Boreas, I believe.
Yes. And Mountains of Boreas is going to be a really strong piece. I do not think Evo Vamp is playing Atlantis in the list, so that's going to be a consistent buff for Kier and their Frost Elestrals in this matchup. Something that you don't really want to do, and we're running out the Mountains of Boreas immediately. Getting that 5-stat, being able to run over the Peliquarius that found new life in the Firestorm meta, and it looks like the attack is going to go through. 1 Elestral down for Evo Vamp.
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. Evo Vamp is playing Atlantis. I don't want to say it too loud because I don't want Kier to find out, but one thing that differentiates Evo Vamp's Aphrodite build from others is that he is playing Atlantis.
Oh, then that changes his entire format, because now,
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, Mountains of Boreas is searchable.
I was talking to Kier over the course of the event, and they said, I feel really good playing against Lakagon. They expect this to be a pretty easy win for themselves just because they are massively favored in this matchup. And I asked why they felt so favored. They said they can't out any of my Elestrals under Mountains of Boreas. And it took everything in me to keep my mouth shut.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, well, good for you. Let's see how he adjusts as that play comes down. Narpoon comes out, which is going to, well, be a 3 attacker under. No. This is Champ Galaxy.
This is old Galaxy, baby.
New Galaxy.
Yeah.
So it's a 2/5 right now because the stats are swapped for the
It is
last
New
turn.
Galaxy, yeah.
And now we're going to be able to hit over the Galaxy, or at least threaten it. Who knows what the face down could do? And we're going to add Tadflow?
Yeah.
Tadflow to hand.
Kier's list is playing Tadflow. I like it. All of your powerful Elestrals are 2 or 3 Spirit Ascensions. This is a mechanism to kind of cheat them out. I really like Evo Vamp's list because unlike several of the Lakagon builds that play so explosively, so quickly, and fall so fantastically if they aren't able to get their effects to resolve, this one does play low to the ground. It has the capacity to just do Galaxy beats. It has the capacity to go over the top with cards like Atlantis. And I think you may see some of them in this matchup. Here we're going to shield the Narpoon because we don't really care about recasting the Narpoon. We expect that by the time it'll be deployed again, it's not going to matter. Evo Vamp's just shuffling hand here real quick, checking to see what the play could be. It's really tough casting this because this match kind of hinges on a knife's edge. At any point, either of them could get so explosive, and it looks like we are pulling the trigger. Evo Vamp discarding that Foamy Champion of Aphrodite in order to grab either an Aphrodite or a 2 Spirit Water Elestral.
So now we're just going to see what's going to be put out as the Lakagon is going to bring in a hand, and we're just trying to establish our board. And that's the important thing for both of these game plans right now. It's the initial board established. Once one Elestral sticks, I feel very confident you're going to see 3 or 4 on the next turn.
Yeah, the deal with this build of Aphrodite is that each of the utility Elestrals has so much survivability. Galaxies, Foamies, and the like. That means that you're going to be able to hard ascend into cards like Lakagon instead of having to get them out with a card like Tadpuff, which has also been very popular. As we see, we're just going to slap down that Lakagon, and absent an Aphrodite, we can still get going. We're going to begin by using Lakagon to return a spirit to our spirit deck, and then afterwards we can see if Evo Vamp has already drawn base set Lakagon, which would basically wrap this game up. Down comes Atlantis, and Kier doesn't even bat an eye. Says, yeah, it's Atlantis, no big deal. That's going to be almost impossible for Kier to deal with, but Foamy coming up next is going to be able to grab Aphrodite or base Lakagon. That's so strange. Here the Aphrodite would be able to grab the Lakagon itself. It's possible that Evo Vamp already has it. Regardless, they can use the effect of Lakagon, a special cast the other Lakagon, recur spirits from their underworld using the effect of Champion of Aphrodite, and then pop the last remaining card on Kier's board.
It's possible that Aphrodite is in hand with option to go for the Champ Lakugan later on, unless it's already in hand. But base Lakugan is going to be a cast out, going to be another heal for 1. And if the effect goes through, we're going to get the destruction of that face down void. It looks like it is going to be it, and that is Blizzard White out, not searched out, hard drawn out. We're threatening 2 points of damage. The Champ Lakugan was cast in defense, and in this position, I do respect the defensive play.
Yeah, you have to imagine that EvoVamp has been in this position a number of times. You can get the screws on, switch the Lakugan to attack, hit for 4, hope for the best, but without any back row, you know that this BlueStacks deck can be just as explosive as you are. Not committing to the Aphrodite means there's no good pops on Kier's side of the field. Not committing to an attack position Lakugan means even absent a second Mountains of Boreas, it's going to be almost impossible to get over this Elestral. Kier's thumbing through the yard here because I think they're doing Moralith math, checking to see how many Elestrals are in their underworld compared to EvoVamp's.
Yeah, trying to figure out what the next play is. Kier has a bevy of cards in the option. We see the Narpoon as well. We just drew, I believe, the Champ Catarant as well, and Tadflow is in hand for a special ascension. So I guess it depends on what we have here, and that's, I think the play would be the Champ Catarant and just hoping for the best off the top 4.
The Narpoon's a really interesting one. Resting here pretty
not
good.
See that.
Can pick either of the Lakugans from this position. It's a tough one because the Narpoon can convert into an Infrostix. That's the play that Kier's been going for all day. But we don't have anything in the underworld worth Infrostixing yet.
No.
So eventually we're going to have to start developing powerful Elestrals. Maybe like an Asprowl here would go pretty hard.
Let's see what happened. We couldn't see the full
It could be Iwoolly.
It is going to be.
It is.
Wow, from the hand. Great play in position for Kier. We don't have to deal with the 7. Well, actually, we don't know the attack of Lakugan completely yet.
3, 4. Oh, wow. BlueStacks and Cedar Soar here. So we are going to send the Cedar Soar here. The rest go, and down he comes.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, this Lakugan is still really beefy. Remember, it gets +1 attack for each water spirit in the underworld, and it's getting the boost from Atlantis.
Exactly.
So the Iwoolly is a 7 here.
Okay, the numbers are real, and they're crashing for
Lakugan's
that.
6.
But moving the field, clearing for 2, I think that's a good trade for Kier.
Yeah, you lose the Iwoolly, but you also put EvoVamp in a position where it's hard to come back. I will say, if you're EvoVamp, it has really paid off to not overextend. They could definitely have just lost the game off that push, but now, if they have an Aphrodite, they can get the train rolling with the Aphroses. Here, hard casting an Aphros, I have to imagine, in order to get to a second one. 5 will get over the Cedar Soar's 4, and putting the screws on Kier so they can't get to a powerful card like Rise in order to target the BlueStacks.
That Atlantis is paying dividends for EvoVamp right now. Causing the crashes at Iwoolly, allowing the run over of the Cedar Soar. Kier, like you said earlier, when you're talking to him, the Mountains of Boreas, it protects and insulates Frost from this. But now when the stats are swapped, what is Kier going to do? Likely going to search out the Infrostix here to dig into the underworld, but what exactly?
But there's nothing in the underworld worth Infrostixing. I think we have a Tadflow. I guess if we have another 2-drop in hand, it makes sense. We have to be breaking on something. Yeah, we're down to 9 spirits. This is going to cost us 1, then 1 on the Tadflow, 1 to ascend, and we'll go down to like 4 or 5.
Yeah, so we're going to the Infrostix, spending 2 to get a recovery, a special cast from the underworld, and the choice will probably be the Tadflow depending on the hand.
I don't think there's even another target.
Are we just doing it just to see what goes on? The BlueStacks is already in the underworld. If you had
we can get Brummelinks. Do we have a second copy of Mountains of Boreas? That might be good enough.
Maybe in the side deck right now. We'll have to see how he feels.
And we are going Tadflow.
Okay, so let's see what the special cast is going to be. And again, the most expensive way to out this, but if you can, is what you need to do. Also important to note that the Narpoon is boosted by the Atlantis. So there's a 5.
We're really down to 4 spirits here.
And we are going for Asprowl. That is major.
That's a good one.
Now, BlueStacks is already, one BlueStacks is already in the underworld, so you're hitting for the other one. Hopefully. Do you even spin for it, or do you just go for the body?
No, you definitely just go for it.
And you crash?
Yeah, so both of them are water enchanted. It's going to be a 5 versus a 5. The Asprowl here can attack in order to put EvoVamp to 7. I think trying his hardest to play around as much as possible, but the Tsunami here will switch the Asprowl. EvoVamp gets to draw, and almost anything gets over it, including an Aphros. Here, the Magnaros will be able to get onto the field, activate its effect. We'll grab an Aphros, specialty Aphros, then both are at 5, both of which get over the Asprowl. Kier is unfortunately being punished for going all in here, and EvoVamp is playing a totally reserved build of this Lakugan. Atlantising his way to victory.
Yeah, Atlantis is the key card in this entire clash. That stat swing going back to Evo Vamp is really biting Kier right now. I was so confident in the fact that Mountains of Boys was the first thing they went, and it was the first thing that left, and this game has essentially been lost since.
It's wild. We can actually see the other card in Evo Vamp's hand is Ambrosia. They have nothing else going on, but this is sufficient. Putting them down to 2 and telling them you don't now have the spirits to do anything. Enjoy Snowlitting into an Asprowl.
And
That's Tadflow. We can't pay for the Tadflow effect.
that's nothing. We got Snowlit in there.
Snowlit in a
something.
dream. It's Snowlit into Asprowl is the only winning line.
And then once the Asprowl's already spent, so you just got to go for it.
Some of these decks are not even playing 3 Asprowl. Just checking the spirits. It's possible we don't even have 2 Frost Spirits.
All right, so we have to have it at this point. All right, so
There's
we go.
Snowlit. Mill 3.
So we mill, and not.
I
what you
Willie,
wanna say.
wrong 2 drop.
It's gonna be
That's
a
game
concession.
1.
Wow, and that was just a low ball. It was the consistency there. There was something you said a while ago in BT that has stuck with me. One player has to be the aggressor, one has to be the defender. Evo chose the defensive aggressive route. It was more so just like, I'm going to place low. I'm going to let you burn yourself out. I'm not going to overcommit to anything. Even with the champion Lakagon, it was a reserved play the entire time. And that stayed true to the very end. The damage mostly came from Kier himself.
It's so hard to play this Lakagon deck reserved. It has the capacity to go so hard so quickly. We saw that opener contained not only the necessary Magnaros and Aphros to get off to the races, but also multiple copies of Foamy Champion of Aphrodite. It would have been pretty easy turn 1 to land one of those Elestrals that use Aphrodite to add Lakagons to hand over and over. In so doing, well, Evo Vamp would have taken 7 points of damage. As a result, they would have been in a position where a powerful BlueStacks push would have put them in the danger zone. Instead, they just elected to make the Lakagons, demand that Kier spend tons of spirits outing them, and then followed it up with just good old 5s.
Yeah, it was an amazing board, and kudos to Kier for the play. Like,
Yeah.
so many strong boards were broken
Did what they had to.
consistently. No Aphrodite soulmates to even bring anything back, and consistently, Evo just said, yep, but here's another pair. Here's another pair. Here's another pair. And I think that's the real strength of it. It's not just those numbers you're bringing out, but how consistently you're bringing out 2 dudes on board. That number 2, that's what's really this is strength of Aphrodite.
So a lot going on in the sideboarding math, I'm sure. If you're Kier, the card that you expected to win you the set was Mountains of Boreas. And now you know your opponent is packing a main deck answer to Mountains of Boreas and Atlantis. After game 1, you have to expect they're going to go more in on that stadium room. If they have anything that searches it, they'll be considering that as well. You may board into more copies of Mountains. You may forego it entirely and ensure that you are not ever engaging in combat with Elestrals, instead just trying to blow out an opponent with a card like BlueStacks, which you can do by virtue of sideboarding into powerful cards that increase your consistency, and maybe something as simple as Nectar of the Gods. If you are in Evo Vamp's corner, you are definitely adjusting your game plan as well. Certainly you have a lot of runes that exist to edge out slow game states in which you expect to be going to turn 12 or 15. Here, you're going to determine who the winner of the game is about 2 turns in.
So I Wooly in the room. Do you think either of these casters would consider Helios Chariot Ride for this game?
Yeah, for sure. I think Kier is definitely playing Helios Chariot Ride. Ooh, and we see actually a couple of board
Snowlit,
dances here.
Narpoon. I think that was an Asprowl drawn for the 5th card for Kier.
Yeah, so you can't mull a hand that has Narpoon, unfortunately, but it is Dense Fog.
Dense Fog.
Dense Fog has been kind of the breakout counter rune of the event. We've seen it a lot, most recently in the 3rd, 4th place round. It obviously doesn't do anything that against any Elestrals that have on-cast abilities. But against Elestrals that have an ability that can be activated at the discretion of the caster, it's actually incredibly good. We saw it hose cards like Leonite all day, and as a result, I think Kier is thinking, yeah, I'm going to be able to Dense Fog a Lakagon, preventing you from casting the Lakagon from your hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple way to do it. I spoke to A-Drive not long ago, who's been doing Divine Challenges all day long, yesterday and today. 50-plus games, he said. And the one card he said was his key card was Dense Fog. It stopped plays, and he allowed him to kill control of the next game. So he said that was his ace card for his deck. Interesting to see Kier bring it out here in Grand Finals. We have a mulligan from Evo Vamp here. Not really what you want to see, but you are up a game, so you have a little bit of wiggle room just in case things don't go right. It seems to be more happy with this play, and we have Champ Cataract coming out from Kier.
We're already going in.
Where's the I Wooly?
1, 2,
Oh.
we will. Wow.
Oh my God. And a Cataract.
A stir from the crowd as well.
And
Says,
the 5th puff from Kier as well.
I Willie it is. The thing about Evo Vamp is mulliganing in this matchup probably means that you you can be a little more aggressive.
right,
you have to ensure that you're able to find your sideboarded answers to this strategy. And these BlueStacks games, they're not going to be a matter of inches. They're going to be a matter of miles. So you board what you have to. You mull as aggressively as you can.
Oh, a second Catarant being found off. You definitely want to see a Boomerlinks, a Snowlit in this situation. But, I mean, you're building
Second
wider,
Eye
so
Woolly,
it's
let's see
valuable.
it.
Yeah. You definitely got to go for it, right?
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
assuming 2 Eye Woolies are in here.
Oh, Rise
there.
is huge.
Pandora's.
Okay.
Wow. All right, so we see one Mountains of Boreas, Pandora's, and Rise as well. You got to send one Frost.
Ooh, this
that's
is
the
kind of
Snowlet
interesting.
together
He's
roll.
thumbing over his hand. I would imagine we're trying to determine what we don't need. Snowlet seems like an easy one, right? Now it's available for Frostex, and now, of course, we can rearrange the top cards of our deck. I imagine he'll be drawing the Rise, a card that's been so instrumental not only for BlizzStrix, but for the Solar deck, for anything that's aiming to play a high-statted, high-cost Elestral.
Yeah, so now, just trying to build wide. We do have one card set, and, I mean, hey, if that's whiteout, then that's very valuable. Looks like the turn does go to Evo Vamp, and Champ Galaxy does come out immediately. Well, challenge the Eye Woolly, not threaten, and we are going to crash into the Eye Woolly, and I find the value
Nice.
there.
That's
We're gonna take
good,
1 point of damage.
but not great. It does take a point of damage. You do put your opponent in a position where the pendulum swings their way. Evo Vamp has been very reserved, very unwilling to commit to the board. I think the belief here is, as long as I can survive, we will win this game. Going for another Catarant here. P-Box on top, so we know we didn't add... we did add the Rise. We're going to send the Narpoon, put these 3 back, and then we can theoretically use a card like Frostex to get the Catarant that was underneath the other Eye Woolly back.
We know that there's an Aspral in hand, but knowing what the top 2 cards
There's
are.
the Rise. We're
There
going
it
for
is.
it. That is an Elestrals playtester copy of Rise, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that existed.
Oh, yeah. I learned that today.
Oh, yeah, I see the stamp.
Yeah.
Wow, beautiful. Well, we got some things to talk to Kier about. But right now, Eye Woolly is coming back, and Evo Vamp definitely looking a bit poised, maybe just accepting the situation they're in. Get a mill of 4. We already know 3 of them. Yep, we know those 2. No Tadflow.
Fourth
So
one
we
is Gorgon.
get Tadflow out. That's not terrible.
Tadflow can potentially
That's
convert into
Aspral.
something powerful from hand, like Aspral. Depends on how hard you want to go in. I mean, this is kind of what Evo Vamp wanted, though. Unwilling to commit to the board. There's nothing to pop to get over. As a result, it means that Kier is going to be able to do this exactly once. Taking 4 here, Evo Vamp goes down to 12, which is still more than Kier. So if they have a powerful counter push courtesy of something like Lockagon, they still have the spirits to do it, and doing so puts Kier in a devastatingly bad position.
Hypothetical. Is there room, knowing the top card, that you actually get them off with Aspral?
Just because they're not good?
Right. Exactly.
I think there is an argument. We've seen Kier play super reserved with Aspral, though. And I like it here. There is an argument that, like, from 9 you could theoretically come back, but from 8 you couldn't.
I wonder if the idea is I want to sit on Aspral and I'll try to mill it off of Eye Woolly. That way, it's a bit safer if I want to or not. Just set it up, more so just gamble it. Which, as you said earlier, it does try to take out as many of the
All right, we're going
gambling
in.
features of Blitzer as much as possible.
Beginning with Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, we're going to go ahead and grab either Aphrodite or a 2-Spirit Water Elestral. A lot of information going to be gleaned from this ad. It is going to be
Joblin!
Ooh, look at
The wash over the crowd as well.
Someone in the crowd went Joblin in the exact same cadence we did. If you're unfamiliar with Joblin, here's how this card works. It is a Water and Lunar Elestral, most famously played in decks like Snark, that has the capacity to change the position of an Elestral on the field. If an Elestral's position is changed while it's on the field, it draws you a card, and that is not once per turn. So if you Joblin plus Tsunami set, you can draw 4 or 5 cards. It's pretty frequently the card that would turn the tide, so to speak, in these decks. And we also saw another card there. I don't know if you got a glimpse at it, that Evo Vamp is playing a little card called Helios's Cherry Ride.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that at the
All
very
right,
beginning.
Jobber time. Let's switch the position of that Aspral. We're going to draw a card off the Jobber. Oh, man, wow. And Evo Vamp is in an incredible position all of a sudden, courtesy of Joblin off of Tadpuff.
I did not expect Joblin in this matchup. Didn't even know it was an option. Interested to see what it does in this matchup. Maybe it's the major threat to out something like a BlizzStrix. You get it out as quickly as that. But otherwise, just trying to see what the play will be. 7 to 9 spirits, Kier's favor. Board is also in Kier's presence. So right now, it's up to Evo Vamp to properly answer this one. The 8-4 is challenging every Elestral on the field. But we still have more cards to play and see what the next play is, as Evo Vamp is just thumbing over everything.
It's possible that Evo Vamp made this play not because they thought it would beat the board, but because they needed the Joblin draw. Like, they knew their hand wasn't strong enough to beat the on-field
Very
tricks.
fair.
So they just needed to go for the draw to maybe find a powerful card that would actually beat them. It looks like it's not going to be Shield, so Asprowl goes down. All you have to deal with is an Iwoolly and a Catarant. I mean, that's a big deal, but not insurmountable. And then there it is. Draw phase. Helios' Chariot Ride is going to prevent almost anything from Kier. Unfortunately, Kier has one play that EvoVamp can't stop, which is Infrostix.
It's a shrug of the shoulders. Say, well, I don't need it
I saw it too. I saw it too. It was Iwoolly again. Oh my goodness.
Catarant, that was a bastard. Oh, no, it does.
It did. It hit Iwoolly.
Okay, well, then that's exactly what you want to do. And now you just do this mill again.
Well, Iwoolly doesn't contest Joblin yet.
Oh, my. We are moving. And Broomalinx is going to get Mountains of Boys, which then lets everything challenge the Joblin.
That's as bad as it could have possibly been. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Kier down to 6. We'll go to 5 off the Broomalinx add to grab a Mountains. You probably don't even trigger the Snowlet for fear that it would grab the Mountains.
We're
going to do it CL1.
Despite the quiet Mountains of Boreas, the crowd is in an uproar right now after that. Helios.
He boarded it out.
No way.
He boarded it out.
Oh, wait, actually, he wouldn't be able to play it anyway. He'll lose Chariot Ride.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
That's not, but it's still
I was so excited.
But the fact that you boarded it out, why would you board it out?
Well, I mean, you expect that the Atlantis is going to then be much less good, that you're not going to go into creature
more,
combat.
not less.
No, the argument would be you'll never do creature combat. You're instead just going to win or not win based off like a powerful push like this one. Here comes back once again, and EvoVamp scoops it up, says, all right, okay, Joblin looking like a bit of a jobber right now.
Oh, okay, winning through Helios Chariot Ride. That is an incredible feat.
Good.
And, the power of that is the fact that Kier relies more on the Elestrals than the runes that support them. And that's what the real power is that, you stop my runes, not a big issue. I imagine that EvoVamp is just going to be like, all right, that did nothing. We're just going to take that right back.
It's arguable. I mean, there are some turns in which the defining card is Rise from the Ashes. But after you know that the Mountains of Boreas is no longer in the list, then you probably take it out. If you're here, then you could put the Mountains of Boreas back in if you want to be cute. Like boarding for boarding for boarding, trying to next level your opponent.
I wonder if it was in hand.
We saw Kieran move a card out of the Spirit deck as well. So I imagine we may be seeing a Thunderstorm.
I mean,
or a Hurricane, rather. Or Thunderstorm. Probably not.
I'm not sure, though. Like, the back row hasn't really been real by EvoVamp. It's really been, again, similar strategies, relying more on the Elestrals than the runes that support them. But Aphrodite being hit is a lot more than, what runes was he playing? Like, the best rune Kier has is Infrostix.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that was kind of a rough keep from EvoVamp. Looking at how the game played out, he didn't really have any chance to spread his wings. I think probably what happened is it included Foamy. He was like, well, if I draw a second combo piece over the next 4 turns, I will win, and just never did.
Well, right now we are looking top down. We are here, Game 3, final match here at Kissimmee Open in Florida. And we are just waiting for these two casters to line up. Likely EvoVamp will be taking the play. We have seen the best and worst that these games have happened. The Moralist
stayed in.
The Moralist is not great. You want to see Shield as well.
Oh, this is nice.
Here. And you said you saw Helios?
These are 2 pretty good hands. It looks like we are going to ship back the hand out of Kier. You said it didn't or did have Moralith?
It did have Moralith. Moralith and
maybe not a way to turn it on. EvoVamp inversely is looking at a hand that I think includes Tadpuff, Ambro, Heliod's. So if one of the unknowns is a Foamy, we got a stew going, baby.
Oh, yeah. We have to see just how this goes. We got to cut in and see what the new hand of Kier consists of. That's a Gaze, that's Infrostix, Asprowl.
You can't keep this either.
No, you got to get rid of that. And you don't want to, but that's unplayable.
No. Again, these games are going to be not matters of inches. They are matters of miles. You got to lose this hand. Always keeping it.
There's no way.
All right, leading with a Peliquarius. That's exactly what was missing from EvoVamp's hand. That Peliquarius can grab a Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, or in this situation, a Tadpuff, which might mean we already have it. We could be one activation of an Elestral away from getting all the way there. We'll see if he tries to force through the Foamy before we see a card like P-Box come down.
Like, if you were going first, seeing that hand, keep your opponents on stuff, okay, I can see that. This one, double Aspiration.
People get really scared of the second mulligan. The difference between 18 spirits and 16 spirits is pretty
huge,
pretty enormous, but
the difference of being able to play a card and not is larger.
Yeah. All right, what did we find?
I think it was
Looks like we
Gorgon's
found,
Gaze?
found Gaze, I think.
That's 2 gaze.
This is an
2
expended draw for
Astral.
sure, yeah. Oh,
What an
here.
unfortunate situation.
It's a tough call, but playing BlueStacks occasionally you have to make it. It's a deck that can produce unplayable hands.
Snowlit.
Snow-
Okay.
All right,
so
we got
that's
action. We
that's
got
a
action.
Dude,
We were
but the
one
thing
card
is,
away.
you can't mill a Sprout. There are 2 in your hand already.
That's okay. You just got to hit something.
Find something, yeah.
All right. Cedar Sores will get you there, you know. Down comes the Tadpuff. We're going to go for it. This is prime Gorgon's material. See if Kier goes for it.
And no, not going for it. Just going to let the lock
Electing to let it happen.
chop. Now, I can see the negation here.
Lokagon's going to go ahead and cycle a Spirit, I imagine. Kier says that's okay. I wonder if you flip the Gorgons preemptively.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
It's a rough question. I think I would have liked to have seen a Gorgons on the Tadpuff.
I would have liked to see a mulligan at the beginning of the game. So
Happens.
we're going to see use these 2 spirits. Well, you know, we're here now. Let's worry about the situation at hand. We take
Yeah.
1 more damage from the Peliquarius, and I mean, it's not unplayable. It's not.
We got room to play now.
Yeah.
From
then
here we
next
can go
draw-
for the.
Is that another gaze?
I think so. From here we can go for the Snowlet. The Snowlet challenges the Peliquarius. It potentially gets us into a position where we're able to do it. There is still 1 Asprowl in the deck.
No.
Aureus,
No.
Catarant, Dense Fog.
That's a reveal.
Pretty bad, but if we've got an Amphrostyx in hand, we can then get the Catarant and keep going. Looks like we don't. We're going to set 1 and pass. It says, I actually need to get to the Asprowl. I'm not going to run into shield.
And if Evo Vamp picks up on that, like the necessary of this Snowlit Blizzard,
Boom. That might be the end of the game. Chariot right here. We can preemptively Gorgon's Gaze the Lokagon to prevent it from activating, but theoretically, we can ascend over the Peliquarius for a 2, cutting off the opportunity to walk over with the Snowlet and getting in for a ton of damage.
I am a huge fan of the rumble that happens in the crowd every time Helios is played.
It's a great card. Going for the Galaxy here, we're just going to get as wide as possible, as early as possible. If you're Kier, this is actually what you want. You want to see him going wide instead of tall. That means that you'll be able to contest it with a wide board, courtesy of a card like Catarant or Iwooly. Down goes the Snowlet, and in goes the Peliquarius. We'll take 1 more damage, only down to 10. We can still make it happen.
I think he forgot he can't. Yeah, he just realized he can't even use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, really rough situation. Got to take the 2, 13 to 8 after this expenditure from the damage. And
I think it's just,
it's just 9. Yeah,
just 9, yeah.
But still, just it's the board. What do you do against
this is as good as a Helios's turn could have been for
If
Kier.
we see a second Helios, if that second face down is Helios,
Oh.
his hands are
That's
down to the
something.
side, so probably not yet. I don't think it's Helios right now. So Kier is just trying
He
to
looks
figure out-
unfazed. That might have been a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
I see him considering casting it. It looks like maybe another Snowlet. It is an Amphrostyx, as expected.
Bring back the
All right, we're
Snowlet.
going in.
All right, crowd.
Snowlet for 3.
Crowd is
Could
popping
happen.
up a little bit. Very rare to hear the crowd pop off for BlueStacks.
Rise,
Right.
Rummelinx, Tadflow. Rough ones. That Tadflow would have been fantastic if it had been
I don't
built
think the
earlier.
crowd
We could
knows
go
that.
from Amphrostyx into one of the Asprowls in hand.
Okay.
But it's okay. It's okay. All good. Remember, because Amphrostyx isn't your normal cast, we can go for the Asprowl, and we can try it here.
2
He is going to
BlueStacks in
go
deck.
for it. Let's go. We haven't done it yet. Here we go. A lot of BlueStaxes.
Nope,
2,
that's not it. That's
3,
not it. That's not it.
4.
Wow.
Another whiff, and the mills are just not with Kier today. That said, the Asprowl does immediately contest the Lokagon. We can get to a position where we can probably prevent EvoVamp from getting off to the races. Down goes the Lokagon. EvoVamp has to contest a 7-4, which is not easy for this lock deck.
I just saw the.
Oh no, and he forgot. Oh, the Galaxy is going to switch the attack and defense of the Lokagon, so we have to Gorgon's Gaze and Battle Step targeting the Galaxy so the Asprowl doesn't crash with it. The judge is now deciding if or if not you can do this after the attack's been completed. I think they're talking it out.
Yeah, I mean, like the attack did go through and said you get destroyed. Well, okay, so maybe we got to go back to where player error is because they thought it would be destroyed, but then the judges said no, that's not how it would work. So if
Yeah.
it goes back to the attack declaration where you allowed it to be destroyed, and I think
Looks like we are going to go for the
opportunity
Gorgon's
for it to
Gaze,
happen.
target the
Okay.
Galaxy,
So that's
which will
3
preserve
spirits
the
down.
Asprowl. Yeah.
13 to 3.
Yeah, I mean,
One single
we're one removal spell away. That's pretty good. That Lokagon immediately contested because remember, it's at 7. We can use the Lokagon to recycle a Water Spirit. Says, Kier, what's that back row? Tell me.
Yeah,
And we're instead
Oh
going to
my
rise
God.
for our own. 3
That's
down,
the
we can
worst
bring
way
back the
for that to go.
Lokagon. Playing around the spoiled fruit as well by not returning off the Lokagon. EvoVamp is putting on a class in how to play this deck, bringing back the Lokagon Champion of Aphrodite. 2 of those things on the board now means that we can contest the one and get in for lethal with the others. So few cards beat this position. Attacking in, Asprowl goes down,
And that's a
3 for 3.
That,
And
that
Kier
was a
is going to
functional
shake the
question.
hand. That is it. Your champion of the Kissimmee 2025 event is going to be EvoVamp piloting Lockagon.
Look at the team, the crowd coming up there as well, shaking out camera, all sorts of loose. And an earthquake wasn't even played this game, but fantastic experience by these two. Just on the heels of some amazing Elestrals, having Aphrodite show up here at the end, going up against BlueStacks not having his win clip at the very end there, just to some poor luck.
You know what's crazy is that Aphrodite didn't make an appearance in that set.
It did not.
No, we were playing Aphrodite-less Aphrodite. I mean, we said it all day. Sometimes the BlueStacks, sometimes the Bear Bomb, sometimes the Celeste Leo. That matters the most is the one that never happens. And in this match, you just saw one caster deploy the power of their deck without having to rely on the cards that have weaknesses. So many Lockagon players went all the way in on this strategy and were blown out by a card like Celeste Leo, were stopped by powerful back row runes that would prevent them from getting to their opponent's spirit deck, were losing to sideboarded options like Pandora's Box and Spoiled Fruit. Here's EvoVamp showing you actually can play around everything and still win.
Yeah, I mean, I think the critical play for EvoVamp, besides the Atlantis in Game 1, was the defensive play played in Game 2.
Boarded out the Joblin.
As you should. But just like the defensive play, showed that there was a level of understanding to the game beyond the surface level.
Yep.
Like, I know it's not just about getting the damage in. It is about controlling the board. It's a perspective I heard from other casters as well. It's not about the damage to the spirit deck. It's about the damage to the board. If the board is yours, you control everything else.
Yeah. No, we spoke about it all weekend. Aphrodite is a deck that looks marvelously easy on paper. You know, we go Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, we Tadpuff as effectively as we can, we go Lockagon and a Lockagon and we win the game. But in practice, the difference between the Lockagon players who made it to the finals and the many, many Lockagon players who didn't was that, the ability to play a more reserved style of gameplay that accounts for the deck's counters throughout the event. Really fantastic play by EvoVamp into a matchup that Kier was so excited about, he expected he could not lose.
Wow.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, really unfortunate situation. I mean, hey, these two casters showed up and showed out. Really loved the strategy. And the one thing that I knew about Aphrodite is that the point that makes it so good is how technical it is.
Yeah.
But throughout the course of this weekend, throughout the entire weekend, we saw levels of technical play that I didn't even know was needed to find success with this deck. As you said, you played Lockagon without Aphrodite.
Yeah. Why would you?
Yeah, actually it's holding you back.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, in this matchup in particular, that's a bunch of spirits that you just can't afford to invest. You can take your entire spirit deck to BlueStacks in a single turn. EvoVamp made sure that never happened. Even in the game where they were blown out of the water, Joblin made an appearance. They were still able to mount a defense. Really fantastic stuff. And it paid off in spades because now they are your Kissimmee Open 2025 champion.
Our second Open champion. Before then, we've only ever had Bo.
Yeah. That's wild.
That is growth for our community, and you'll love to see it. Man, look at this bracket. We did not know what we were going to be getting. We had so many predictions. And to go back to what I said in the beginning, I wish we could simulate this bracket over and over and over again. Who knows what could happen if you ran this exact thing back?
I will say a huge, unbelievable hit to the American experiment. EvoVamp, the British individual,
Oh,
has come
yeah.
to our nation to show us that we have no idea how to play Elestrals.
Oh, the first UK Open champion. Let's
That's
go.
true.
Congratulations to EvoVamp. Well, we're going to be able to talk with EvoVamp in just a little bit. We're going to have Cray coming back in here to get on the mic and talk to our new champion about their deck, the strategy, and their experiences in the tournament. I cannot wait to hear from them and all that they have to say about this event. And then after the event, well, we have a lot of things to do. Y'all will see Joseph and I in a little bit. You'll see Kay just a minute. But man, y'all think it's over, but it's far from. Stay tuned. We're getting an winners interview next, and then closing ceremonies. Hello, casters. PK Sparks is here. Welcome to the Champions interview with our latest champion from Kissimmee Open, Evo Vamp. Give it up for him. Congratulations on your play, your tournament run. You showed up and showed out extensively. How are you feeling now that you've achieved the #1 spot?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so surprised I managed to pull this off. I was fairly confident before the tournament, then I saw Solar and I was like, man, I need to dodge a lot of Solar.
It was the third most represented deck today.
Yeah, and that was the scariest one for me, but it worked out. I'm happy I managed to. My only loss was to Solar, but I managed to beat two other Solar matchups, so that was good for me.
So 3 Solar matchups throughout the weekend.
Yeah. And yeah, very happy with it. Like I'm still haven't gotten to grips that I've won. So
yeah. Well, hey, realizing that you have won your trip to Worlds in 2026, you have an invite courtesy of Elestrals to come through and compete for the Worlds title. How does that feel?
That feels. I'm super hyped. I wanted to get enough points to go, and I've got points in one go pretty much from this, and I really want to go. I'm super hyped. I managed to get there, and hopefully I can pull off a similar experience.
Yeah.
A similar showing there.
Talk to me about your experience. It's been a long tournament. You, again, 8 rounds of Swiss, then all of top 16. What has been your best and worst experience today, this weekend?
Well, I've realized that my deck is kind of like the bane of Earth because I played so much Earth and I think I lost 1 or 2 games at most throughout all the matches I played against Earth, and I played like 5 or 6 Earth players. It was quite... I was quite surprised how dominant I was over the Earth, but it was good. It gave me confidence, especially in like the top 16 where I was against Earth. I was like, well, I know how to beat this matchup. It should be okay.
All right. What made you choose Aphrodite, or maybe I should just say Lakagon for Kissimmee?
Well, for starters, because we had so little testing, we actually never even realized solar was a thing. So we only tested for like a day and a half at most.
Wow.
We got our packs late, then we had to fly here, and then we had, well, I took my partner along, so we were going to Disney World as well, so I have to keep everyone happy. So we had very little testing, so we didn't know what solar was. When I first saw the Aphrodite cards, was very hyped about them, so I was straight away I wanted to play it, and between me and my friend, we came up with quite a good list.
Okay, hey, phenomenal play. A lot of people clock Aphrodite to be one of the best decks going into this format. I don't think many people expected to see, was shocked to see it in the top cut, but making it to the finals versus BlueStacks. Were you surprised about BlueStacks making it to the finals with you?
To be honest, I thought Solo was going to make it, but that BlueStacks list was really strong, and it didn't pay off against me so much, but I saw in that game too that when it pays off, man, it gets rolling. It's even worse than it used to be.
Yeah, it's a lot less variance, more so controlled. Like you saw that when the Sprout would be cast out, it was just like, I'm not even going to go for it because it's not guaranteed. I'm not going to risk the biscuit for no reason.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep nibbling on it. So I want to talk about the elephant in the room, the one card that got a lot of cheers and jeers from the crowd, and that would be Helios Chariot Ride. What was your decision for adding that into your deck? Is it in the main or the side? And what do you find it to be an MVP for your experience this weekend?
It won me some games. I don't know if it was like MVP, but it definitely really helped. The one thing that my game plan for every game was I knew everyone was going to side in 3 spoiled fruit against me. Okay. So I just played like, you now have 3 dead cards in your deck because I'm not giving you an opportunity to ever play them.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So that was my game plan. Jorblin's also part of that game plan as well, because Jorblin doesn't require to heal, and it's very good at getting over big things. So
it challenges both the Lakagons very immediately, or anything else you may want to deal with, even BlueStacks.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my game plan. If BlueStacks did come out, I'd go Joblin, switch into defense, attack over it, and then
go from there.
Yeah.
No, it makes complete sense. So now that the weekend is over, now that you have your World's invite, what do you have planned next?
Have a break. But I'll play my locals. I go every week to play once or twice a week at the locals, and I'll see from there. It's quite expensive to come over to America every time, so I'm probably going to save it just for the Worlds trip this time around. But yeah, I've been to 2 Opens this year. That was enough for me for now.
Makes sense. Hey, this is the one you needed. You got your Worlds invite,
Yeah.
so we'll see you in Worlds in 2026. Live stream, you said you haven't got to do much testing, and you experienced Solar firsthand at this tournament. What do you think about Solar as a list?
Solar, I think, is super strong. I think I got quite lucky to beat it twice. Honestly, they just didn't hit. Basically, I had the right runes. Sometimes they didn't hit, but other times I just had the right runes at the right time, and I think that is what won me the game. Honestly.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, the foretelling is great, but you got to see something worthwhile. Otherwise, you just know, and your opponent knows you, that the next few turns are in their favor, their control.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, once they get rolling, you've lost pretty much.
essentially. So there's a lot of decks right now. Looking at you, BlueStacks, and you, Lockagon. So now that you've got this out, you got this win out, you have a lot of room to just explore the meta. Anything else that's been on your mind? Just like, I want to look into that and see how that plays in the future.
Well, I still want to try to get a Morphrost list out. I almost play Morphrost for this tournament.
Okay.
Because I've always liked the Morphrost. I like the little combo plays you can make.
Agreed.
It has like some sort of skill expression. I also like Lockagon in a similar fashion because there's like a lot of decision making you have to make that correctly. But Morphrost is definitely more up there on how I like to play. So that'll be the deck I'll try to refine the most.
Were there any decks that you saw on stream or that were here that you just like, that was also interesting and didn't see that coming?
There was an Ant-Titan list that I thought was really interesting. I didn't expect to see Ant-Titan doing so well, but I was amazed, and it was a cool deck, honestly.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about that Ant-Titan list. Was also told that they would take Hapu route, so I'm like, I'm side-eyeing you. But otherwise, I think that Ant-Titan is a really strong play. And that's like the key of live stream right now, is that not only is the foundation of most decks good right now, we're moving to a boss Elestral meta. So with that said, what are your boss Elestrals that you're like, everyone needs to watch out for this, or you think is unexplored that you might try to look into?
Well, there's like Celestia, obviously.
Yeah.
There's, I think Farrageist might see a reappearance. Like I
It was
had
in the
some,
field a bit, yeah.
yeah, like I had some like theory crafting of how you make Farrageists in the light deck. Actually, you could play Rise to bring your stuff back, and then Farrageist. But yeah, there's a number of things I want to try. I'm not too sure if that will impact the meta or not. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Excited to see what goes on. So now we're at the close. We're at the closing ceremony going up there, which we're waiting for them to prepare for. But right now, we have a conversation of what goes on next. BlueStacks somehow keeps showing up in these tournaments.
Yeah.
Are there any situation you're like, I hope this doesn't come back, or can we not see this anymore?
Oh, I didn't want to see it. So basically, full disclosure, I was playing it in Dallas, where I was playing Vicious in Dallas. There, it was a lot more high roll, low
Right,
roll.
yeah. You just want to
shenanigans.
steal as much as you
Yeah,
can.
when we were testing, it was like oppressive, but when I played it, I wasn't doing as well as I was doing in testing, so it was kind of funny. My friend still topped with it, but yeah, honestly I don't want to see BlueStacks anymore. But let some other decks come in.
There was a lot of one-ofs that showed up and showed out in this tournament. Rise From was a pervasive threat for everybody, very persistent. But it comes down to a competitive niche, like what everybody is doing and where the plays are heading. Kissimmee is coming to a conclusion. I know you haven't got to experience much because you were competing for the championship title all weekend. But was there anything you're just like, I wish I could have had the time to do so, the Divine Challenges, Spirit Challenges, or anything else?
Oh, I like the draft tournaments. I do like playing drafts. I like
Okay.
the chaotic format, honestly. I work better in chaos. I can usually come up with something pretty good in the chaos, and then I understand people get better at refining, but I like it. Like the initial thing, I'm usually pretty good at that.
No, I understand that. I'm the other side. You know, I like knowing what's going on and having time to like read and understand. But the chaos can really, not only can you shine from it, but a lot of people get thrown off the heels from the chaos. So I like the idea of it, especially if you just given something to say, go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is a huge threat to that one. So now that we're done here, I know you said you were going to, you went to Disney, but was it just going home after this, or you try to relax and just enjoy the show, as it were?
Oh, I'm going Universal Halloween night next today.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Hey, you got a whole week. What a great place to celebrate at. Anything particular you're looking to, or just want to experience it?
I just want to experience it. We've done Disney World now. Want to do the Universal, and then maybe like a water park tomorrow, and then I'm flying back on Tuesday. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I hope you enjoy your time and all of that. Real quick, do you have any words for anybody at home?
Well, I didn't get much experience before coming onto this, but it just shows that you might get onto a really good deck. You might be able to win, so keep trying.
Yeah, just keep on. I always tell people, even if people aren't winning with a deck strategy, if you believe in it, try to get that far with it, because experience with a deck and a strategy goes a lot further than just playing a deck that everyone says is the best.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, you actually reminded me, because I always think that if you shouldn't play the top deck if you don't like click with it. You should always play with a deck that you click with, because that means you're less likely to make mistakes during the tournament. And if you're making mistakes during tournament, I think Elestrals is very punishing on mistakes. So if you make a mistake during tournament, you probably lost that game, even if you have the best deck. So make a deck you make the least mistakes with is the best thing to do.
No, I agree, and I'm glad you went with that, because it's more so. There are some fundamental rules when it comes to Elestrals and trading card games in general that feels like like you always should remember it. When it comes to your deck building, do you have any similar philosophies, whether it's rune and Elestral balance, or certain cards that should always be there? Do you have any just hard rules you try to follow?
Oh, the hardest rule is 3 Gorgons.
3 goals.
3 Gorgons gaze.
Oh.
Yeah. Then you should try to keep the... If you have like a really turbo-y deck like Lockagon, I can go to like 4 Ascensions. But if you don't have like a really turbo-y deck, then you probably like stick to 2 or 3 at most usually, unless you have other interesting mechanics you can do with your 2-drops. Like the light deck has mechanics to do with having 2-drops in the deck, more 2-drops, like Soul Burst and stuff like that. But in general, you want your hand to be playable pretty much no matter what you draw. So, for instance, although I did have to mulligan on the stream, I didn't have to mulligan very often throughout the entire tournament, because I built my deck to go, there's not many hands I have to mulligan.
Right.
Yeah, so I like having a consistent deck rather than a super blowout deck, basically.
How do you feel about mulligans? Because you saw that in the game 3, your opponent, which I can tell you right now, the hand was not great. And commentary-wise, I was like, probably should not have kept that. How do you feel about mulligans and the mechanic in the game? Because it can sometimes really fix your hand, and sometimes it just kind of lets you down even further. What are your thoughts on mulliganing?
I think mulligan is a great... it's done really well in Elestrals, honestly. I think it's good. It makes it so it's just not like, oh, I got a bad hand, I'm auto losing, and it's not, oh, I can keep mulliganing until I get a good hand, because it costs you 10% of your health every time.
Right.
So I think it's at a good spot, and mulliganing is great. Obviously, I prefer to play a deck that has the mulligan the least,
Right.
and then I can make both use of, oh, I can fix those really bad hands, or I just don't need to mulligan ever. And then I always start with 20 spirits, and my opponent sometimes starts with 18. Or in one case, I saw someone have to start with 14.
Right.
Because he mulliganed 3 times.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's, again, it all comes down to it. And it's more so like if you have cards to play versus how many spirits you're going down, because, as you just said, they mulligan 3 times, it's 20 to 14. That's half your life already gone. Like half the game is gone for you. So it's tough. It's really difficult to balance. The game of Elestrals is a very unique card game. There are so many mechanics that I find enjoyable that you cannot find anywhere else. Just personally speaking, one of my favorite ones is Nexusing. But what brought you to Elestrals? You're like, this is a great card game, and I'm going to compete and, well, become the Kissimmee champion.
Well, for me, it was when I basically didn't know about the game until my friend was like, he watches A Drive, and he's like, hey, my content creator's making a new card game. And it's like, he got the structure decks. We played at his house one time, and I was like, oh, this reminds me of old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Plus some extra cool mechanics. I think I like this. Let's play.
All right. Yeah, it was just more so I'm just here ready to play and all that. So I'm glad you hopped on Elestrals. Glad to have you here. So happy to have you as our second new champion. Final words for the people at home. Shout out to anybody or anything else.
Serena, I know you're watching. Thanks, thanks for all the support. And to all my friends who are watching, thanks guys. I'm glad I won, and yeah, the deck we built together was really good.
Congratulations. Cannot wait to see you at Worlds. Right now, it is time for us to transition. The closing ceremonies are upon us. So don't go anywhere. We have a lot to say. And when they're done, you'll be joining Kay, myself, and MBT for our final thoughts.
Brad, what an incredible run. What an incredible weekend it has been here in Kissimmee, Florida. I want to take a second and just give a big shout out to all of you.
Me? You?
I hope you
Kissing
guys
me?
had a wonderful time clashing it out over the last couple days. But now we are going to be celebrating our final 3 casters coming in 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place with dominant performances. Absolutely nuts. So let's get this party started here. Coming in 3rd place, rocking Celestial, it's Swollex! What a legend. There you go. There's your locking on, my friends. And you can hold up your playmat there. Oh, yeah? Congratulations, by the way. Thank you. What a legend. And 2nd place with BlueStacks and iWooly. Give it up for Keith! Full art borderless or just borderless? Hold on, Kieran. Awesome stuff. Hold it up. Make it happen. Well, we might make that texture, but don't say that. Yep. And your champion of the 2025 Kissimmee Open, using their deck, Roaring Lockagon Hidden Joplin, it is Evo Bell! That's for you, my friend. This is your playmat. But of course, the best part, you get to hold up the trophy. Just don't drop it.
Spouter, Necro, Sluggle.
Give it up for your champions!
Hydric, Cryoling, Sundial. I almost did it again. I'm going to say Sundial. That's what actual Pokemon is, Sandile. Yeah, I know. Sundial and Farmlet. And then this is Fratless and Leviathan. I'm locked in.
Well done, guys.
Borderless.
Good stuff. We're good. Good stuff, guys. Well done. Congratulations. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Well done. Good stuff, guys. All right. I think you guys are good. Yeah, you guys are good.
Yeah.
Give it up for one more time. One more time for your champs, guys. No air fryer this time.
Nice.
All right, as we close out this epic event of great community, great vibes, and tons of awesome clashes, we have some great reveals to show you guys to wrap things up here in Kissimmee, Florida. So let's jump into those. But I need notes. All right, first things first, let's talk organized play. I know you guys are all very excited to see what is coming. And in just a few weeks, we are going to be jumping into the set championships for Livestream, featuring this incredible Latagon Champion of Dionysus playmat, which you can get at your local game stores. So make sure you guys are going to your LGS, you're hitting up, you're telling them about the set championships, and you're throwing down for the Livestream format, as we're going to be scheduling those out over the coming weeks. Now, it's time to talk about our online premiere coming next weekend. Is anyone going to compete in that?
Yeah. No one? Okay.
Oh, that's a little early, but that's okay. We got brand new prizing for next week's premiere. Our online premiere is coming all season long. Top 16 will be receiving this incredible Stellar Foamy Champion of Aphrodite premiere card. And each of those online premiere events, there will be one winner of the Stellar Centaur Champion of Dionysus premiere frame card.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like Lockagon actually won this one, but that's all right.
Yeah.
We create that in the RPG, actually.
True.
I know a lot of you guys are excited to hear about Worlds, so I just need you guys to hang tight a little bit longer as those announcements are coming soon. Shifting gears, next month is going to be the month of celebration for Shattered Stars. We're going to be debuting a handful of new cards, epic alt arts, and more. To kick it off, we've got a brand new Stained Glass Ambrosia and Stained Glass Nectar of the Gods. I know you guys love our new textured full arts, And Celebrations Month of Shattered Stars is going to feature a brand new textured full art Shield of Achilles. And after our Celebration Month comes a new chapter of Shattered Stars. And this is one of the coolest cards we've ever made. Starting the new chapter of Ethereal Spirits, December's month will feature Ethereal Zaptor. There it is. This card has no border. It breaks the frame. It looks insane. This is going to be truly a delight. Now, you guys may have seen we made some pretty big announcements over the last couple weeks. We brought on a good friend of mine, an incredible content creator and entertainer, an incredible dad and friend.
What are you doing?
Give it up for Shady Penguin!
Thank you, brother. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Everybody. Thank you guys so much for the warm welcome this weekend. I'm happy to be part of the Elestrals family. And as you guys may know, I'm currently leading the creative fronts on an RPG for Elestrals. Now, I've spoken to a lot of you guys over this weekend, and I genuinely believe this launches the IP into the stratosphere. So I, first of all, want to congratulate you guys for being on the ground floor of the next biggest thing. I genuinely mean that. And in tandem with this RPG, Elestrals Awakened, we have some special promos coming to our Kickstarter in just 2 weeks. Kickstarter launches on October 14th, and there's already a lot of eyes on it. You're going to see here on the screen, we've got 2 promo full art borderless spirits featuring our main players in the adventure. We have Taratlus and Leviathan spirits. And this is just a taste of what the RPG is going to offer. One of the most exciting things about this and art like this and playing the game is going to be able to be experiencing Elestrals in a different way. There's a lot of lore, a lot of story that we don't get from playing the card game, and it's what I think is going to take this to the next level. Alongside this, a big part of Monster Collecting Journey is going to be having your companion throughout the game. So today is kind of the official day reveal, the 8 starter choices for the game, along with their promos that will be available through the Kickstarter. So you'll see here we got Sprouter and Necrophart. I love that Necrophart. It is so good. Up next we have Sluggle and Quackle, which also, look at them. Yeah! Quackle Believers! Quackle Believers, let's go! Up next we have 2 of our dragons, Hydrate and Cryo. That's right. And to round out the 8 starter choices, we have Sundial and Fawnlet. And remember, each one of those starters, you'll be able to get promos through the Kickstarter to kind of tie together your journey in the game. Elestrals Awakened, guys, I really can't say that enough. I joined Elestrals. I'm not biased because I'm part of Elestrals. I joined Elestrals because I'm biased. I think this thing is going places. I think the team behind the game, behind the cards, the community itself. I've been a part of a lot of TCG communities. Hands down, this has been the nicest, sweetest, most welcoming, and still having a good competitive time community I've ever been a part of. So I cannot say it enough. Thank you, Dan, for bringing me along for the ride. It's only just begun. Best is yet to come. Dan, take it away.
Give it up for Shady Penguin!
Yeah, right? I didn't miss anything?
I'm super excited to be teaming up with Shady. He brings a decade plus of experience in the genre. We're going to make something really epic. We're going to bring the world of Elestrals to life in a way that was never possible before. It's going to change everything. And again, I want to thank everyone here for being here at the beginning of something truly incredible. So that's something to be really excited about. One last time, I want to thank everyone for coming out to the Elestrals Kissimmee Open event 2025. A big shout out to our champions, of course, for throwing down, and everyone who came out this weekend to throw down in clashes. I want to take a moment to thank our judge team. Give it up for our judges. Yeah! Let's give it up for all the staff who held it down all weekend long to help with any questions, the shop, everything like that. Give it up for our gunslingers. Woo! And I want to take a special moment to thank my family for coming out. My son Dylan, my daughter Dallas, my wife Danny, and my in-laws made it out, Doug and Roseanne. It was great to have my family this weekend. The thing that makes Elestrals truly special is our community. Don't forget that. I appreciate every one of you. I hope you all have a safe trip home. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. Thank you for coming out. I wish you guys all safe travels. Until the next one.
Keep it shady.
Those cards look incredible. I need that Centaur. I am stunned, and I am just wondering how I can get the money to support all of this stuff. What do you guys think of all the announcements? What about you?
I was the most excited about the announcement of the new Premier Play rewards.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, as you well know. And after today's finish, certainly I am looking to get a playset of that Stellar Marbled card.
Get that competition going. Kay, you had your excitement as well.
I know. As soon as they showed that, I was like, okay, so I'm going to need to top 16. I'm going to need to enter a tournament. Absolutely. And the future of Shattered Stars as well. Yes. Oh, my God. The Ambrosia, the Nectar of the Gods, and that full art textured shield is so gorgeous. I cannot wait. And the new theme of ethereal spirits moving into the next chapter. I think there's so much to look forward to there as well.
Can we talk about the artwork on all of these cards? Not just Shattered Stars, not just the Premier Prizing, but what was shown for Elestrals Awakened, the starter Elestrals being revealed. We had the Sprouter, the Neckruff, we had Sluggle, and Quackle. The Quackle looks so good.
Quackle looks great. The Neckruff looks amazing.
Yeah, we had
Hydrake and Cryoling.
Sundial, Hydrake and Cryoling, Sundial, and Fawnlet. I mean, I think I'm going Sprouter.
I'm going Fawnlet. It's an easy choice. Easy Fawnlet.
I'm going Neckruff. The Neckruff looked the best, I think. Listen, I'm a Thundercaster, but I disavow the things that Quackle's been responsible for.
There's been a lot of conversations about Quackle, and people are still whispering about Quackle to these days, so I don't think the days are over for the Quack. But, man, what a fantastic one. You said your goal is the top 16. I have loftier goals. I need that Centaur.
As soon as we saw that.
He's like screaming. You could probably hear it on the feed.
I actually screamed. It was hands over, eyes wide, and I'm just, ooh, it was unreal. So I need to grind. Like, y'all thought my last content with Swollen Bean was over? No, I have a lot of work to do, but I will make it happen. Goal set, goal will be achieved. But I got to know what you guys are thinking from all that as well. What are you most excited for? And if you have an idea for your starter choice for Elestrals Awakened, let us know, because I am looking at y'all. Look at you. Look at the cute little faces.
Don't say anything ridiculous right now.
No, don't say anything. Not right now.
No, you're live.
I see y'all. I appreciate y'all. The crowd was really excited for everything as well.
Yeah.
Kissimmee has now wrapped. We get to be the final voices of this entire event. So, what do y'all think? What was your favorite parts of the weekend?
For me, it's still got to be that bow match. I'm going to be thinking about that Aphros-based Aphrodite list until I get off the plane. I'm going to be honest.
So you get your hands on it yourself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go home and build it for sure. But definitely being able to cast some incredibly explosive games like that BlueStacks match that we were all very excited to cast, as well as some games that showed off just what's available, even in decks that we would think people would build kind of congruently. Super, super happy with the skill, both in deck building and gameplay on display this weekend, and happy I got to be a part of it.
Agreed. What about you, Kay?
I have been saying this the entire time, but my favorite part of these events is the community, is being able to go and interact with people. And it was stated in the closing ceremonies that we just saw, but Elestrals has one of the best communities. It's just, it's so positive. Obviously, people lock in and get serious when they need to, and they need to win some games, but it's just, it's such a joy every time meeting new people, getting to see familiar faces. And a big part of that for me has been being able to cast with both of you all weekend. Thank you so much for being truly just the best co-commentators that I could ask for.
For me, I mean, community as well. Like, just being able to meet everyone has been a thrill for me. But to not just copy paste your answer, I loved all the events that were here. I had time with the Spirit Challenges. I got to challenge A-Drive and Shady for the Divines. One of them I did not get. You will be hearing from me. Actually, that was a scene roll. I kind of controlled that one. I'm not gonna lie. But the A-Drive one was a 0-0 game and just had the one Spirit on top.
Rough.
Rise from the Shadows at 3 maybe needs to be reconsidered, because that's what killed me. But all the same,
Boy, I hope the ban list isn't determined by what beats PK in bracket.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about it. If I until I get to Tarver, I'm banning something every single
Spectrus
tournament.
banned because it preys on Tectorus.
Actually, accurate. I love logic, but absolutely, we're going to be going through here and running through all the events. Oh, we just had the last packs. I was going to divide it between us three.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. All the same though, thank y'all for being here and allowing us to enjoy the event. If you can make it to the next Open, do it. This is my first event. It won't be my last. I like what Shady said at the end there. I didn't join Elestral. I'm not biased because I joined Elestrals. I'm biased I joined Elestrals because I'm biased. There it was. The idea of like, I believe in this brand. I believe in what it's doing. And I agree. I am all in with the Elestrals. It's been very good as a community, as an experience, as a game for me. I don't plan on stopping, and I cannot wait to see what this game does. Hopefully, it's something with me and winning with Panzer.
Well, don't get your hopes too up.
I won't, but I will keep trying.
Well, we actually have one exciting final thing we get to do.
Talk to me.
We were talking so much about how we want to open the new cards in the exciting new Premier set. What if I told you we have some of that Premier set here right now?
Impromptu pack battle?
Ooh, in fact, it is. We're going to begin with these.
Ooh, okay. All right, well, hey, I want to give a quick shout out to the promotion of the next event. Now that Kissimmee is over, it's up to you guys at home. The next webcam Premier tournament is happening October 11th, and the new Premier packs are available for you to grab. There's a big chase in here that we'll talk all about the reveals in just a little bit, but we want to see if we can pull it yourself. Yeah, when we pull it, we'll let you know what it will be.
Talk about it in a little bit.
Or they're just going to show it all now. Oh, no, just, all right, good, no spoilers. But the October 11th registration is now open. The QR code is on your screen, and these Premier packs, when you enter, just enter, you get 2 of them, and you get to pull some amazing cards. Hopefully, all 3 of us can pull the big chase here. That'd be incredible. We are going to.
Getting top 16, I need that foamy.
Number 1 for me. But all the same, though, these are the next dates for the Webcam Premier Tournament, so put them in your schedule. October 11th, November 9th, November 22nd. And I think it's time you and I start plotting for our competition as well, okay?
I agree. It's a training arc, I think, that is up next for us.
They have no idea what's coming for them.
They're going to set us loose.
Lunar and Earth is rocking all y'all decks. This is going to be over. MBT, what about you?
Elestriad Season 2, Part 3. We're bringing it back, baby.
Yes, it is time. Oh, I like the end of that, because that way Imperial Wild won.
Go Cryoscorch.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm going to have to say go Cryoscorch, certainly.
All right, so we're going to do a quick pack battle. We have 2 packs here for everybody. Oh, actually, I want to show the Series 2. We can do that as well when we open our packs. Look at this Series 2 Premier Pack options right here. The Tyratlas and Leviathan, the 2 spirits featured in Livestream. Beautiful artwork that I want to have an entire playset of. The Sprouter is necessary for me as well. And the Humbers looks really good. From these cards, what are y'all hoping to pull today?
Aphros.
Yeah, I mean,
besides
we talked about the chase card here. It is, in fact, the Aphros.
Yes.
Besides the Aphros, you know that I am a Bears lover. I need that Abominursa. He's so cute. He's so angry. I love him. I want to give him a little hug. And more importantly, I want to pull him immediately.
I think I need that Gambit. The Gambit looks really cool. We're going to just go all in. We're just going to reveal one by one by one. And I'm starting with Cyan Nectar. Oh, this is a very PK pack.
This card.
Look at this Hellmount as well.
Oh my gosh, no way, the foamy. Can't
Wow, is that
believe-
the foamy?
That's the foamy.
Thrisis of Dionysus.
This was made for me. Supercell?
What up, my
also
Cracker
got the
Tugas?
Fiercest. I'm on my final pull now.
I have my reverse hollow beam.
Supercell and
I got Follicane.
You got us. Oh, that one's my fault. I dealt these out. Oh my goodness! Pulled 2 full arts in 2 days. No big deal. Yeah.
I have pulled nothing.
You got a
I
stellar.
did get a stellar. I'm whining about nothing.
I have pulled nothing from this box.
All right,
Did I have another pack?
we have another pack. Don't worry.
Man.
Don't worry, I'll pull something else.
I got Foamy Champion of Poseidon. Bad day to be this guy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm catching up. We got Kinleo as well.
Airbib.
Oh, look.
For me, guys.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
I will not. Fawnlet. Humbers. Okay, all right, I'm not mad about this one. This is not a PK pack.
Well, we already know none of these are divine packs, which I really thought that's how we were going to go out.
Oh, reverse hollow for me.
Okay.
And
I've got reverse hollow Glaciersa.
oh, I got Vibes from the Shadows.
I got Posthumous.
Fleetagon.
All right, you won that one.
All right,
Let's go.
yay! Did I have
Okay.
the rolls now?
No.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you so much for
unthinkable.
asking.
I'm dividing this one.
All right, okay.
Thank you very much.
Hasn't worked out for you yet.
No,
I think we need Kay to divide it.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair. Fair.
All right.
I handed you the sign nectar, so
You did, yeah.
let's just see what happens.
All right, what are we doing here?
These two?
All right, so there's only two
Oh,
per in these,
okay.
right?
There's only 2 per. So it's the big card. Well, yeah, there's 2
Now be
cards.
careful not to Ruxin special these. They are hard to open.
Yeah, you will tear a card.
These are the cards that you can pull if you enter the October 11th webcam premiere tournament.
Just
we go.
for participating, you get these. Ooh, Burst.
All right, I got Gambit.
Oh, there you go.
said
That was your
immediately
choice.
Abominursi and
Sprouter.
Sprouter.
Oh my gosh.
Hey.
All right.
Hey, Lunar and Earth. I'm happy about it. Well, one of us pulled the Stellar.
I know
Ace
I'm like really
Really
excited.
got to go out on the
Now
Stellar
I have opened
April.
about 1,000 Premier Pack ones, and I never opened the Hydrake.
I will
We
just
both
walk
did.
off camera if one of y'all pull the Stellar and I don't.
Okay, here we go.
At this point, I'm salty.
Second Abominursa. Okay,
That's what I wanted.
I
Okay.
got
I'll trade
second
you.
Gambit.
Spark it.
And
Turatless.
Another Sprouter.
Leviathan.
Honestly, I got 2. I got Sprouter and Turatless, and I got 2 Gambit. Win for me.
Guess I started resting on my laurels
Miserable.
with those pulls.
Oh my goodness. Well, we've just got a couple
Yeah.
of minutes left before we sign off, so I guess it's some time for some conclusory statements. How do you all feel about today's event? I was thrilled to be able to cast some of these. Are you excited about anything in particular with respect to Divine Champions livestream? What are you going to go home and build? What are you going to go home and buy?
I have so many Earth lists that have been in my idea all weekend, all in my head all weekend long that I need to get into a deck and play test. Like, I have so much I want to try with Demeter and Dionysus. I have so much I want to do with Lunar as well. I'm not even worried about the other elements, but I do want to try out Hermes. I want to try out like just so much. But my priority right now is Earth. I'm diving into Earth and seeing what's there.
I'm going to be honest. I want to play that solar list.
I know, it looks so good.
It looks
It
so,
looks so good.
so fun. I cannot wait to start getting my hands on this set. And I mean, solar, you know I love Lunar. I want to see what happens there.
yeah.
And, you know, I'm with you on Earth.
Just with your laurels being rested on.
No, like on this planet.
Oh, okay.
I'm with you on Earth physically.
Physically, I am here with you.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, yeah.
Yeah, but it's been a. What about you? What are you most excited for? I know you mentioned the bow list, but
I'm probably building Brontaglow. Watching
Oh,
that
yeah.
round 4 match really made me think that the deck can go the distance, even if it can't. Part of playing bad decks is tricking yourself into thinking they're good, and I'm already there. Don't worry.
I want to hear about all you guys who are excited to be playing. We had so many decks, so many strategies, so many ideas and concepts shown off this weekend. So I cannot wait for you guys to get out there and begin clashing at your local game store and at the webcam premiere tournament on October 11th. But our time at Kissimmee Open has finished.
It's time to kiss a you goodbye.
It's been great.
It has. It's been a really
lovely,
nice time.
absolute lovely. I'm so glad I got to hang out with you guys. Like,
I
appreciate y'all so much. But that is it for this weekend. It is not over yet. Livestream meta has only just begun. So get the deck building. We'll see y'all very soon.